It started with a message. Something simple, something ordinary, something she almost ignored. This is no way out. Tracy Marley was tired. The kind of tired that seeps into your bones after a long day. Work, dinner, the endless noise of children arguing in the back seat. All she wanted was to pick up her husband and go home. Then her phone lit up. "Why not come in? Try and find me. You know the code for the front door. Hint, I'm in the office." It felt harmless, playful even, a small detour, a decision she would never get to undo. Minutes later, Tracy is walking through darkened corridors, her children's voices echoing behind her, the building stretching into shadows that feel just a little too deep, a little too quiet. And then she sees them. 3 men, masks, gloves, a black bin bag heavy with cash. Everything stops, because they weren't supposed to be seen, and Tracy wasn't supposed to be there. By morning she is dead. Her son is found, shaken, silent, broken by what he's witnessed, and her 10-year-old daughter is gone, taken. Detective April Fisher knows the clock is already ticking. Abductions like this don't leave room for mistakes, and the men who killed Tracy have already proven how far they're willing to go. But something about the case doesn't fit. The message, the timing, the way Tracy walked straight into danger, as if she'd been led there. This wasn't chance, it was planned. And as Fisher digs deeper, one truth becomes terrifyingly clear. Tracy Marley wasn't just in the wrong place at the wrong time. She was meant to be there. And if Fisher can't figure out why, and fast, a little girl will vanish into the dark, just like her mother. Only this time, there may be no body to find.
Chapter 1. "Will you two please calm down?"
Tracy Marley glared at her 2 children through the rearview mirror. She'd had enough of telling them to behave and had never got used to the constant, pointless bickering. "You won't be going on your Xboxes tomorrow after school if this behavior continues. Honestly, I'm bloody sick of it. Just get along, please." "Oh, Mammy," pleaded Lee. "It wasn't me." She returned her attention to the road briefly to stop at a red light, then scowled at him through the mirror. The 8-year-old's familiar false innocence almost made her laugh, a sight she'd seen hundreds of times, a cheeky face with his long, dark fringe in desperate need of a cut. "Mammy, it wasn't me." "Oh, it never is you, Lee." "It was Lisa." "I don't care who it was." She was sick and tired of having to repeat herself. "Listen, reacting is just the same as instigating. How many times have I said this to you both? If there's a problem, tell me, and I will sort it." Lee sighed heavily, turned away from his sister, and scowled out of the window. Lisa, 2 years older than him, stuck her tongue out at him. "Don't think I'm not watching you too, Lisa." Lisa's narrow tongue retreated, and she raised her eyebrows innocently. "You need a haircut, Lee," Tracy said. "I'll get Dad to take you at the weekend." "Can I go tomorrow?" Lee loved getting his hair cut. The barber shop had a football table and offered Marvel stickers and lollies at the end if they'd sat well. It was the only time Lee behaved, thought Tracy, and typically it was when Axel was with him. "Dad's working tomorrow. He'll take you at the weekend." "Can you not take us, ma'am?" asked Lisa. She shook her head. "No, I don't like taking you there." Tracy couldn't explain it, but she struggled with certain things that might have sounded trivial to other people. Taking the kids to get their hair cut, taking the car into the garage when it needed servicing, and taking them to the dentist.
Perhaps it was a little social anxiety. Either way, her understanding husband Axel didn't make a big deal out of it. He was good like that, and generally, they were happy. The biggest strain on their marriage was the kids, always fighting every chance they got. Everyone said it was normal for their ages, but it was fair to say that parenting was no easy task at any age. "I'm sorry, ma'am," Lisa said quietly. "I'm sorry too, ma'am." Lee didn't want to be singled out. Tracy smiled tiredly through the mirror at them both. "Mammy is just stressed and can't deal with your fighting today. Daddy's car is in the garage, so we have to pick him up. I know it's late, but we'll be home soon." For the remainder of the journey, the children discussed one of their Xbox games. The time on the dashboard was 20:31, meaning it would be late when they got home, which wasn't ideal. Axel had suggested his sister Mandy coming over to watch them, but Mandy had said she was busy, so with no other choice, Tracy had to bring them along. After they took the turn-off for Abraham Moss Library and Leisure Centre, Tracy followed the road, went through the barrier, and pulled into a space at the front of the car park. In the 17 years her husband Axel had worked there, she'd only picked him up a few times. "Where's Dad?" asked Lee, peering like a meerkat from the back seat, watching the library's front entrance through the windscreen. "He finishes at 9, so we'll have to wait a little." The library and leisure centre closed at 8 p.m, but there was still a handful of parked cars that belonged to the members of the Alcoholics Anonymous group that met here 3 nights a week. Her phone beeped. She unlocked it. "I can't do this anymore, Trace. I want more. I need more. I've given you enough time. Text me back ASAPXX. "Who's that, Mummy?" Lee asked, nosy as ever. "Huh?" she mumbled. "Who's messaging you?" asked Lisa. "Never you mind." She slipped her phone away and rocked her head back, mulling over the message. "What's wrong, Mummy?" She turned to Lee. "It's nothing, love. Don't worry about it." The truth was, it was everything, potentially life-changing for them all. The decision would impact many people, so she'd been avoiding it. Another message came through. Keeping the phone at a certain angle so Lisa and Lee couldn't see it, she read it. "If you don't decide soon, I'll have to tell Axel about us, Tracy. I'm being serious." "For God's sake!" She banged hard on the steering wheel before dropping her head. "Mummy, what's wrong?" Lee frowned. She was spiraling deeper into the mess she'd made for herself. "It's nothing," she lied. "It's just Dad's car will be expensive to repair, that's all." She needed to fix this before her world erupted. Chapter 2. As the black Mondeo crawled into Abraham Moss, the driver suspiciously eyed the parked cars. "I thought this place closed at 8, Rick." The passenger riding shotgun, a chunky guy with unkempt facial hair, turned to the driver. "I thought that too, Jim." Rick scowled, knowing it had become more risky. "The caretaker finishes at 9, but other than that, I don't know." "We should park over there, stake the place out," suggested a voice from the back seat. Jim raised his hands in mockery. "Ooh, okay then, Henry the detective." Henry, a hardened 20-year-old and the youngest of the group, slapped Jim's shoulder, who jumped and laughed as Rick followed the narrow road down the side of the library and parked in one of the empty bays. "What is this place anyway?" asked Jim. "A library," replied Rick. "And a leisure centre," added Henry. "It has a gym. My cousin goes to it. He says the weights are heavy and—" "Is this the roid head you keep talking about?" Rick eyed him through the mirror. Henry glowered silently. Once parked, they studied the side of the building for the best way in.
"So where's the money from, then?" asked Henry, frowning. Rick sighed, sick of repeating himself. They raised money for cancer research from all around Manchester. Instead of collecting from individual points, they decided to keep it in one place and send someone to get it in the morning. Henry nodded. "And how much is in there?" "I don't know for sure. My contact thinks around 30 grand. It isn't much, but we'll go thirds, whatever it is." "But how do you know it's still there?" Rick took a slow breath, becoming exasperated with Henry's questions. "I was tipped off by someone who goes to the gym earlier today. He confirmed it. He's a friend of mine. Don't worry, it's legit. It's easy money. We walk in when it's empty and take it from the office." "How are we getting in?" Rick clamped his eyes shut. "How many times do we need to go over this?" A crease formed between Henry's eyes. "Just one more time?" Rick turned quickly to the rear of the car. "Are you listening?" Henry nodded. "Because if you don't know what you're doing, you might as well stay in the car. I can't afford any fuck-ups. You understand?" Henry replied with a tight grin. "Right, as far as I know, the caretaker is in till 9 o'clock. Rick squinted at his watch in the dull light inside of the car. "It's almost 20 to 9 now." Jim and Henry both nodded. "What about cameras?" asked Henry. Jim held up a balaclava. "Hence these, eh?"
Henry gave a cold, bloodless smirk. Okay. This part is the library. Jim pointed at the single-story structure before them that appeared to be an extension of the original building. The blinds were already drawn. Are people still in there? Asked Henry. I can't see through the fucking blinds, can I? Rick was getting fed up with Henry and regretted asking him to come along, but knew he needed him for his plan. A moment later, the library fire exit opened just across from them. A man and two women wandered out, stopping a few feet from the open door. The man reached into his pocket, pulled out a packet of cigarettes, and handed one to each woman. Through the open door, they could see shelves filled with books. Jim frowned. Who are they? Lower down so they don't see us, Rick told them, quickly sliding into the seat in case they looked over at the car. The others did the same. Rick could feel Jim's shoulder bumping against his. It wasn't the biggest of cars, and Rick's oversized puffer jacket was taking up some of Jim's space too. Rick pushed himself back up to peep over the top of the steering wheel. They gone? Asked Jim. Not yet. Rick lowered and waited a little longer. Lucky they haven't seen your giant coat, Jim said to Rick. Nothing like the Michelin Man to attract attention before a robbery. Before we go in, said Rick, I want to say, if anything happens, just get yourselves out of there. Don't wait, okay? Get as far away as you can. Jim and Henry frowned. What do you mean? Asked Jim. Just if anything goes wrong. It won't, but... Right, come on. Rick peeped over the steering wheel again. They're gone. The car's clock told them it was just after 9. We going round the front? Henry leaned forward, his head in between their seats. If we go in the front, we'll be seen. Just wait a second. They focused on the closed fire exit for a few moments, until the handle came down and the door opened a fraction. To their left, at the front of the building, people emerged from the library making for their cars. A message pinged through on Rick's phone. He read it. Right. It's time, boys. They pulled on their balaclavas and made sure they had their knives ready in case the caretaker didn't leave when they expected him to. Rick knew it all depended on how convincing you were. Dressed in black, they left the car and walked over to the fire exit. Little did Henry or Jim know, Rick knew exactly how this whole thing would play out. Come on, Rick held his knife tightly. Whatever happens, we're getting this money. On their way over to the side door, Rick secretly sent a text, letting someone know the plan the other two didn't. Chapter 3. Mammy, where's Dad? I'm bored. Tracy smiled at Lee through the rearview mirror, barely able to see his face now dusk had descended on Manchester. I know, he won't be long. It's nearly time. She looked at the car's internal clock, 21:03. Mammy, who are the people? Asked Lisa, referring to those who had just left the library. She didn't want to explain what Alcoholics Anonymous was. Sometimes people meet here and talk about things. About what things? Asked Lee. She turned to them. Just to talk. Sometimes people get sad and need friends to speak to. You know sometimes how you get sad and need to talk to me or Daddy? They both nodded thoughtfully. It's the same as that. It helps when people listen to you when you're sad, doesn't it? It makes you feel better. They both smiled, and Tracy turned to the library's front entrance, hoping to see Axel appear soon. She couldn't wait to get them home and settled. Can we go inside and surprise Daddy? Asked Lisa. Tracy pressed her lips together. I don't think we're allowed. Oh, please, Mammy, shouted Lee. It'll be fun, like hide and seek. Her phone beeped with a message from Axel. Sorry, I won't be long, X. This was followed up with another message seconds after. Why not come in, try and find me? You know the code for the front door. Hint, I'm in the office. X. Please, Mammy, chanted Lee. I want to find Daddy. She considered it, peering through the entrance doors. An empty desk was positioned down the corridor on the right, and the lights were still on. What harm could it do? Mammy, please! Right, okay, we'll see if we can find Daddy. She raised a finger. But we can't be running up and down the corridors. It isn't a playground. You both hear me? Lisa and Lee clapped their hands together with excitement. Tracy opened her door and got out, feeling the cool air on her forearms. Together, They walked across the dusky car park. When they were close enough, there was a beep, but the doors remained closed. "Is it locked?" asked Lisa. Tracy smiled, remembering Axel mentioned that after 9 p.m. the doors automatically locked. To their right, a keypad was fixed to the wall. "Mammy, do you know the code?" asked Lee. "I think so." She took a few steps over and tapped in a 4-digit code that Axel had texted her earlier and pressed enter. As the door opened with a vroom, they entered the silent corridor, where a faint scent of bleach lingered in the air. Tracy stopped. "Mammy, what's wrong?" "Dad said he's in the office, but I don't know where that is." "I'll find it," Lee said with youthful determination. They stopped at an open archway on the right. "Axel?" Tracy looked in, seeing a low-level table surrounded by a few sofas facing it. Further down the room on their left, computer monitors sat atop several rows of desks. Beyond that, dozens of bookshelves filled the opposite end. To the left, about halfway down, was a desk with no one behind it. "Come on, Daddy's not in here." They backed out into the main corridor and continued towards what appeared to be the reception desk on the right. The clock on the wall showed almost 9:10. The scent of bleach grew stronger as they passed the desk, and a dull sheen covered the linoleum floor that reflected the white lights above. "Ma'am, are we allowed down here?" Tracy turned to the hesitant Lisa and smiled. Although she was older than Lee by 2 years, she had always been more cautious. "We just need to find the office. Daddy said he's in there. Once we find him, we can go home." Lisa took a few steps and joined them once again. Tracy pulled out her phone and sent Axel a quick message. "Where are you? The kids want to go homes." They looked through the door on the left, seeing a huge, empty sports hall. Badminton nets, basketball hoops, and 5-a-side football goals were folded neatly on the opposite wall beside what Tracy assumed was a storage cupboard. Was Axel putting these things away? "Where's Daddy?" asked Lee. "He might be in here." She opened the door a few inches and called his name, but there was no response. She rubbed his hair. "Come on, we'll have a little look down here." Tracy studied the signs on the doors they passed, hoping to see something resembling caretaker, cleaner, or maintenance. Tracy checked her watch. Nearly 9:15. "Axel, where the hell are you?" she whispered. Further down the corridor, they could hear something. "Is that Daddy?" Lee's ears pricked up. The sounds were coming from an open doorway on the right, a few meters along. A muffled conversation between 2 people, possibly 3, then a loud crunch, followed by a flit of laughter. Tracy frowned, confused why she could hear people when hers was the only car outside. Lee smiled widely at the sounds he assumed was his dad and ran towards the open door. "Lee!" Tracy reached to grab him, but he had already run in. The last thing she wanted was to get into trouble, doing something they shouldn't. "Come back!" Tracy raced into the room. It must be a canteen. Cupboards stood high and low to the left, with a worktop between them filled with kitchen appliances and a table in the center. But Tracy's focus immediately went toward the right, where Lee was frozen in front of 3 figures staring silently at him, their faces covered by black balaclavas, standing in the doorway of a small room off the canteen. They were all tall, much taller than she was, and broad and muscular. The thinnest of the trio was holding a black bin bag open, while one of the others was putting a wad of cash into it. A safe was visible behind them, open, almost empty. The third man was wearing a ridiculously big puffer jacket. It took her a moment to realize he was slowly pulling out a knife, the gleaming blade glinting in the light. Where the hell was Axel? "Where's Dad?" Lee scowled at the men. Tracy stepped forward, gently grabbing his shoulder with a trembling hand. "Come on, Lee. Let's go, and wait outside." "And what do we have here?" one of the masked men asked, stepping forward. "Nothing, nothing," Tracy shouted. "We didn't see anything." Tracy pulled Lee back level with her and Lisa, eyeing the figure moving towards them. "What's going on?" asked Lisa. I don't know. Come on, let's go." Tracy grabbed Lee's other shoulder and turned him to the door, then pushed him to encourage him to move. "Run!" Tracy screamed, and they bolted for the door. As Lisa and Lee went through, Tracy felt an incredible force grab her hair and yank her back into the room. The pain of her hair being ripped from her scalp was excruciating as she was pulled across the carpet. She raised her hands to make the figure release their grip, but they were too strong and powerful. "Ma'am!" screamed Lisa, appearing back in the doorway. "Run!" she begged her. "Go!" But Lisa ran back into the room. "What the hell are you doing?" one of the burglars shouted. Tracy could feel the searing burns on her hip and thigh from the carpet. Suddenly, the hold on her hair loosened, and her head dropped to the floor with a thump. "Ma'am!" shouted Lisa, running over to her. "And where do you think you're going?" one masked man asked Lisa. "No, please," begged Tracy. "Leave her alone." One of the men stepped forward with open arms to intercept Lisa, preventing her from reaching Tracy, so she jumped up to protect her daughter. And that's when she felt it. A hot pain in her side, like lava being poured onto her internal organs. She folded to the carpet, unable to function anymore. She heard her daughter screaming. Then everything went black.
Chapter 4. "Rick, what the fuck have you done?" Henry shouted, dropping the bag. Rick stood over the woman on the floor, glaring down at her. The knife was still in his hand, drenched with blood. "These things happen in this game, unfortunately." Jim held the screaming girl as she tried to escape his grip, but he held firm. "No!" she wailed inhumanely. "Ma'am, let me go!" "Keep her quiet," Henry ordered Jim. Jim covered her mouth to stop the desperate sounds, but she bit him hard, her teeth sinking into his palm. "You brat," he bellowed in agony, letting go of her. "For fuck's sake," Rick said, shaking his head. "Just shut her up." He marched over and grabbed the child by the scruff of the neck. "Rick!" Henry gawked at the way he handled her. "I didn't sign up for this. Jesus!" "We're fucked now, Rick," said Jim. "We shouldn't have come here. You said this would be easy. Straight in and out. We're gonna—" "Listen to me," screamed Rick, silencing the room. "What we need to do is get out of here. We'll take the girl as well." He pushed her towards Jim. "Here, you take her." "What are we going to do with her?" Henry was stunned at what he was hearing. "It doesn't matter about that." Rick's tone was calm. "We'll take her with us." Pushing the girl into Jim's arms, Rick went to the safe and got the rest of the money as if nothing had happened. Once the bag was filled, he left the tiny office and handed Henry the bag of money. "Henry, you carry this. Jim, you carry her to the car." "Rick, Jim." Rick breathed slowly through his nostrils, not hiding his irritation. "Pick up the girl now, or you're getting fuck all." Jim grabbed her forearm and hoisted her up over his shoulder like she was filled with feathers. She wriggled and squirmed, but she was no match for him. "Keep her quiet," ordered Rick. "I'm trying." "Right, let's go." Rick led them towards the corridor, but stopped in the doorway. "What is it?" asked Henry. "You two go ahead. I think I've left something in there. I'll catch up. Go the same way we came in." In a panic, Henry and Jim scampered away from the canteen with the girl and the money. Rick waited until he guessed they'd had enough time to get back to the car. Then he phoned Henry. "Yeah?" answered Henry, breathing heavily. "What's going on?" "You back at the car?" "Yeah, we're waiting for you." "Listen, you go ahead. I can hear someone in the corridor and can't leave without being seen. Go on, get out of here. I'll meet you back at your house." "We can't just leave you." "I'll be fine, Henry. I'll make my own way there. It's not safe at the moment." Rick hung up the phone and checked his watch. He knew in a few minutes it would be time for his plan to come together. He hobbled down the corridor, hunched over, holding his stomach like he was nursing a severe injury, and took a left into the library. He frowned, hearing footsteps in the corridor, followed shortly by a faint ringtone. "Shit," he whispered, tucking into the left and hiding behind a bookshelf as the unseen person walked past the library opening. The door they had come through was slightly ajar, and through the gap, in the darkness, he could see Jim's car still parked outside. What the hell are they doing? He needed them to leave now, otherwise his plan wouldn't work. Somewhere in the corridor behind him, he heard a scream. Whoever it was had found the woman in the canteen. It was time to bolt, but he needed Jim and Henry to leave first. As if on cue, Jim's tires spun and the car whizzed away. Rick pushed the door open and ran out, heading in the same direction, but came to a grinding halt when there was a crash from somewhere ahead.
What the hell? Had those useless bastards crashed the damn car in an empty car park? That's all they needed. Tires screeched, the engine roared, and then the sounds of the car faded into the night. Rick made a quick call.
"I'm waiting," the voice answered. "Okay, Henry and Jim have just left. Give me 5 minutes. I'll be there." Rick ended the call and made his way down the side of the library and across the front car park, passing the only car still parked there. He wasn't sure because it was dark, but it looked like the front quarter panel had been damaged, and he thought he heard someone crying nearby. Whoever it was, he didn't have time to check. He had to get out of there without being seen. Axel Marley was inside the storage cupboard in the sports hall when he checked his watch. Jesus! It was nearly 9:15 p.m. Time had got away from him. Why wasn't Tracy looking for him? He wondered if she hadn't got the message about the key code for the entrance door. He briskly walked across the sports hall and pushed open the door to the main corridor. "Tracy?" he shouted, peering left and right. The corridor was silent. Through the glass entrance door he could see their car, illuminated by the glare from the car park lighting. She wasn't inside it, so she must have been looking for him. With one final job to do before locking up, he headed towards the office and pulled out his phone to call Tracy. As it started to ring in his ear, he heard something, a familiar ringtone. She was close by. "Tracy?" He spotted the office door was open and went straight in. "Listen, I'm so..." Frozen, he stared at the figure on the floor, surrounded by blood. Tracy. The door to the small office they kept the safe in was wide open. He staggered over to his wife, raising both hands to his mouth, his heart thumping inside his chest. "Tracy?" he stammered. She lay still on the carpet, awkwardly positioned on her side. Blood all over her yellow t-shirt. He dropped to his knees, placing his hands on her shoulders, then began to shake her to wake her up. Tears streamed down his face. "Tracy! Tracy!" But he knew by the amount of blood around her, there was no chance he'd ever wake her.
"Tracy, please." He nudged her gently. Please." There was nothing he could do to bring her back. He leaned to the left and picked up his phone. "Which service do you require?" answered the emergency services operator. I need an ambulance," he muttered. "Sir, what's your name, please?" Axel Marley." "What's the nature of the call, please, Mr. Marley?" "My wife, Is she breathing, Mr. Marley?" the operator asked calmly. "No, there's loads of blood, What's your current location?" "Abraham Moss Library and Leisure Center." "Is there anyone else there with you?" "No, there..." He fell silent and quickly jumped up after hearing a noise outside in the corridor. "Hello?" he shouted, nervously approaching the corridor to see who was there. Down the corridor, through the entrance door, he could see a young boy standing by their car. Lee? What on earth was he doing there? Hadn't Tracy come alone? Lee's eyes widened upon seeing him, and he ran towards the glass doors. But a moment later, a bright light came from the left, illuminating his son and the fear on his face. "No!" he roared, desperation coming from deep in his stomach. It all happened so fast, the high-pitched screech of car tires and the frantic, distressed scream of his little boy. Chapter 5. DS. April Fisher had just finished writing up her report at 10 p.m. when her phone rang. "What does she want now?" Fisher whispered, shaking her head. Her sister Freya had phoned earlier to complain about their mother not agreeing with the plans for her upcoming birthday party, and she assumed it would be her, remembering something she hadn't said. Freya was 5 years younger than Fisher and had done well living independently. Still, with working 2 jobs to keep up with the cost of living by herself, she'd asked their parents to financially contribute to her birthday party. Fisher didn't see why they should, or why Freya needed such a lavish, extravagant party, but she knew her. The caller ID told her it wasn't her sister, but her boss, D.I. Harry Simmer. The hell's he ringing for? She accepted the call with a slide of her thumb. "Boss, this is late." "April," he cleared his throat, "I'm sorry to ring you at this time. You know I wouldn't unless it was important." She assumed this was regarding their earlier conversation in the office about her quarterly appraisal. in which D.I. Simmer had informed Fisher she needed to up her game. Her stern reply had made him aware she didn't need his approval, and that she reported directly to DCI Thomas James. Fisher herself had been in line for the DI position when James had been promoted, but she'd failed the final inspector's exam. Instead, D.I. Simmer was brought in from Newcastle. He'd just gone through a messy divorce, post a rocky 12-year marriage, and Fisher wasn't keen on him after first impressions. "Are you dressed?" he asked in his northeast accent. "Am I dressed?" She frowned at the odd question. "A call's come in." "Regarding?" He explained the circumstances. "Jesus!" She took a breath. "Where?" "Abraham Moss Library and Leisure Centre." She gave a weary nod. "I'll be there soon." Fisher pulled into the car park, first spotting the ambulance parked near the front. Its blue lights illuminated Pamela Boone's forensic van, D.I. Simmer's black Ford Focus, a dark blue Vauxhall Insignia she didn't recognize, and two marked police cars. She parked in a space beside Boone's van, applied the handbrake, and turned off the engine. Let's see what joys we have in store tonight. Chapter 6. The glass doors of Abraham Moss Library and Leisure Centre opened with a vroom. Fisher stepped into a long corridor that seemed to go on forever, and felt the sudden warmth blasting from the heater above the doorway. Fisher followed the sound of voices until she came upon a seating area where a man was sitting next to a small boy no older than 9 or 10. A thin paramedic with mousy brown hair was kneeling before the boy, bandaging his leg. The man beside the boy was leaning forward, hands covered in dried blood, pressing on the top of his own wispy, greying hair. D.C. Jess Gallagher was sitting on the sofa to her right, notebook in hand, with a look on her face that spoke of the patience and understanding Fisher had come to know so well. She wandered over, glancing left to absorb the length of the long library. There was a librarian's desk halfway down, opposite the rows of computers, with a monitor and an empty swivel desk chair behind it. She spotted a flyer as she walked through. AA meetings, Mondays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays, 6 to 9 p.m. Today was Monday. She picked it up. "Hey, Jess." D.C. Gallagher turned to Fisher with a faint smile. "Hey, boss." She courteously motioned towards the man and boy. "This is Axel Marley and his son Lee." The man didn't look up. Lee eyed Fisher curiously with bloodshot eyes. Fisher offered a warm smile, edging closer and lowering to her knee so their faces were level. "How are you, Lee?" I'm okay," he sniffled. His cheeks were pink and puffy from crying. "I'm Detective Sergeant April Fisher with the Greater Manchester Police." Her words were soft and gentle. Axel slowly raised his gaze, but didn't acknowledge her verbally. "I'm so sorry for your loss, Mr. Marley. It didn't come easy giving condolences for the loss of a loved one, but she'd had plenty of practice during her career so far." "Where's my daughter?" "We're doing everything we can to locate her, Mr. Marley," Fisher reassured him. "Is there anything you need or anyone you'd like us to call?" Axel Marley shook his head, and the paramedic turned briefly and smiled at Fisher. "How's his leg?" asked Fisher. "I'm confident nothing is broken, just badly bruised." Fisher had been briefed that the suspect's Mondeo had clipped Lee as it swerved before it hit the front end of Tracy's Vauxhall. Lee had landed hard, and the driver made a swift getaway. "You're a brave boy, Lee. You'll be fine," the paramedic said encouragingly. "But we should take you to the hospital to be checked out properly." "Excuse us for a moment," said Fisher, glancing at Gallagher, who nodded and rose to her feet. Then followed Fisher near the library's archway entrance. "Where's Pamela?" "Down the hall in the office." Gallagher pointed down the corridor. As Fisher looked to where she was pointing, she spotted P.C. Cairn walking towards them, his footsteps growing louder. "Everywhere is clear," he said in a croaky voice, one of the effects of a recent throat infection he'd be glad to see the back of. "Didn't know you were working a late shift this week, Joel," said Fisher. "Swap with someone. Inspector Thorne didn't mind." Joel Cairn was 27 and of average height with a thin frame, his bony, narrow shoulders often visible when he wore a shirt. His dark brown hair was short, and his brown eyes were darker than Fisher's. At a young age, he possessed a calm maturity, often associated with someone older. Fisher smiled faintly. "Would you mind staying with Axel and Lee while I have a look down the hall?" Cairn nodded. "Sure." Fisher turned to Gallagher. "You got here quick tonight, Jess?" "I don't live too far from here, boss. I wasn't doing much either. Tim was out playing football, so—" Gallagher had joined Manchester CD after a 7-year stint with West Yorkshire Police in Leeds as a PC, and she had shown an interest in becoming a detective during her time in her previous department. Within only 2 months, Fisher had decided she liked her, despite her still having glowing, porcelain-like skin at the age of 29. They slowly wandered away from the library area, leaving PC Cairn to comfort Axel and his son Lee with the paramedic in the library. "What have we got?" "Aitken and Johnson are checking the CCTV now," Gallagher informed her. Aitken and Johnson were 2 new recruits that had started last month, working under Inspector Thorne as constables, but aiding CID this evening. She knew Johnson better than Aitken, having worked with him on a few cases since his arrival. In his early 20s, he was keen and eager to learn. Something in him reminded Fisher of herself before the daily grind of Manchester CID had started wearing her down. Aitken was a little older at 30 and had completed her 2-year probationary period after joining the police later in life. Fisher wasn't keen on her, thinking her previous job as a cafe manager had given her know-it-all air, something Fisher was sure Inspector Thorne would iron out sharpish. "Mr. Marley said his wife Tracy was picking him up after he finished at 9 o'clock, Gallagher said. "She brought the kids with her because his car was in the garage, so he didn't have a car to get home. He said he'd lost track of time and had phoned her when he realized." She pointed down the hall. He heard her ringtone from the office. "You been in?" Gallagher nodded twice, her wavy hair bouncing slightly. "Isn't pleasant." "How did they get in?" "Presumably via the front entrance, but we'll check CCTV." They wandered the rest of the way to the office in silence. Gallagher was a few inches taller than Fisher and walked with long strides. Her slender legs were another aspect that Fisher silently envied. She was always going on about her sessions at the gym. Fisher wondered if she should try to get fit too. Fisher went in first. The senior forensic tech, Pamela Boone, dressed in her usual white paper coveralls, was crouched over Tracy Marley. There was a lot of blood. "Hey, Pam," Fisher said, absorbing the scene. Boone looked up and offered a polite grin. "Hey, April.
Just when I thought I'd get a nice bath and relax, eh?"
"You'd only be bored in the bath." Boone, seemingly in no mood for humour, focused on the victim. "Where's Aitken and Johnson?" "There." Boone pointed to a small room connected to the canteen. Fisher could see a safe, similar in size to a portable fridge a teenager would have in their bedroom, sitting on top of a wooden desk. Beside it, a computer monitor, unorganized piles of paperwork, and several cardboard boxes with closed lids. Aitken and Johnson were studying the monitor. Fisher stood in the office doorway. "Found anything?" "Yes," replied Johnson. "Come and have a look." Fisher entered the space so small you couldn't swing a cat and stopped by Johnson's left shoulder to focus on the paused screen. He pressed play. "This is them leaving." The camera covered the side of the building and additional parking spaces. The dark-colored Ford Mondeo parked halfway down, pulled out, and approached the camera before going out of shot as it moved to the front of the building where Tracy Marley had parked, waiting for Axel to finish. "Have you informed traffic control about this?" Fisher could see the car's registration. Johnson nodded firmly. "They're tracking it down as we speak." "Good." Johnson changed the camera angle, showing the front of the building, just above the main entrance door. Fisher clocked the time, realizing it was a few minutes before the previous shot. She noted Tracy Marley's car was undamaged. As he pressed play, Lee appeared at the bottom of the screen and hid behind the back of the car. "Keep watching," Aitken said. As Lee came out of hiding and ran towards the entrance, headlights came from the left of the screen, illuminating him before he froze. The escaping car swerved but clipped his leg, sending him crashing to the ground. The escaping vehicle collided with the front of Tracy's car, then reversed and erratically fled the scene with no remorse for what they'd done to Lee.
"Setter bastards," Fisher said. "He's lucky to still be here." The PCs nodded silently. "Is there anything else you need from Axel?" asked DC Gallagher, standing in the doorway behind her. "Not fair to keep him here if he's waiting to go to hospital with his son." Fisher considered what Axel had been through. "Anything left to ask him?" Gallagher shook her head. "No, I've asked all I can think of." Fisher trusted her process. "Okay, tell the paramedics they can go. We'll catch up with him later if we've missed anything here." Fisher looked beyond Gallagher and studied Boone, inspecting Tracy Marley with a sad smile. Gallagher tilted her head. "We'll have to arrange a pickup truck for their car. Not sure it's drivable, to be honest." "Good thinking." "Want me to go with them?" asked Gallagher. "Make sure they're okay?" "I'll ask Joel to go. I could do with you here, Jess." Gallagher smiled lightly, happy to help either way. Minutes later, Fisher located PC Ken in the library. "Can you accompany Axel and Lee to the hospital?" "Sure. PC Ken will accompany you to the hospital, Mr. Marley." She looked at the paramedic, who gave her a nod to indicate they were ready to go. "The paramedics are ready when you are." Axel wiped his eyes with the back of his hands as he stood. "Okay. I've got your details, Mr. Marley. I'll be in touch with any progress. Just please find Lisa. Please, find my daughter. We'll do everything we can." Fisher watched them disappear into the corridor before she and Gallagher returned to the office. Aitken and Johnson were still studying the CCTV. "Got any hits from traffic yet?" Fisher was keen on locating these bastards quickly. "Not yet," replied Johnson. Fisher sighed and joined them in studying the rest of the CCTV inside the library. "So did they come in through the front door?" she asked them. The image on the screen was from the corridor and showed two men carrying Lisa Marley and a bag of something. Money? Down the hall before they took a left out of shot. "Where did they go?" asked Fisher. "That's not the way to the front entrance." A moment later, another, bigger man came into view at the bottom of the screen and went the same way as the others. He seemed to be hobbling and clutching at his stomach like he was injured. "We had a look," said Aitken. "It's through into the library. There's a fire door leading to a car park." Fisher scowled. "Do we have any footage from inside the canteen or the library?" "Not that we can see. We haven't covered everything, so we'll keep looking." "Thank you. It would be nice to know what actually happened in here." Johnson nodded. "So is that the way they came in then?" It was Aitken's turn to nod. "We believe so, yes. We see them appear in the corridor from the same door about 10 minutes before that." "What about Tracy and the kids?" "Main entrance. After 9, the door is locked. One of the cameras shows her typing the code into the keypad a few minutes past 9, and they entered together." "Did they go straight to the canteen?" "They checked a few doors, but yeah, pretty much." "How much money was in the safe?" Fisher asked. Aitken turned to her. "Axel said nearly 27,000. They'd raised money for a local charity. It was supposed to be picked up tomorrow morning." "So they knew exactly where to find the money." "Looks that way. They were in and out. Straightforward robbery, apart from the obvious." Aitken pointed at the body on the carpet. Fisher frowned. "Do we have footage from the library?" Aitken shrugged. "We haven't found any yet. We'll keep looking." "And we only see the intruders twice on the camera. Coming from the library to the canteen, then the other way?" "Yeah, but it's strange because they arrive together but leave separately." They watched the shot, showing the 3 men come from the library together and head to the canteen. The video continued to play, and minutes later, Tracy Marley and her 2 children approached from the top of the screen. Aitken scrolled the time bar forward a minute. Lee ran out into the corridor and bolted towards the entrance. He seemed to fumble with the button on the inside, until finally the door opened and he escaped. "Tracy and Lisa are in there with them for a while before we see the men," noted Fisher, as they re-watched the footage of them leaving. Lisa must have been terrified, especially if she had witnessed what had happened to her mother. She showed them the AA flyer she'd picked up in the library. "Interesting how the burglars knew what time to come, don't you think?" Aitken and Johnson lifted their gazes to Fisher. "To avoid seeing anyone at the meeting. I wonder if any of the AA members used the door, perhaps.
had a cigarette break and accidentally left the door open when they came back inside. "We'll chase that up," Johnson said, "and speak to whoever runs the group. They'll know if any of the group used the door." "If that fire door was locked, could there be another way in?" questioned Fisher. "No, all the other access doors are locked. That fire door's the only one that's easily opened from the inside without a key." "Are there any other cameras in the library area?" Johnson searched through the catalogue of files, discovering footage from an angle at the opposite end of the library that focused on the seating area where Axel Marley had sat with Lee when the paramedic tended to his leg. "Ah, here we go," said Johnson. He scrolled to a point where a man and two women stood up during the meeting and headed towards the opposite end. They returned 6 minutes later. "Just enough time for a quick fag and a natter," said Fisher. "And if that door had been left open when they came back in, it would have been their way in." "Think it was planned?" asked Aitken. Fisher raised her brows, not dismissing the possibility.
"We need to speak to the group as soon as we can. Find out if that door was left open." Both constables nodded. "Keep checking. See what else you can find." Fisher backed away with Gallagher to the canteen area, where Pamela Boone was leaning over Tracy Marley's body. "One for pathology?" Boone struggled to her feet, exhaling a discomforting sound from her lips. "I'm not as agile as I once was." She rubbed her knee tenderly. "If I stay in one position for too long, I get stuck." Fisher smiled, not relishing the thought of growing older, considering she woke with aches and pains most mornings as it was. Turning 51 next month, Boone's life had been tough and physical. Although partial to a cigarette, she'd played plenty of sports in her youth and was now feeling it in her joints, particularly over the last few months. She'd recently accepted her running days were long gone, and that the half marathon she'd completed in the previous year was likely her last one. "Weapon? Looks like a knife. Any sign of it?" "Not that I can see. Might have taken it with them." Boone then studied Tracy Marley's injury for a moment. "We'll get her transferred for a post-mortem in the morning, see if Jack Wilson can fit us in." "Thanks, Pam. He'll no doubt make it awkward or claim he's doing us the biggest favor of all time. You know what he's like, Mr. Bloody Important." Boone rolled her eyes. "Oh, I certainly do." Fisher grinned. Jack Wilson, a local pathologist, wasn't naive to believe he was the best pathologist in Manchester, but joked he was in the top one in the country. Fisher knew he was good, but talk about blowing your own trumpet. Boone pulled out her phone to check something. "Right, I'm going for a cigarette. I haven't had one in ages. I'll keep you updated on the post-mortem, April." Fisher watched the senior forensic tech leave the room, noticing the slight limp from the stiffness in the knee she'd mentioned minutes earlier. "Boss." Johnson was standing in the doorway with his mobile pressed to his head. "We've got a location on the suspect's car."
"Well, let's get going then."
Chapter 7. D.S. Fisher and Gallagher left the canteen and sprinted down the corridor to the exit. Gallagher's height and long legs reminded Fisher she wasn't as fast as she thought, trailing behind the younger, athletic PC. Once outside, they dashed to Fisher's Volvo XC90. The ambulance parked up earlier had already taken Axel and Lee to hospital, but Tracy Marley's banged-up Vauxhall remained. "Get in touch with dispatch, see what's going on," Fisher panted as she pulled out onto Crescent Road. She needed to get fitter. Fisher saw a flash of headlights in her rearview mirror. PC Johnson and PC Aitken were seconds behind, leaving a small team at the library in case Pamela Boone needed assistance. Gallagher raised the radio to her mouth. "Dispatch, this is DC Jess Gallagher." "Dispatch, go ahead." "Requesting location of the Mondeo involved with the Abraham Moss incident, please." She told them the registration plate. A quiet hum of static hissed from the radio as Fisher headed straight for Cheetham Hill Road. "DC Gallagher, we picked up the vehicle on B6180, then tracked it for a few miles until losing it on the B5218. DVLA information tells us the vehicle's registered address is Alphonsus Street, and the owner is a Rory Compton." "What number?" "Over," the operator told her. "Heading there now. Over." "Do you require additional units, DC Gallagher?" "Over." "Yes, please," the DC said into the radio. "Armed response?" "Over." "Yeah, that's a good idea," said Fisher.
They could still have the knife they used on the victim. We'll be going in blind and could have more weapons. Yes, please. Over. Units discreetly dispatched to the address. Over. Gallagher lowered the radio to her lap. Know where you're going? She nodded. It'll take around 15 minutes.
12 if I put my foot down. She could see Johnson and Aitken still trailing, Aitken behind the wheel. She focused back on the busy Manchester traffic. With a population of almost 3 million, it was hectic 24/7 and unavoidable at the best of times. 10 minutes later, she pulled into Alphonsus Street, a narrow street lined with terraced houses built in the early 1900s, their fronts covered in dark, weathered red brickwork. Parked cars filled the road on either side, leaving barely enough space for a single vehicle to drive down. "What numbers can you see on that side?" asked Fisher. Gallagher squinted at the house numbers on the left as Fisher crawled slowly. "It's too bloody dark." "Oh, hold on. Even numbers on this side. That's 48, 46. It must be further down." They continued. Up ahead, a police car turned into the street, blue flashing lights silently twirling on the top, lighting the street like an icy, mono-colored Christmas tree. What did they not understand about keeping a low profile? Fisher spat, shaking her head. Moments later, the lights disappeared, and Fisher breathed easier. "Keep going," Gallagher said softly. 30, 28. On the opposite side of the road was a building that resembled a school or a working men's club, guarded by 6-foot iron fencing most of the way along. She focused ahead to see the oncoming car slow, Fisher assuming the driver had located the correct house number. Fisher noticed Aitken was still on their tail, glad she was intelligent enough to keep the siren and lights off so she didn't attract any attention. "There!" Gallagher stabbed a finger to the left. "There's the house." "And the Mondeo," noted Fisher, smiling. "Inform dispatch, we've located the suspect's vehicle and have arrived at the registered address." Gallagher did that while Fisher pulled into a space near the marked Astra that had parked moments earlier. Fisher didn't recognize the two uniformed officers sitting inside, their faces visible under the soft glow of the interior light. An armed response van pulled into the street just ahead. "Cavalry has arrived," whispered Fisher as she removed the key from the ignition and the sound of the idling engine faded into the night. They both got out, consciously closing their doors as gently as possible, and waited in silence for the two uniformed officers to join them on the pavement. Fisher shivered, wishing she'd worn something thicker now dusk had set in. "Thanks for coming," Fisher whispered to the approaching male PCs, then introduced herself and DC Gallagher. "Wouldn't want to be anywhere else," said the older one with lighter hair, somewhere in his late 30s. The other male was younger and wore small-framed glasses, barely 20 if Fisher had to guess, and, judging by the mechanical way he moved, fresh out of his training. They skipped the formalities of handshakes and turned their attention to the approaching armed response unit, silently flooding the path. Fisher counted 6 in total, the first 5 carrying weapons, MCX rifles and Glock 17s. The last and largest of the well-equipped team carried a battering ram by his side like it weighed nothing. "Who are you?" asked the nearest armed responder. "Detective Sergeant April Fisher, CID. He nodded. "I'm Sergeant Gray. What have we got?" He kept his voice low. "We don't know how many are inside, and we don't know if they have weapons. They've murdered someone tonight, so we're going in blind." Sergeant Gray nodded and turned to the big guy with the ram. "You go first, Pete. We'll follow your lead." Pete accepted the instruction with a curt nod and moved towards the door like an ape. The team readied behind Big Pete, who took a stance at the door with the ram. Fisher and Gallagher kept their distance. Without stab vests or weapons, it was smarter to let the armed officers deal with whoever was in the house. The 2 male PCs from the parked car were several paces behind the armed response team, both with batons extended in their right hands, no doubt feeling inadequate. The street suddenly became silent as the armed response was set, the only sounds from distorted TVs and music creeping through cracked open windows. The beast with the battering ram swung it back and smashed it through the door with a crack loud enough to wake up anyone sleeping in Manchester. Chapter 8. The black wooden door was obliterated under the impact of the battering ram,
with a bang so brutal it shook the house. The armed response team dashed inside. "Police! Police! Police!" the front officer shouted, his voice filling the house. Fisher and Gallagher waited on the path outside, watching the team and their speedy, no-nonsense approach. Fisher rarely saw this action. Her visits outside the office were usually after crimes had already occurred and the suspects were long gone or on the run. "Police! Police! Police!" the same voice roared again, echoing from somewhere deeper into the house. More bodies swamped inside, their footfall pounding the laminate flooring and bouncing up the stairs, weapons at the ready. Armed response communications spilled out onto the street, and it wasn't long before nosy neighbors appeared on doorsteps to see what all the commotion was about. "Clear!" shouted someone from inside. Fisher and Gallagher moved to the gate and peered into the hallway, watching the action unravel. "Think they'll find anyone?" Gallagher asked. "We'll soon find out." The hallway was messy, the floor marked and grubby, and bits of the wallpaper hung off the walls in places. The kitchen at the end was lit by a harsh light above a table filled with rubbish and empty food cartons. Seconds later, they heard shouting from upstairs. "On the ground! Now!" A clatter of feet followed, then a sudden thumping down the stairs. A man wearing a black tracksuit dashed out the front door with a deep, determined scowl. "Shit," muttered Fisher. She and Gallagher were both standing in the firing line. "Get back here!" screamed someone from inside, followed by more thumping footsteps down the stairs. "April," whispered Gallagher, taking a sudden step back. "What?" Fisher raised her arms and shoved Gallagher out of the way, then steadied herself for the impact with the charging man, who, if anything, was picking up speed. He lowered his right shoulder and charged straight at Fisher. "April, fucking move," said a voice somewhere in her mind, but she was frozen to the spot. Fisher tensed her body to brace for impact, but he bulldozed her over like she wasn't there, knocking her to the ground. The man continued frantically on his path, kneeing her in the chin as he went, causing her to see a sudden flash of stars. Fisher threw her hands up to protect her face, but the footsteps faded quickly as the man ran out of the gate, sharply followed by armed officers sprinting out of the open front door. "You okay, boss?" Gallagher was leaning over to help her up. "My chin hurts like hell." "I bet. You took a good hit there." Fisher softly touched her tender chin as Gallagher helped her to her feet. She could already feel the bruise forming under her skin. They turned and watched the armed officer sprint after the suspect and drag him to the floor with such force his body smacked the concrete with a sickening thud. "Jesus," muttered Gallagher. "This is why I prefer the crime scenes." "Fucking get off me," the man wailed as the officer cuffed him and hauled him to his feet. Fisher tried to remember the CCTV footage from the library to see if he looked familiar, but the street was too dark to make out any detailed features. He was put into one of the police cars. "Keep your mouth shut," scolded an officer behind them. They turned and saw one of the armed officers manhandle another suspect out the front door. Realizing they were in the way, they moved onto the small gravel area in front of the bay window to allow them to pass. "Any sign of the girl?" asked Fisher. "Not yet." The officer turned his head towards Fisher as he marched to the van. Fisher and Gallagher waited at the door. Sergeant Gray appeared with a rifle in his hand. "Is the girl in there?" she asked. He shook his head. "Not that we can see. They may have hidden her." He noticed the lump on her chin. "Your face okay?" "I'll survive." "You two fancy it then? A stint in armed response?" Fisher smiled. "I'll stick to the paperwork side of things for now." Fisher, Gallagher, the PCs, and a handful of armed officers searched the house once Sergeant Gray was happy it was free of danger. In the kitchen, hidden in a cupboard, they found several knives, a long sword, baseball bats, a crowbar, and a selection of hammers and screwdrivers. Innocent DIY tools, certainly, but lethal in the wrong hands. Fisher snapped some gloves on and carefully placed the weapons on the grubby linoleum. They finished in the kitchen and covered the rest of the downstairs. "Sergeant Fisher," said a voice from upstairs. After probing through the living room, Fisher and Gallagher appeared in the hallway and saw Sergeant Gray at the top of the stairs. Got a handful of goodies up here." They followed the sergeant into the rear bedroom, where they found a messy, unmade double bed with dark smudges to the right of the room. A set of wardrobes and a chest of drawers were to the left, both battered and leaning. Fisher wondered how they were still upright. The window had no curtains, and a bright, harsh light filled the room from a shadeless bulb above. She wandered over to the chest of drawers and carefully pulled it open. It was filled with watches, bracelets, necklaces, and rings.
Dread to think where they've got these from.
The sergeant studied the array of silvers and golds. Have they robbed every jeweller in Manchester? Fisher shook her head. Guess you can ask them down at the station. Fisher, based on what she'd seen tonight, didn't have to imagine too hard where they'd come from and how many people they'd hurt in the process. But they still hadn't found anything they could link with the murder of Tracy Marley, especially not the whereabouts of Lisa Marley, Axel's missing daughter. "Any sign of the money yet?" Gallagher asked Gray. The sergeant shook his head. "No, haven't found anything." "You sure everywhere has been checked?" He gave them a firm nod. "My team is thorough. There's no girl or money in this house." "We haven't checked the Mondeo yet," noted Fisher. Hope flashed in Gallagher's brown eyes. Downstairs they found a set of car keys among the mess on the kitchen table and rushed outside into the cold night, desperate to find the two most important things they needed. The street had quietened compared to earlier, since most of the police units had gone. Fisher, with nitrile gloves on, opened the driver's door and shone her phone light inside. The front of the car appeared normal, as did the back. "What about the boot?" Fisher nodded at Gallagher. They both went to the rear of the car. Fisher had a perfect yet terrifying vision of opening the boot and seeing Lisa Marley curled up next to the bag of money the suspects had taken from the library. She lifted the boot and shone a light inside. In the left corner was a black bag. "What is this?" Fisher handed Gallagher the torch before she hurriedly snapped some gloves on, pulled the bag to the edge of the boot, and looked inside. "Bingo!" said Gallagher, leaning over, shining the light inside at the dozens of wads of notes. "Bingo indeed," agreed Fisher. "Looks like we found our money." At the back of the boot, Fisher spotted something reflecting the foam's torch. "What have we here?" With a gloved hand, D.C. Gallagher leaned in and carefully collected the knife. "That's blood." Gallagher inspected the knife under Fisher's light. "The one they used at the library. We'll get it bagged up and check the DNA." The rest of the boot was empty. "But where's Lisa Marley?" "Better call this in and tell them we need a Pole SA. We need specialized guidance on what to do from here." Gallagher nodded. They completed their search just before midnight and conducted swift door-to-door inquiries, although it was late. Most of the neighbors were still awake, either on their front doorsteps in dressing gowns or nosing through their windows, half hiding behind their curtains as if they weren't. They learned the house was registered to Rory Compton, whose name wasn't on the database for any wrongdoings. "And you haven't seen Rory for a few months now?" Fisher asked the woman next door, but one to Rory's house. "No. I mean, Rory hasn't been there for a good while now. I don't know who the lad is staying there. He doesn't speak to anyone, but he comes and goes all hours. He uses Rory's car as well, so I assume Rory lets him. Think Rory is working away at the moment. Last I heard, he was working abroad. I watch him from the window, the lad, I mean." Fisher smiled, imagining the neighbor at the window, peering out, nothing better to do with her time. "I assumed Rory had moved out," she added. Gallagher went off and researched the property while Fisher continued to knock on the houses with lights still on, and came back to confirm that Rory still owned the house. After speaking with the neighbors who were still awake, no one had seen Lisa Marley, so Fisher assumed she hadn't been taken to the address, which only meant one thing. She'd been dropped off somewhere after leaving the library and coming here. She didn't want to speak to him, but called D.I. Harry Simmer to keep him updated. "And the suspects are down the station now?" Simmer asked. "Yes, I'm heading there now to interview them. They'll know where the girl is." "What about Axel and his son?" "Still at the hospital. P.C. Cairn is with them." "Okay, April. Thanks for calling." It was a phone call Fisher didn't want to make,
but Superintendent Thomas James had insisted she always kept the new DI in the loop. He'd reminded her only 2 days ago that they were a team, and things worked better that way. They returned to the Volvo. "Where do you live, Jess?" Gallagher turned slowly to Fisher. "I'm coming to the station with you to find out what these arseholes have done with Lisa Marley." "You really don't have to. It's late. Get some rest and catch up with the investigation tomorrow." Fisher started the engine and slowly pulled out into the dark road. Neighbours were still standing on doorsteps, too excited to sleep with all the commotion. "Just go to the station. I want to interview them with you. I could do with a practice." Fisher beamed at Gallagher. "To the station we go then." Chapter 9. It was approaching nearly 1 in the morning. Fisher and Gallagher were exhausted, but time was of the essence if they were to find Lisa Marley. It had been almost 4 hours since they'd seen her on the CCTV from Abraham Moss. The interview room was painted a depressing shade of magnolia, with worn grey linoleum flooring. The familiar faint smell of lavender air freshener hit Fisher's nose as she sat down and faced Henry Jackson. She reached over and stabbed the button on the recording device. "This is Detective Sergeant April Fisher with the Greater Manchester CID with Detective Constable Jess Gallagher." She said the date and time. "We are interviewing Henry Jackson about the murder of one Tracy Marley and the disappearance of her daughter, Lisa Marley. For the purpose of the recording, can you confirm your name is Henry Jackson?" He nodded slowly. "Can you verbally confirm that, Mr. Jackson, for the purpose of the recording?" "Yes, my name is Henry Jackson. So, this evening we've seen some interesting CCTV footage from Abraham Moss Library." Henry frowned. "Never heard of it." Fisher half smiled. "Oh, I believe you have. We have CCTV footage to confirm that you were there and that one of you has committed murder, along with the kidnapping of 10-year-old Lisa Marley. We also have a vehicle, a Mondeo, registered to a Rory Compton, leaving the library a couple of hours ago. That led us to the address where we found you." "No idea who Rory Compton is." Fisher smiled wide. "What were you doing at the house then?" "I was hanging with mates, and the door was booted in. I have no idea what's going on. I don't even know why I'm sitting here." "You were read your rights, weren't you?" He nodded. "Then you know exactly why you're sitting there, so stop playing fucking games with us." Fisher noticed Gallagher glance her way and realized she was allowing her emotions to control her mouth. "You have all of this wrong." Henry lifted his cuffed hands innocently. "If anything, I should get compensation for this, being locked up like an animal. I'm not the one behind this, detective." "Oh, really? Well, we've spoken to neighbours and they say they've seen you at the house quite a lot over the last few months. You have this all wrong. It's someone else you need to speak to. Your friend Jim Thorpe, perhaps. He's in the other room. I'm sure he'll tell us exactly what went on." "No, not him." "Then who?" asked Gallagher. Fisher nodded, approving her eagerness to get to the bottom of it. I can't say." "You can't or you won't?" Fisher took a breath and forced a tight smile, keeping her composure while battling with the frustration and fatigue testing her. She'd been awake over 18 hours and had spent nearly 14 of those working. "You need to be honest with us, Mr. Jackson. There's a missing 10-year-old out there and her father is worried sick." Her words were calmer now, more relaxed, back in control. "And just so you know, the evidence we've already collected puts you two in a lot of trouble, so I'd start talking if I were you." Henry sighed heavily, seemingly going over something in his mind. "What evidence have you got?" "The kidnapping of Lisa Marley is on the library's CCTV. The car you escaped in was tracked back to the same address we found you. Not to mention the money we found in the boot. It's been counted. Just over 26,000. That piqued his attention, Fisher noted. "What you're wearing matches the suspect's clothing on the CCTV. The knife we found in the getaway car, with blood on it. If that blood matches with Tracy Marley, then God knows how many decades you'll be banged up for. I honestly can't see you getting out, Mr. Jackson." "The money was in the car?" Henry raised his eyebrows. Fisher nodded. "That's where we found it." His eyes narrowed and he whispered,
You need to speak to Rick Kirby." Fisher frowned, leaned forward. "And who's Rick Kirby? Is he the third man on the CCTV?" Henry nodded. "Yes. But he didn't leave with you in the car. That was just you and Jim Thorpe, along with the stolen money and Lisa Marley." Rick set us up. Henry scowled as if it had just dawned on him. "Talk to him." "But he's nowhere to be seen, is he?" Henry pursed his lips in frustration. "We can only go off the evidence we find, Mr. Jackson." Henry stayed silent for a while. Fisher had the feeling he feared Rick Kirby and didn't want to incriminate him, but they both knew it would be the only way to lessen his punishment and get to the truth. "Henry, you need to speak to us. Tell us what's going on." Finally, he nodded. "Okay." A moment of silence filled the room. Fisher and Gallagher waited. Rick approached us, said he had a job and needed a hand. Gallagher made some notes as he spoke. "How do you know Rick?" asked Fisher. "We go back a while, went to school together, known him years." "So this job, tell me about it." Fisher adjusted herself in the seat. "They'd collected money at the library, and if we got in, we'd go thirds on it. Told us it would be simple, in and out, no troubles." "How did Rick know about this money?" Henry shrugged. "No idea. We turned up for after 9, after some meeting had finished, went in and got it." "But it wasn't that simple, was it?" Fisher tilted her head. "No. A woman walked in with 2 kids. God knows why they were there. They started to run away." "And then?" asked Fisher. "Rick went crazy, went after the woman, dragged her back into the room. Me and Jim didn't sign up for any of that. All we wanted was to go in, get the money, and leave." "What did Rick do with Mrs. Marley?" "He stabbed her. The kids ran out, but the daughter came back, tried to help her mum. We grabbed her, tried to keep her calm, but she kicked and punched." Fisher nodded, listening, while Gallagher made further notes. "Then what happened? The woman is dead, one of the kids has run away, and you're holding the other one. Rick told us to go to the car, and when we left the room, said he needed to go back for something, and for us to go ahead. Me and Jim went to the car and—" "With the girl and the money?" asked Fisher, knowing that from the CCTV. "Yes." Henry looked away from her, fuming at himself for being so stupid. "He phoned us, said he could hear someone in the corridor and told us to leave, said he'd meet us later." "Was Rick injured in any way?" He scowled. "Injured?" Fisher recalled watching the third man leave the canteen, hobbling and clutching at his stomach. "Yes." "No, why?" "It doesn't matter." Fisher smiled faintly. Henry was probably right to think he'd been set up. "How was Rick dressed during the robbery?" "Well, we all had balaclavas. He had this stupid big coat on."
"The sort of thing he usually wears?"
"No, I never saw it before."
"So you and Jim left with the girl and the money?"
"We waited a few minutes, I think. We didn't know what to do, but yes, we left. We didn't want to hang around, especially after what Rick had done."
"As you drove away, you knocked the boy over, didn't you?"
Henry couldn't look either detective in the eye. "Is he okay?"
"He's gone to the hospital to be checked out."
He cradled his face in his hands. "We didn't sign up for any of it."
"Then what happened, Henry?"
"We went back to the house and waited for Rick outside in the car. He turned up, told us to go inside, and said he was taking care of the girl and would be back to split the money 3 ways. Me and Jim went into the house. Next thing I know, the door's booted in and the bloody police are there."
"How did Rick get to the house?"
"I have no idea. He just appeared by the side of the car."
"Was he dropped off?"
Henry shrugged, wishing he'd taken more notice at the time.
"Where did he say he was taking the girl?"
"He didn't say. We got out and he just sped off with the girl and the money inside. I'm telling you the truth here." "And you haven't spoken to him since he left in the car?" "No. Tried calling, but no answer. I can tell you where he lives. It's a small terraced house on Shrewsbury Street." He told them the number.
"Okay."
Fisher turned to Gallagher and nodded, happy they'd got the information they needed so quickly. Perhaps they'd have Lisa Marley back with her surviving family by daybreak. Chapter 10. Within half an hour, Rick was picked up from his home and brought in for questioning. To everyone's disappointment, There had been no sign of Lisa when officers had searched his address. Still, despite Fisher feeling exhausted, she tried to stay positive. Jim Thorpe's story had matched Henry Jackson's almost exactly. She hoped that the recovery of Lisa Marley would be just as straightforward. "So, Mr. Kirby, tell us what happened this evening." Gallagher was beside her again, making notes, the bags under her eyes darkening as each hour passed. Fisher respected her for sharing a similar work ethic to herself, pushing through tiredness when the job required it. Rick frowned at Fisher. "I have no idea what you're talking about." "Come on, Rick. We don't have time for this. It's late, and everyone's tired and ready for bed. The sooner you help us, the sooner we can get the missing girl back to her dad." "Detective, I'm in the dark here." He smiled, showing slightly crooked yellow teeth. "I was literally going to bed when you came to my door. I've been at home all night." "We have CCTV at Abraham Moss Library telling us something different, Mr. Kirby, and 2 witnesses have told us you were there tonight." She studied his movements. There was no sign of any injury, and the puffer coat had done a good job of masking his frame. The CCTV from the library and the word of 2 good-for-nothings wouldn't cut it for a prosecution, not without something else. But Fisher had a trick up her sleeve. Of course, Rick didn't know that. He was confident, cocky even, when he replied, "I don't have a clue what you're talking about. I've been at home all night." "What witnesses?" Fisher laughed. "Rick, come on, stop playing games. You know very well who gave us your name. The same 2 men you broke into the library with, who you stole the money with. They saw you kill a woman. They helped you kidnap a young girl." "Do you have any evidence of this?" "We have footage of you leaving on the library CCTV. Are you telling us that wasn't you?" He nodded. "That's what I'm telling you. I wasn't there." "We've been informed differently." He laughed, rocking his head back, then lowering his gaze, boring into Fisher with his black eyes. "Well,
Your informants are wrong."
we've been told that you were the one who killed the victim, and that this whole idea was yours. How did you know the money was there and where to look for it?" Rick grinned again, showing his stained teeth. "You've lost me. I was never there. I've been at home all night." It was time for Fisher to reveal her trump card. "Well, that's interesting, because we have evidence from a Ring doorbell in Alphonsus Street telling us differently." The color drained from Rick's face. "Ring any bells?" Gallagher couldn't help smirking at Fisher's pun. "This evidence shows you parking the car that was used in the robbery, getting out and running away." Rick Kirby didn't answer, the first time lost for words. "Where is Lisa Marley?" asked Fisher. "I don't know who you're talking about." "We'll be keeping you here overnight, Mr. Kirby. That'll give you some time to gather your thoughts and tell us exactly what did happen tonight. Remember, the more helpful you are, the better position you'll be in when it comes to your time in court. We'll speak with you again in the morning. Let's hope for a better conversation." Fisher was at home and in bed by 3 a.m. She woke an hour later with visions of Tracy Marley lying on the library's canteen floor, covered in blood, along with Rick Kirby's stupid smirk, which only infuriated her. She pulled the covers back, got out of bed, and stormed to the ensuite in the dark to wash her face with refreshing cold water. She had recently found this calmed her when irritated. Climbing back into the warmth of her duvet, she checked her phone. PC Joel Cairn had sent a message informing her that Axel and Lee Marley were home, and that Lee's leg was only badly bruised, a tiny drop of relief in the ocean of last night's chaos. Closing her eyes, she couldn't shake the image of Tracy from her mind. She'd seen her fair share of crime scenes during her career, and usually could block them out.
But something was different. Was it the circumstances? The unfortunate case of wrong place, wrong time? Was it the missing child? Fisher played the scene out differently in her head. What if Axel had finished on time without being bogged down with putting the items away in the sports hall? What if they'd just waited in the car for him? None of it would have happened. They'd collected Tracy Marley's phone and examined it, hoping to gather a clearer picture of the build-up to what happened. Fisher often found this helpful, discovering a message that didn't quite look or feel right, often leading to a trail they could pursue. But there was nothing. Fisher assumed Tracy Marley either deleted her messages after reading them or had disappearing messages enabled. The fact they'd found the suspect so quickly was a good thing, and certainly a weight lifted for the Manchester police force. But the search was far from over, because Lisa Marley was still missing. She closed her eyes tight and prayed for sleep. Her third alarm woke her at 7:11 a.m. She sighed as she sat up and rubbed her tired eyes before she swung her legs off the bed and grabbed her phone. She checked her inbox. There was nothing about Lisa Marley's whereabouts. She knew night shift teams were searching for her, but finding her in Manchester would be like finding a needle in a haystack. The only man who knew her whereabouts was Rick Kirby. Fisher placed her phone on her bedside unit and went to the ensuite. She turned on the shower and waited until it was warm enough before stepping in and allowing the water to soak into her skin. It was her perfect way to wake up and feel fresh for the day ahead. After the morning briefing, her first job would be to speak with Axel Marley to see how he and his son, Lee, were doing. Right now, she had nothing positive to tell him. Then she'd get Rick Kirby to talk. It was clear he wasn't being honest with them last night.
The other two suspects had been happy to hand him in, something she was sure Rick wouldn't be overly pleased about. But Rick was the only one, according to Jim and Henry, who knew where Lisa Marley was. She got out of the shower and grabbed a towel. From the bedroom, her phone pinged with an incoming message. Drying herself off as she crossed her bedroom, she picked it up and read the message. It was from her father. "Are you still popping over at the weekend?" She sighed lightly and typed a quick response. "Yes, of course, Ix." Last week he'd been complaining about not seeing her enough, but she certainly hadn't seen him any less than usual. Since her parents had retired, they seemed to think that everyone else had as much free time as they did. Her father had always liked catching up with her and discovering what was happening in Manchester. A retired police officer, he kept up with cases around the UK. Police-related issues would always be a topic in their many conversations, a common ground over which they bonded well. Recently, though, he'd told Fisher that family was more important and that he'd put too much into his career and not enough into her and Freya. Still, Fisher wondered if he'd do anything differently if he had his time again. Her mother had been retired 2 years, leaving a part-time job in a pottery shop to instead fill her time catching up with friends in cafes. At least that distracted her mum from asking if Fisher had found a man yet. Fisher wasn't interested in seeking companionship. Her previous relationship had lasted only 2 months. Aaron was sweet and handsome, but not only had his responsibility for his kids weighed heavily on their new relationship, his ex-partner had been a complete nightmare, continually messaging Fisher via social media, giving her grief and claiming she was stealing her children. She had walked away from it. She didn't need the hassle. Before Aaron, the real nail in the avoid any kind of relationship coffin had been her relationship with a builder called Chris, a handsome bloke she'd been with for over 4 years. They'd lived together and adopted a rescue dog, a yellow Labrador called Yoko, who'd sadly passed away a year ago, and everything had been going great. The day she'd told him she was pregnant was a day she'd never forget, filled with happiness and joy. But 6 months into the pregnancy, she'd miscarried, leaving them both heartbroken. When Fisher had said she didn't want to go through the trauma of it happening again, Chris had decided to leave in search of someone who definitely wanted children. Fisher had been inconsolable. She'd loved him so much, had put her everything into him. Although she'd been devastated by the miscarriage and Chris leaving her, she'd found a certain resilience. She was stronger now, with the strength to be direct with people and disregard bullshit. As she waited for the kettle to boil, she peered out onto her yard, thinking about what she could do with it in the summer months. Did it need more color? More plants? She wasn't very green-fingered, never had been. She was minimalistic in her style and fashion, preferring to keep things simple. The more complex something was, the more maintenance it needed and the more likely it was to go wrong. Above the yard, she noticed the grey blanket of clouds above Manchester. Another fine British day. After making coffee to go in her purple insulated travel mug, she put on her coat, set off for work, and pulled into Swinton Police Station just before 8 a.m., getting there in a reasonable time to catch up with her colleagues before the 9 a.m. meeting. She parked beside DCI Thomas James's Range Rover, got out, and walked to the entrance, swiping her ID on the small black electronic panel. Entering a space they called the Den, a square room with a low-level table in the center and 4 chairs around it, a vending machine, a drinks machine, and a door to the custody suite with holding cells just off it. She headed for the door in the opposite corner, leading to the offices. Photos of officers who'd achieved great success lined the corridor, to inspire those whose faces weren't up there yet. Although she took her role seriously, Fisher wasn't looking for anyone's validation and had no desire for her photo to be on the wall. She took a right before reaching the main office to go see DCI Thomas James, picking up the familiar scent of his Jean-Paul Gaultier aftershave as she knocked on his door and entered. "You got enough aftershave on, boss?" she joked. He smiled from behind his desk. "Better than smelling of shite." As usual, his hair was slicked back, his beard short and neat. His face appeared more tanned than usual. Fisher assumed it was the half-closed blind, starving the room of its natural light, making the room darker. "Come in, have a seat, April." "Thanks, Tom." She peered around. "Need a lamp on in here. No good for your old eyes, squinting like that." "Don't worry about my old eyes. How can I help?" "I wanted to update you on what happened last night, if you hadn't already heard." He slowly nodded and placed his pen on the neat desk. The rest of the office was similar, stylish, modern, and minimalistic. He hated clutter and always had done. That trait hadn't changed since his promotion to DCI after Andrew Baker left. The only change was the office relocation, meaning he was away from Fisher and the CID team. "I've read the report from DI Simmer." Fisher frowned. "But I was there myself. Thought you might want to know firsthand." "I've read the first-hand report." She frowned as silence filled the room. "Okay, can you not get face-to-face updates now that you're the DCI? Too important for that?" He grinned. "Let me ask you something." "Shoot. What's your problem with Harry Simmer?" "I don't have a problem with him, Tom." "April,
You're forgetting I've known you for years."
It was true. Fisher had joined the Greater Manchester Police Force at age 19 and patrolled the city's streets for 5 years before moving to CID. Since then, Thomas James had supervised her career. "And I know when you don't like someone," he went on, raising his brows knowingly. "So, what is it?" "Honestly, I don't like how he looks at me. I also don't like the way he talks to people. He's new here and thinks he owns the place." DCI James half smiled. "Maybe he's trying to put his small stamp on the department. But we've been our team forever. We do things our way, and we get results. We don't need to change things. And it might have to do with the fact that he asked me out for a drink, and I said no. Ever since then, he's been awkward." The DCI raised his eyebrows. "Awkward or aggressive? He's your line manager, so he shouldn't be asking you out at all. Want to raise it with HR?" The last thing she needed was for something like that to get around the station. Fisher wished she hadn't said anything. "No, sir, it's nothing like that. It's just embarrassing for both of us." "Well, I'll remind him of the ethics code. Tell me if it happens again, or if he says anything you deem out of line." He studied her face. "Are you annoyed with him for getting the DI job?" "I'm happy for him, Tom." "You might want to tell your face that, April." Fisher remained silent. "Listen, you did well on most of the tests apart from the last one. If it was up to me, I'd have given you it. But we need to follow the process." "Yes, I know. But listen, you know the questions being asked on that last paper, so a little revision and you'll be fine. I have absolutely no doubt." She nodded slowly. "You're one of my best. You know that. Keep going. You'll be a DI soon." She stood. "I'll make sure to go to Harry Simmer with anything work-related, moving forward." "April." She stopped and turned back.
If you need to speak to me about anything, my door is always open.
"See you around, boss."
You will.
Chapter 11. Monday night was the worst night of Axel Marley's life. After leaving the dead body of his wife with forensics at the library, they were taken barely a mile in the ambulance to North Manchester General Hospital. Upon initial assessment of Lee's swollen leg, The doctor doubted any severe damage, but sent him for an X-ray to put their minds at ease. PC Cairn waited outside to give them some privacy while they settled into a single room, ensuring they knew where to find him if they needed anything. The X-ray came swiftly, and considering how he'd been injured, he was lucky. But Axel already knew that. "Not broken?" Axel had asked the doctor. Dr. Sharma shook his head and smiled lightly. "No, just badly bruised. The bones are all where they should be." Thank God. The last thing Axel wanted to do was spend the night there. "Can we go home?" "Yes. I don't see any reason to keep you here. Don't hesitate to return if anything changes or Lee starts to feel further pain. He will feel uncomfortable until the swelling eases, but plenty of ice should help recovery." The doctor nodded and walked out of the room, on his way to see his next patient. Growing up, Axel had always liked the thought of being a doctor, helping people, and earning good money. But he wasn't naive enough to believe being a doctor would be plain sailing. Years of university, 70-hour work weeks during training, and a constant stream of patients complaining about something they needed fixing. Not to mention the staff shortages in the current economy and excess workload. Sadly, his school grades had meant he'd had to choose another route. "Thanks, Doc," Axel called out, but the doctor's footfall was already fading down the corridor. He wheeled Lee out into the corridor. "We all right for a lift home?" PC Cairn nodded from the chair. "Of course."
"Anything you need." He stood. "Follow me." Once home, PC Cairn helped them into the house and waited until they were settled. "Do you mind if I have a look around? Make sure the house is safe, Mr. Marley." Axel smiled thinly. "Sure." PC Cairn returned downstairs minutes later and stood in the living room doorway. "A family liaison officer will be here first thing." Cairn backed away, left through the front door, and gently closed it behind him. Axel returned to the living room to sit with Lee, who was comfortable on the sofa, his legs slightly propped with a cushion and a bag of frozen peas to ease the bruising. "Dad?" "Yeah, son." "Where's Lisa?" Axel's eyes filled with tears. "I have no idea, son." Axel checked his phone for the time. It was almost 7 a.m. He had managed less than an hour of sleep, failing to get comfy on the other sofa where Lee was sleeping, his mind unable to switch off. The image of Tracy on the canteen floor had kept him awake. The blood, her twisted body, her open eyes, still and lifeless. He'd spent his time awake checking for any updates on Lisa's whereabouts, Facebook, news websites, but there was nothing. He needed her home where he could keep her safe. With the awful news about Tracy, he had to step up now and be the one they relied on. Moving forward, those two children wouldn't leave his sight ever again. In the soft light from the lamp in the corner of the room, he watched his son sleeping calmly, his small chest rising and falling. Grey, gloomy light seeped in from the edge of the closed curtains, reminding him a new day was arriving. The first new day without his wife and not knowing where his daughter was. He slowly struggled up, his legs and back aching, and left the living room to head for the kitchen. He didn't want a coffee but didn't know what else to do, so he stood in a daze while the kettle boiled, his brain overloaded with too many thoughts. He turned and looked outside into the small garden, unsure if he'd ever be able to go out there again, not without Tracy. He envisioned her tending to the small array of plants, watering them, making sure it looked nice in the summer for Lisa and Lee. Not that they particularly cared, but it was something she loved doing. Ah, shit. He slammed a palm on the worktop, forgetting about Tracy's car still parked at the library. Another thing he'd need to take care of. He was sure she had a breakdown, but would have to check in his files upstairs where they kept their important documents. His own car would be ready for pickup later this afternoon, so he'd need to arrange collecting that. After making coffee, he wandered back into the living room and stood in the doorway. Lee was still zonked, despite how uncomfortable he appeared to be. He placed his mug down on the small table in the middle of the room and opened the curtains to allow some light in. They couldn't hide forever. Settling back down, his phone pinged in his pocket. It was a message from his manager at the library. Police had called her to inform her about last night. "Axel, heard about what happened last night. I'm so sorry about your wife and daughter.
The police are going back this morning to check on something. It sounds insensitive, but don't worry about work today. We'll manage with the staff we have. If there's anything I can do, please let me know. Work is the fucking last thing on my mind today, he whispered, feeling anger rising inside of his chest. He dropped onto the opposite sofa to Lee, not surprised by his boss's insensitivity. She'd been an asshole from day one, from their first conversation 8 years ago when she'd taken the manager role. This month would mark 17 years at Abraham Moss for Axel. Over the years, his friends had made comical remarks as to why he'd stayed for so long, especially when prior to that he'd had a well-paid engineering job. But despite the lesser pay, he enjoyed the library.
Liked speaking with people, felt the same satisfaction they did when they came in and walked out with the books they wanted, or watching them work out in the gym as he cleaned it, knowing they felt good about themselves. The library had even ignited a spark of passion for reading, which he had lacked before. Although he'd planned to move on to another job soon after starting, for him it had become a place he belonged. The knock at the front door startled him, echoing through the silent house. He stood up, frowning. It was too early for the postman, so he assumed it was the police. Had they found Lisa? Did they have an update about the case? He opened the door. It was his sister. Mandy? Tears filled her eyes. Without a word, she leaned in and hugged him hard, her body vibrating as she broke out into sobbing. "Oh, Mandy, I know." Surprised, he gently rubbed her back. She had been the emotionally stronger one of the two of them growing up. "It's okay." "You don't understand," she whispered, pulling away from him. I don't understand? Can I come in? I have something very important to tell you." Settled opposite each other at the kitchen table, Axel wondered what she was talking about and why she was there so early. "Do you want a tea?" Shaking her head, she avoided his gaze. Obviously something very important was on her mind, because he'd never seen her like this before. "Mandy, what's going on? Have you not heard yet?" "Heard what?" "He didn't come home last night like he said he would. I just assumed everything was fine. He often stays out and comes back the next day. You know what he's like, Ax." "Mandy, what are you talking about?" "Listen, I've got Lee to think about. I don't know where Lisa. The police came to my house an hour ago." "The police?" She nodded slowly. "I don't understand, Mandy. I have no idea how to tell you this." She dropped her face into her hands. "Just tell me, Mand." "Whatever it is." She lowered her hands. "It's about Rick." "Your Rick?" Axel scowled. His nephew was never far away from trouble. "What's he done now?" "He was arrested last night, Ax. Well, early this morning." Axel's eyebrows knotted. "Arrested for what? What's happened?" "The police believe he was involved in the library incident last night." Axel frowned. "Your library, with Tracy." Axel put the pieces together, his hands curling into tight, white-knuckled fists. The silence in the kitchen was deafening. "What did Rick do, Mandy?" Axel's voice was barely audible. "The police traced a getaway car to some house and arrested 2 men there. Both of those men said it was Rick who killed her. They're willing to testify against him in court." Axel opened his mouth, but no words came out. His face grew unbearably hot, and he jumped to his feet, knocking the chair back with the hind of his knees. "Ax, I'm so sorry, I don't know what to say." Axel wandered in small circles with both hands on his head. Why would he, Mandy? It doesn't make any sense." "The police have been searching my house." He turned, his brows furrowing to the center of his forehead. "Why?" "They said that Lisa had gone missing. CCTV from the library captured them last night, leaving with her." "Why were they checking your house?" She offered a slight shrug. "I don't know why. Routine search, I think." Axel remembered now that he'd read somewhere that if someone was linked to a missing child or person, the police checked the obvious places, usually the suspect's house or properties belonging to family and friends. That's probably why when PC Cairn came in last night after dropping them off, he'd asked to look around. He hadn't been checking to make sure it was safe, but for signs of Lisa. "I don't honestly believe this." "I know, I can't either."
Have you spoken with him? No, not yet.
I'll go to the police station today.
I don't think they'll let you just walk. Well, I'm going to try, she blurted out, hitting the desk.
The kitchen fell silent again. Axel studied her and nodded slowly, realizing his sister was as fuming and upset with her son as he was. I'm sorry, she paused. I just don't understand why he's done it. Axel turned away from her and went to the sink, peering out the window, wishing the answer was out there. How's Lee? He's all right. His voice was barely a whisper. The doctor said nothing was broken, so he'll be fine with a little rest. Police are coming this morning. Mandy perked up. Have they found Lisa? He shook his head. Don't think for 1 second I'm standing by Rick, she said firmly. He might be my son, but I'm appalled at what he's done to this family. The last thing I want to do is see him, but I need to speak to him to find out why he's done this and what's happened to Lisa. She stood and pushed her chair in. Let me know what he says, Axel told her. Whatever it is, I need to know. She nodded and made her way out of the kitchen towards the front door. Waving her goodbye, Axel locked up behind her and returned to the living room, the day's light brightening the space, Lee's calm breathing the only noise in there. Not wanting to disturb Lee, he dropped into the seat again and pulled out his phone. His mind was racing, but his body was fatigued. He searched the same sites he did last night, looking for any updates, but it was like the world was unaware of the pain he was going through. Where are you, Lisa? He said. He watched Lee sleeping soundly, almost envious of him. With 1,000,001 things to face, he closed his eyes and wished the day was over. With Lisa back home, safe and sound, he closed his eyes to shut the world out and somehow found sleep. But it wasn't long before another knock at the door jolted him awake. For a second, Axel didn't know where he was. Another knock. I'm coming, he hissed, shuffling up from the sofa, feeling groggy, unsure how long he'd been asleep. He opened the front door. Elaine, one of Tracy's best friends, stood in a long red coat she often wore, with tears streaming down her face. Oh God, Axel, I don't believe. Come in, Elaine. He moved aside and closed the door once she was inside. Despite the bright sun, an unwelcoming chill seeped into the hallway. We'll go through to the kitchen. Lee is sleeping in there. He raised a tired fist to indicate the living room and ambled to the kitchen. Can I get you a drink? Just water, please. She sniffed and wiped her eyes. I woke up and saw your message. I don't believe it. He filled a glass, walked over, and handed it to her. Yeah, I know. She took the glass, her hand trembling as she took a sip, spilling some down her chin. She placed it on the table before dabbing her chin dry. What happened, Ax? He slowly recounted the events of the night before, tears rolling down his face. She dropped her face into her hands. She looked up at him, dark circles under sunken eyes. And it was Rick? Your nephew? They've arrested him. I don't know what to think. So where is Lisa then? What did they do with her? I wish I knew. It's obvious the police haven't got very far with him. He looked into her blue eyes. Elaine nodded, her shoulder-length blonde hair bouncing. How did they get in? Through the main doors? No, the police caught them in the corridor near the library. Think they got in through the side fire door. She frowned. Why was it open? Not sure. Don't some AA members go out for a smoke? I'm forever locking it at the end of my shift when they forget to. Elaine narrowed her eyes. Oh, yeah, just before the end of the session. A few of them nip out. Yeah, maybe the door was left open accidentally, and they got in that way. They must have known where they were going, though. To go straight for the money in the safe. That's the reason they were there. It all seems odd, Axel. How would they know there was money in there? I have no idea. There was a pause in their conversation. Were you there last night at AA? No, first one I've missed for a while. I was out of town, helping my mum do some wallpapering. Elaine had been going to AA at Abraham Moss for over a month after battling with alcohol abuse for what felt like forever. They'd always supported her. In fact, it was Tracy who'd suggested going to AA. She burst into tears again. Axel felt unsure whether to stand and comfort her or let her be. He'd known her for many years but had never seen her upset before. Oh,
I'm sorry, Axel. I'm upset, yet you're the one who's lost his wife. It's okay. You knew Tracy for a long time. She nodded several times, finally controlling the stream of tears. Let me get you a tissue. He proffered a tissue box at her. Here you go. Thanks, she whispered, dabbing her eyes carefully. What happens now? Police are coming this morning. Not sure what time. I haven't heard anything about Lisa yet, but I hope they're searching for her. See what Rick tells Mandy if she speaks with him. If I haven't heard anything by dinner time, I'm going down myself. Axel frowned. What is it, Ax? Did Tracy ever mention anything about seeing someone else? Someone else? She edged back an inch. Why on earth would you think that? She recoiled, her face knotting in disgust. Tracy loved you and the kids more than you'll ever know. She always said she'd do anything for you lot. I think she was having an affair, Elaine. She shook her head. Listen, Tracy would never do that to you. How long have you been with her? He didn't answer. About 17 years? His eyes widened. Something like that. Married for 12, she added. I was at your wedding. What a gorgeous day it was. I saw how she looked at you.
I still see how she looks at you.
He thoughtfully considered her words. What's put this into your head, Axel? She stared hard at him. She's been off with me for a few months. Listen, I've known her forever, ever since we were this big. She held out her hand a meter from the tiled floor, and I've never seen her so happy. Honestly. I don't know if she mentioned it, but I found messages on her phone. Messages? Yes. From bloody who? He shrugged. I don't know. She saved the number as X, so I have no idea. I've tried calling it several times, but no one answers. She leaned in, unable to believe what she was hearing. What did the messages say? That they missed each other. They enjoyed spending time together. They couldn't wait to see each other again. They knew it was wrong, but they couldn't help it. Elaine raised a hand to her open mouth. She would have told me about this, surely. She stopped. I was her best friend. You obviously didn't know her as well as you thought. She stood, unable to stay sitting, and walked around in small circles near him, her clenched fists up to her face, pressed against her lips. I don't believe this, Axel. Are you sure you have this right? He trailed her movement. Yeah, I'm sure. I confronted her about it. She snapped her neck back at him. When? Last week. She never said anything to me. Elaine sat back down at the table. What happened? She was like a rabbit caught in the headlights at first. Didn't know what to say. Just stuttered like crazy until she explained she didn't know how the messages got there. He let out a short laugh. Did she say anything to you, Elaine? Be honest with me. No, Axel, nothing. She's never even told me you two were having troubles. He laughed again, his shoulders rising and falling with the forced chuckle. It was news to me too, believe me. He dropped his head. She was friendly with that guy a while back, though. Which guy? Oh, Elaine, you know which guy. He tilted his gaze, annoyed she was hiding it. The guy she works with? She stared at him. I've been into the store, he went on. I've watched them together laughing and joking when they thought no one was watching them. I don't know. You do know because I know she tells you everything. You've known her since you were this big. He put his palm out to imitate her actions moments before. Remember? Axel, yes. I've known her for almost a lifetime, but she's never mentioned anything about that. He quickly turned to the left, grabbed the wooden chock of knives, and with clenched teeth, launched them into the opposite wall with a tremendous clatter. The knives fell out and pinged off the floor, then slid a few feet, coming to rest in various places across the tiles. Jesus, Axel, she shouted, raising her arms over her head to cover herself. Tell me. His teeth were still showing. Elaine had never seen this side of him before. Axel, it's not my place. Ah, so you do fucking know. He took a deep breath to steady himself. Go on then. Tell me. Inhaling the cold kitchen air she felt was becoming unbreathable, she dropped her eyes to the table and stayed silent. Elaine? His voice was somewhere between firm and friendly. I don't know anything for definite.
I don't know if anything ever happened between them. Go on. He leaned forward and rested his chin on his clenched fists, elbows on the table, glaring at her. Just tell me, I deserve to know. That this guy was nice, that's all. And what's this nice guy called? She didn't say, Axel. Axel heard footsteps and saw Lee standing in the kitchen doorway, gently rubbing his eyes. He was standing lopsided, keeping his weight off his injured leg. Hey, Lee. How you feeling, buddy? He stood, went over to him, and placed a soft hand on his shoulder. Is Lisa home yet? Not yet, son, not yet. I'm hungry, Dad.
Go back in there and relax. I'll bring you some toast with jam on very soon. Lee nodded, turned, and limped back to the living room. Axel watched him until he disappeared before focusing on Elaine. Listen, I need to go. She stood up without waiting for a reply and headed for the hallway. Axel leaned over and grabbed her forearm, stopping her. This conversation isn't over. I need to know what she was up to. Elaine firmly removed his hand and without a word walked briskly down the hallway and out the front door. Axel watched her go, and the house again fell into an empty silence. Chapter 12. Fisher was the first to arrive, a few minutes before the meeting started. Police Constable Ashley Barn and Police Constable Adam Jackson walked through the door a moment later, passing the table she was sitting at, the closest one to the door. Morning, Fisher greeted. PC Jackson, with his usual neatly combed brown hair, gave her a sideways nod and lowered into his usual seat near the window. The blinds were open, allowing the weak morning glare to trickle in and light the room. There were 8 tables, 4 on either side, with a generous gap down the middle. You okay this morning, boss? Asked PC Barn, standing by Fisher's table. I'm all right, Ash. You? She nodded. I'm all right for a Tuesday morning. Looks like it was a late one for you. I've barely slept, to be honest. You'd never be able to tell. Barnes smiled in a way that told Fisher it looked like she'd been dragged through a bush backward. Appreciate that, she said, rolling her tired eyes. Barnes was right. Fisher felt drained. But what did she expect after so little sleep? Picking up the half-full mug of warm coffee, she drained it in one mouthful. Have a seat, Ash. I know you're not shy. Barnes sat down next to her. They'd not only been colleagues for many years, but had grown close, working side by side when Fisher was a PC in her early career. They'd had each other's backs then, and nothing had changed. Even now, with Fisher at 36 and Barnes nearly knocking on the door of 40. They'd spent a lot of time together when Inspector Thorne had allowed his team members to liaise with CID. Heard anything then? Asked Barnes, half-turned to Fisher. Any sign of the young girl? Barnes had clearly read the morning update DCI Thomas James emailed to the team. The update was usually a summary of the overnight events, and the morning brief went into more detail, so everyone was up to date with current cases. Good to see some of the team are checking their mail. Fisher had respected Barnes since day one, when Barnes had taken her under her wing as a constable, teaching her the streets of Manchester. But it didn't take Fisher long to realize she didn't want to spend her policing career pounding the pavement forever, and decided to move over to CID. Although Barnes missed her, she never had, or would have, any intention of moving on. First thing I usually do, so, any news? Nothing yet. Henry Jackson and Jim Thorpe claimed that the charity money robbery was Rick's idea, although they were the ones captured on CCTV taking it. They said they're willing to testify against him in court, but have no idea where Lisa Marley is. Even though cameras at the library showed them leaving with her? Yeah. Fisher curled some loose strands of her straight dark hair behind her ear. Footsteps sounded from the corridor, and DS Matthew Phillips sauntered in, wearing his long grey coat that reached his knees. No matter what the weather, Phillips always wore it. He was tall and thin, clean-shaven, and his hair was always short and spiky at the front. He certainly wasn't Fisher's type, appearing a little geeky, not that she had any types anymore. If you were a man, you weren't her type. Phillips was engaged to Janice. Fisher hadn't met her yet, but had heard so much about her she felt like she knew her. Together, they had a 3-year-old son, Dominic,
whose toddler tantrums tested their relationship.
Phillips had always looked younger than his years, but since fatherhood, the months of sleepless nights had quickly aged him, dimming the pleasant, upbeat nature he used to possess. Phillips was open about his private life, and Fisher had always supported him. "Morning, Matthew," Fisher greeted him with a smile. "Morning." His tone was dull and bleak. No doubt another restless night with Dom or arguing with Janice. Phillips went to the table behind Fisher and Barn and dropped into the seat closest to the wall, sighing heavily as he did so. Fisher didn't ask him how he was doing because he'd only say he was fine in front of Barn, then later in their small office tell her how he really felt. Minutes later, most of the seats were full. Pamela Boone, the senior forensic tech, was there, along with D.C. Gallagher, who looked as tired as Fisher, and D.C. Arnold Peterson. D.I. Harry Simmer was the last to enter, walking in with his chest out and a sheaf of A4 paper in his hand. The front of the room was occupied by a mobile whiteboard positioned several feet from the wall. Approximately 8 feet wide and 5 feet tall, it was supported by a stand on wheels so it could be moved if needed. The right of the board contained various sized sticky notes from ongoing cases, and the left side was used for the daily meetings, with an open space to make notes with a pen. The note on the board, in large handwritten font, was, "Where is Lisa Marley?" D.I. Harry Simmer, wearing a dark blue suit but no tie, stopped by the notice board and glanced down at the notes in his hand. Fisher studied him. He was of average height and carried a little excess around the middle, but was, in all fairness, not a bad-looking man, with an attractive face and a good head of mousy brown hair. He was older than Fisher by at least 10 years. "Morning, everyone." A grumble of replies filled the room. For those not up to speed,
"Listen up," he said in his broad and northern accent. "Last night, Tracy Marley was killed at Abraham Moss Library and Leisure Centre. She was picking up her husband, Axel, the caretaker, and had gone inside with her 2 children, Lisa and Lee, to look for him after he hadn't shown up at 9 o'clock when he should have finished. Unfortunately for Tracy and her 2 children, they encountered 3 men, who we know to be Rick Kirby, Henry Jackson, and Jim Thorpe, stealing money from a safe located in a small office within the staff canteen area. According to Henry and Jim, Rick Kirby stabbed Tracy Marley, and after they'd stolen the money, they kidnapped her 10-year-old daughter, Lisa Marley. On their escape, they almost ran down her 8-year-old son, Lee, who was tended to by paramedics and taken to the hospital last night to check for any injuries. He paused for a moment, checking his notes before continuing. After tracing the car's registration plate, we tracked Jim and Henry down to an address, but there was no sign of Lisa Marley. All 3 men were interviewed separately, and both Henry Jackson and Jim Thorpe claimed that Rick was the man behind the robbery, and he was the one responsible for killing Tracy. They both claimed they were just along for the ride and don't know where Lisa is. He peered up, locking onto Fisher. "April, you interviewed all 3 last night?" "Yes. D.C. Gallagher and I interviewed Henry Jackson and Jim Thorpe first, as they were the ones at the house, which led to the discovery of Mr. Kirby's involvement. He was brought in and questioned, but claimed he knew nothing about the robbery and the missing girl. He might have convinced me if it were not for a neighbor's Ring doorbell footage showing Rick driving back in the escape car and running away." Simmer nodded. "We're going to speak to him again this morning, see if he tells us what really happened." "Thanks, April." D.I. Simmer addressed the room. "So, "What's the motive?" "Wrong place, wrong time," replied D.S. Phillips. "Possibly for Tracy's murder, but kidnapping her daughter was intentional, especially when both Jim and Henry claim that Rick took her in the car and returned it to the registered address without her, before he ran away." "Why did he run away? Do we know?" asked Phillips. "It looks like an attempt at a setup to me," responded Fisher. "He knew the local cameras would pick up that car's plate and trace it to where Henry and Jim were. He didn't expect there to be a Ring doorbell, which is where his plan came undone. Rick even left the money and the knife in the boot, and he tried to leave a false trail on the library CCTV. He wore a puffy coat that was a few sizes too big to disguise his build. He tried to look as if he'd been injured and left behind by the other 2.
And if we didn't have such a clear image of him dumping the car, perhaps it would have worked. The men who gave us his name aren't exactly trustworthy witnesses. If he left the money in the boot to set his buddies up, what was in it for him? Fisher shrugged. Revenge? Maybe he had a grudge against Henry or Jim. Maybe the kidnapping was his motive all along. Maybe... Seems a bit far-fetched, doesn't it? Simmer focused on Pamela Boone, while Fisher scowled at his back. Pam, have the results come back for the blood on the knife we found in the car? Yes, D.I. Simmer. Just got an email 10 minutes ago. It's a match with Tracy Marley, as expected. Thanks, Pam. So that's the 3 suspects caught, Simmer went on. That's good news, but we need to find Lisa. He turned to Fisher. See what Rick has to say this morning. Let's make him talk, see where it leads. Do we have a photo of her out with the press? We've posted on Facebook, Instagram, X, and our website, said Fisher. In the early hours, I also emailed the BBC and ITV with information about the case.
So I'll chase that up to find out when the stories are being broadcast. Simmer nodded gratefully. Thank you. Great work. The sincerity in his voice made Fisher think he maybe wasn't such an arsehole after all. Or maybe it was an act in front of the team. Time would tell. So, let's get the positives out of the way. We've identified the victim, and we believe that Rick Kirby is the main perpetrator of the murder and kidnapping. Has anyone spoken with Mr. Marley since last night? Who saw them home that night? P.C. Cairn, replied Fisher. He dropped them off at their house after the hospital. Simmer studied the faces in the room but didn't see Joel Cairn. Is Joel on late shift this week? Inspector Thorne, who was seated at the second desk by the window, nodded. Yeah, he'll be in later today. Thanks, Inspector. Simmer addressed the room again. Why did the suspects take Lisa Marley? Why not leave her or kill her? It doesn't make a lot of sense. We need to find her immediately. He paused a moment. Do we have a FLO assigned to the case? Inspector Thorne nodded. Yes, I've allocated PC Jordan Belcher to the case. She's going to visit them later this morning. Thorne looked behind him and nodded at Belcher, who smiled and offered a slow nod, accepting her assignment. Okay, good. Fisher gave Belcher a sideways glance. She had worked with Belcher on several occasions and admired her individual quirkiness. In her early 40s, she was a great addition to their team, with plenty of experience in the force, transferring from Brighton several months ago. Although she appeared a little rough around the edges, with her short, dark pixie hair and aging face from a 20-a-day smoking habit, she knew how much to say in meetings and the right times to say them. The younger PCs at the station looked up to her, in awe of her stories from her earlier career down in Brighton when body cams didn't exist. As well as being an all-round good constable, she excelled in communication. So in delicate cases such as this one, she was the perfect candidate to help families get through their loss. With Lisa's age, the DI went on, it goes without saying this is a high-risk case. She could be anywhere in Manchester, said DS Phillips. She could be anywhere in the world by now, added DC Arnold Peterson, forever the optimist. Simmer dropped his head. In the 30 minutes or so that Rick Kirby left Henry and Jim at the house, how far could he have gone with Lisa Marley? Fisher expelled air from her mouth. At that time, driving probably 15, 20 miles, maybe more. Traffic would have been light. She could be anywhere. Simmer agreed as silence swept over the room, each of them realizing the potential task ahead of them. Let's hope the news of her disappearance brings something in sooner rather than later. They all knew as time ticked on, the chances of finding her became more difficult. I'm going to visit Axel Marley this morning, Fisher said. See how he and his son Lee are doing. I also want to find out more about him and his family. Something might be staring at us right in the face, and we just can't see it yet. Several colleagues nodded, thinking the same. Right, let's make a start. Simmer scanned the room. Any information we get, let's keep everyone posted. Chapter 13. It was late morning when DS Fisher and PC Jordan Belcher knocked on Axel Marley's door on Longmead Road. The semi-detached needed a bit of TLC compared to the houses on either side. The bay window frames looked shabby,
the flaky cream paint barely clinging to the weathered, cracked wood. The faded white PVC door opened and Axel appeared. He looked terrible. The bags under his eyes were dark and heavy with the weight of exhaustion. He looked like he'd barely slept. His skin was pale, almost translucent under the faint morning sunlight poking from behind the grey clouds. Mr. Marley.
Sorry for calling unannounced. I'm DS, April Fisher. This is my colleague, PC Jordan Belcher, who'll be your main point of contact with the police for the investigation. Belcher smiled politely and gave Axel a card with her contact details. He took the card but spoke to Fisher. I know who you are. You were there last night. Would it be okay for us to come inside to talk? Have you found Lisa? Not yet, but I did want to inform you of a development in the investigation. He narrowed his bloodshot eyes but stepped aside. We'll talk in the kitchen. Lee is sleeping in the living room. As she followed him down the hall, Fisher clocked multiple photos of Lisa and Lee on the wall. There was one photo of the whole family on a beach, the high sun shining down from above them, casting shadows of them on the sand near their feet. Coffee? No, thank you, Mr. Marley. Fisher could smell something stale near the sink, stagnant dishwater and unwashed crockery. Call me Axel, please. He forced a smile. Sorry if I'm being a bit short today. I'm tired. I've barely slept. He motioned towards the table. Please have a seat. He pulled out the nearest chair and sat. Fisher studied him. He was slim with a slight paunch, medium height. She remembered he'd said he was 46 when he'd given police his details. He sported a 3 or 4 day stubble, and his hair had seen better days, now thinning, and naturally swept to one side to hide his receding hairline. On the table in front of her, Fisher noticed a pack of Lambert and Butler cigarettes with a purple lighter on top of it. The rest of the kitchen wasn't messy but lived in and relatively modern. What have you got to tell me? Axel asked them. 3 suspects were arrested last night in connection with your wife's murder and the disappearance of your daughter, Lisa Marley. We took them to the station for interviewing. Axel gave a slow nod. Their names were Rick Kirby, Jim Thorpe, and Henry Jackson. Any of those names familiar to you? He nodded. Fisher and Belcher waited for him to go on. Rick Kirby is my nephew. My sister, Mandy, came over this morning to let me know he'd been arrested. For a moment, Fisher was lost for words. He's your nephew? Axel nodded. He is. My sister's just been round. I was going to ring you, but one of Tracy's friends, Elaine, called over. Fisher wondered why, when Mandy was informed what her son had done last night, she hadn't mentioned the connection. Did you interview him? Axel asked. Fisher nodded. What did he say? Where is Lisa? He denied being at the library, denied having done a thing. Jim and Henry admitted being there, but both said it was Rick who killed your wife and the one who attacked and kidnapped Lisa. Axel clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. How's Lee doing? I don't think it's really sunk in for him yet. I told him about Tracy last night, but he was so tired that I don't think it really registered with him. I'm dreading telling him again. She smiled briefly. I was hoping to ask you a few questions. Is that okay? Sure. When we looked at the CCTV last night, the cameras in the library and canteen area weren't working. Any reason why? I'm bloody sick of it. I've been on the phone to the company who installed them. They reckon the wiring isn't quite right. They keep going off all the time. They say someone's coming out, but it's been weeks. Based on what the camera showed us from the corridor, Fisher said, we assume the 3 suspects entered through the library fire door. Is it usually kept open? Not usually, no. Some of the AA folk go out for a ciggy, though. They could have left it open when they came back in. I'm assuming Rick knew Tracy and Lisa. Axel nodded. Of course. Then why kill her and take Lisa? Surely he would have recognized them. I don't know. I don't understand it. Dad? A voice shouted from the living room, echoing down the hall. Axel momentarily stared toward the living room. Is there anything else, Sergeant? It was obvious that he'd had enough. Why might your nephew want to cause harm to your wife and daughter? He pondered the question thoughtfully. I honestly can't think of anything. He dropped his tired gaze to the table. "Is there anything else?" She smiled briefly, but needed more information. "How's your relationship with Rick?" "As good as one between a nephew and an uncle can be. Occasionally see him when I see my sister, and he's visiting her. Used to see him more years ago." "Any inclination he'd be capable of anything like this?" "Rick's always messed about. Got himself into trouble before. I used to feel sorry for my sister, dealing with all that growing up, police always at the door for him. But now he's living on his own. It isn't her problem anymore." "Would you say he's capable of doing this?" "He's always had a darker side. But this? No. I'd never imagine he'd be capable of anything so bad." "Dad?" Lee called again from a living room. "Listen, I need to go see him." Axel stood. "Please, I just need my daughter back, that's all." Fisher left Belcher to go over more details with Axel while she returned to her Volvo to make a call. It had become colder, the sun slipping behind a blanket of clouds. She picked up her phone, dialed the pathologist's number. "Hello?" Jack Wilson answered. "Mr. Wilson," she said, "it's D.S. Fisher from Greater Manchester CID. "And to what do I owe this pleasure? Are you finally accepting my invitation to go out for a drink?" Fisher wasn't keen on Jack Wilson. He'd asked her out several times over the last few months, and her skin crawled every time she saw him, his gaze always hovering over her for too long. "How's the progress with Tracy Marley's post-mortem?" she asked, ignoring his question. "Detective Fisher, you have timed this phone call perfectly." She frowned. "Why?" "Because I've just finished up. And I can confirm she was stabbed multiple times, quite violently, I might add. Weapon of choice? Standard kitchen knife. The liver and kidneys were damaged during the attack. Thanks for the information, Dr. Wilson. Please call me Jack, and if you ever fancy..." Fisher ended the call. Chapter 14. 17 years ago. The sun had beamed down all day. It was almost too hot for Axel Marley, standing on his back doorstep in grey shorts and a white t-shirt, finishing his cigarette. He'd never been fond of the heat, and had always struggled holidaying in Spain during his younger years. Although the childhood memories he and his sister Mandy had of their frequent visits to the Costa Blanca with their parents had been priceless, he'd never quite got used to the heat. Mandy was different. She loved it. The permanent tan from weekly sunbed sessions was a testament to that. Axel dreaded photos with her, feeling like a ghost in comparison. But he knew that beauty would only ever be skin deep. Was it really worth the risk of getting skin cancer? Axel was happier back then when things were simple. His parents were alive and well, and his school reports were glowing. He'd always liked how things methodically fitted together, always loved building things, and had a meticulous eye for detail. A teacher once told him he should consider a career in engineering, as he was always keen at school, listening to his teachers and putting effort into getting good grades. He remembered he annoyed Mandy because, although he was 5 years younger than she was, their parents always praised him more, especially when he designed little things their father considered something only a genius could do. This was the apparent reason for her being out of control in her late teenage years, indulging in too much alcohol and wasting every weekend in nightclubs, blaming their lack of support as an acceptable reason for her downfall. Pathetic, really. "What time are they coming, Axel?" He finished his cigarette, stubbed it out on the brick wall beside the door, and dropped the smouldering stub into a plant pot filled with dozens more. He checked his watch. 10 minutes. You nervous?" Tracy smiled thinly and leaned into him, wrapping her arms around his narrow waist, her long blonde hair brushing against his throat. "I'm not nervous. It's just the next step, isn't it?" He nodded, pulled back, and kissed her, but she turned away at the smell of tobacco. "You stink!" She playfully pushed him away and went inside. "Want a coffee?" "Go on." They'd been seeing each other for almost 2 months. The first month consisted of dinner dates at various restaurants around Manchester until they'd felt comfortable enough to spend time at each other's houses. Axel had lived at his place for over 4 years, moving out of his parents' house when he was 25. His sister Mandy had fallen pregnant at the age of 22,
and had decided to move in with her boyfriend, Kenny, a crackhead and a total waste of space. They'd shared a dingy apartment you'd wipe your feet on the way out of. That didn't last long. By the time Rick was 2 months old, Mandy was on her own. Their parents had supported her, offering her a place back at home. But Mandy wanted to be independent, focus her efforts on little Rick, and leave her days dancing in nightclubs and getting involved with arseholes behind. Axel left the door open to let air circulate in the kitchen and padded over to the table, his flip-flops sticking to the tiles. So far, June had been scorching, each day reaching mid-20s, some days over 30. "How's the job going?" Tracy asked him, spooning coffee into empty mugs. He pressed his lips together as he pulled out a chair. "It isn't quite mechanical engineering, but it'll do for now." She smiled at him, sensing the pain in his reply. He'd completed an apprenticeship and a few months ago had been employed as a mechanical engineer, designing pipework and structures for a company supplying offshore modules. Things went south when he lost his cool with a co-worker. The fight had got physical, and Axel had been fired. Out of work and in need of a job, he'd applied for a caretaker role at Abraham Moss Library and Leisure Centre. He'd do this for a short while before finding his feet and getting back into engineering. It wasn't great pay, but it was better than nothing. Tracy brought the coffee over to the table. "There you go." "Thanks." She sat next to him. "Something will come up, you know. Just got to stay positive." He gazed at her adoringly, reaching out to trace the edge of her hair as it fell around her oval face. Her bright blue, piercing eyes made his knees weak, the same way they had when he'd accidentally bumped into her, grabbing a bag of carrots in Morrison's vegetable aisle. "I hope so." He took a sip of coffee and rested his mug back down at the same time as they heard the knock at the door. "Oh, this'll be them." He stood and left Tracy at the table while he went to the door. "Hello, Axel." Mandy smiled at him. "Hello, Mand." He leaned forward, kissed her cheek, and focused on the 11-year-old boy standing beside her. "And how's my favorite nephew?" Rick screwed his face up and scowled. "Oh, please ignore Rick today. He's being a true delight." "Come on in," Axel told them, familiar with his nephew's hostile behavior. "Be nice today, Rick," Mandy warned her son as they stepped inside. Axel waited by the open door, watching his nephew kick his shoes off and leave them where they landed. He looked at Mandy. "She's in the kitchen." They went first, and Axel followed. He broke the silence. "Mandy and Rick, this is my girlfriend Tracy. Tracy, this is my sister Mandy and her son Rick, who's also my delightful nephew." Axel grinned at Mandy and noticed Rick scowling at him. Tracy stood from the table and gently shook Mandy's hand. "Pleasure to meet you, Mandy. I've heard a lot about you." "Only the good things, I hope." Mandy raised her eyebrows at him, and they all laughed nervously. "Of course." Tracy then took a few steps toward Rick and shyly put out her hand. "Nice to meet you, Rick." He kept his hands by his side and stared at her coldly with dark brown eyes. For his age, he was very tall, almost the same height as Tracy, who was 5'8". "He's a little shy sometimes," Axel said playfully, knowing the real reason was he was a spoilt little shit with no manners. He was aware his sister had a tough time bringing him up on her own, with no father to support them emotionally and financially. It made a world of difference for every child to have that parenting balance. "If only that were true," laughed Mandy, glancing sideways at Axel. Axel watched Tracy accept defeat and return to the table, picking up her coffee to take a sip. Mandy sat down with her, pulling her handbag off her shoulder and placing it on the table. They seemed to study each other for a few seconds, and Axel wondered if they knew each other. "Coffee, Mandy?" "Please, Ax." "I'm sitting in there." Rick turned and headed for the living room. Axel noticed Tracy and Mandy both relax a little, knowing their conversation would flow easier without the moody Rick sitting there with a grim face on him, getting bored and wanting to go home. "So," said Mandy, "what do you do, Tracy?" "I'm working at a furniture shop at the moment. Been there for a few years. It's not what I want to do, but it'll do for now." "Did you go to university?" "I did. Mandy," Axel said, "I've invited you here because I wanted you to meet Tracy, not interrogate her." Mandy shrugged innocently. "I'm only getting to know her."
Man would ask the same questions if she was here.
Tracy smiled nervously.
I haven't been to see Dad in a week or so. How is he? Axel asked Mandy. Oh, you know, just good old Roger. We have some nice chats about the holidays in Spain. We're going to visit him after we leave here, whether Rick likes it or not. It's hard sometimes, isn't it? Said Tracy. Hard how? Mandy narrowed her eyes at her. Taking a kid to a care home, I mean. They can find it quite... And how would you know? Tracy edged back a little, looking surprised at Mandy's hostile tone. Mandy, she's only talking here. Axel shook his head. What's with the attitude? I don't have an attitude. He looked at her for a long time, enough for the atmosphere to become uncomfortable. Tracy pressed her lips tighter, deciding not to reply. Axel had told her about Mandy, about her not beating around the bush, but he didn't think she'd be as rude as this. Listen, Tracy, I'm sorry. Tracy smiled at Mandy. It's okay. So, Axel said, needing to change the conversation, what time you seeing Dad? Mandy checked her thin, strapped watch. As soon as we leave here. She opened her mouth but didn't say anything. What is it? He's really struggling with being there. All the new faces. I think he misses his home. Axel remembered the last time he was there, the smell of stewed cabbage in the stairwells, the incessant chatter from the other residents. I can imagine. Excuse me, Tracy said, standing. Need the loo. You know where it is. Axel grinned as he watched her leave the kitchen and head upstairs. Interesting. Mandy nodded towards the direction that Tracy had just gone in. What do you mean? She's attractive, Axel. You've done okay for yourself. She younger? By 3 years, 26. Mandy nodded. Cute. Shame she hasn't got a career going yet, though. It isn't about the money, Mandy. You, of all people, should know that. Mandy scowled. And what's that supposed to mean? He sighed lightly, knowing he shouldn't have said that. He hated speaking to Mandy about things like money because she was 5 years older than him, so he didn't want to sound patronizing. I'm just saying life isn't all about the money. As long as I'm happy, money shouldn't matter. I didn't mean anything by what I said. I'm just saying you seem happy and haven't got millions. Mandy considered his words. No, I don't. How's the business going? Mandy had worked as a self-employed cleaner ever since Rick had started school. She worked during school hours so she could be there to drop him off and pick him up. It's okay. It isn't brilliant. I have some good contracts at the moment, though, and steady work is coming in. He nodded. Good. How's the new library job? Axel pressed his lips together. It isn't like the last one. The money is nowhere near as good, but it's something for now. Mandy nodded. I hate saying this, but the money from Dad will certainly help, won't it? When that time comes, of course. A thin smile ran across his lips. Depends how long he hangs on, I suppose. The sale of the villa's also come through, so there's that money too, but we'll need it for his care until his time comes. You haven't mentioned to Tracy how much he'll have you? He shook his head. No, of course not. It's nothing to do with her. Tracy's legs were stiff as she climbed the stairs. She'd been overdoing it at the gym again. Her parents laughed at her about it, thinking it was a phase, but eating healthy and looking after herself made her feel good. And Axel's eyes had certainly sparkled the first time he'd seen her naked. A fresh smell of sandalwood lingered in the bathroom, and the bath was wet, where Axel must have showered before she'd turned up. Closing the door, she sat down at the toilet. From her right, she heard scratching and tapping. Was it coming from the bedroom next to the bathroom? That room was a spare room, mostly filled with boxes that needed unpacking, and a wardrobe for Axel's winter clothes. She flushed the toilet, washed her hands, and unlocked the door. On the landing, she waited and listened. The tapping and scratching continued. It was definitely coming from the spare room. "Hello?" she said. The sound stopped. She pushed open the door and went inside. "What are you doing in here?" she asked. Rick was bent over, his hands buried in one of the open boxes. "Nothing. I'm doing nothing. Are you looking through Axel's things?" He glared like a rabbit caught in the headlights. "No, Did Axel say you could?" She went further into the room and frowned at him, surprised at what she was seeing. "Listen, it's nothing to do with you. We don't even know you," he spat, screwing his face up at her. He continued searching through the boxes like she wasn't there.
Annoyed with him, Tracy went over and firmly grabbed his forearm. No, Rick, you don't just look through other people's things without asking. It's wrong. Take your hand off me now. He glared at her with his black eyes. Only if you stop what you're doing and come downstairs. You'll get into trouble if you don't. She let go of his forearm. With who? Rick straightened up and squared up to her. Tracy didn't like it and didn't know where this was going. I'll go down and tell Axel and your mother. They'll do fuck all. Tracy was gobsmacked at his language. He leaned forward so he was inches away from her face. I'll take whatever the fuck I want, and there's nothing you can do about it. Her blood boiling at his rudeness, she grabbed his arm again. What the hell's going on in here? They both turned to the door to see Mandy standing there, eyes wide. Chapter 15, Present Day. Fisher studied the social media posts the marketing teams had put out for Lisa Marley, ensuring all the details were correct. They rarely made any mistakes,
but she felt deeply invested in this case.
You all right, April? She heard someone mumble nearby. She turned to D.S. Phillips, who pulled out his chair and sat down, a half-eaten sandwich in his hand. Yup, just going over the socials. Phillips nodded, finished the remainder of his sandwich, and pulled himself closer to his computer. Where's Peterson at? Said he had to go see D.I. Simmer about something, not sure what. Fisher rolled her eyes. Not a fan of our new D.I., are you? How can you tell? They both laughed. You going tonight, April? Fisher squinted at Phillips, unsure what he meant. The party for Jane, he reminded her. Fisher sighed heavily. PC Jane Banton was retiring after a 40-year stint as a constable with the Greater Manchester Police. You've forgotten about it? She smiled. I did. Totally slipped my mind. We should go, really, said Phillips. Everyone else is. You just want time out of the house away from Dominic. I'd be lying if I disagreed with you. Is Janice okay with you going? I've told her I am, so... They both grinned, knowing that meant nothing. Please come. She pondered the exhausting task of going home, getting ready, leaving the house, and pretending to have a good time with colleagues she barely spoke to while she was at work. It may be a good thing, a chance to let her hair down and have a few drinks. What's the worst that could happen? Okay, I'll go for a little bit. It's not exactly ideal with what we have going on now, is it? It never will be. We'll always have ongoing cases. It's important we work to live, not live to work. Fisher nodded. The old adage made sense. If only she lived that way too. But after her conversation with Axel, her next task was clear. She needed to speak with Hudson Ellis, the leader of the AA group at the library. Hudson Ellis lived 20 minutes from the station on a narrow street called Woden's Avenue.
Fisher pulled up on the left behind a rusting red van, the bumper caked in dried mud. She and DC Jess Gallagher got out, feeling the warmth of the afternoon sun, and closed the doors. The bright blue sky made Fisher smile for a moment, knowing summer was on the horizon. Hudson's house was on the end of a row of 6. Beside it was an area of neatly cut grass between his house and Ordsall Lane. Fisher knocked on the door twice, stepped back, and waited with Gallagher. The garden was small and compact, neatly filled with flowers. The door opened to reveal a tall, thin man with messy, shoulder-length dark hair and bony shoulders. He had a drawn face and prominent jaw, and wore a pale blue t-shirt with dark blue jeans. "Hello," he said gently, studying their faces intently. Fisher introduced her and Gallagher. "We spoke on the phone just before." "Oh God, yes." He stepped back flamboyantly and with his skinny arms motioned them inside. "Please do come in, come in. Can I get you a coffee? The kettle's just boiled. Or a water, perhaps, whatever you like." Fisher was taken aback by his energy. "I'll have a coffee, please, if it's no trouble." He smiled widely. "Of course." He turned to Gallagher. "And for you?" "A water will be fine, thanks." They followed Hudson through a narrow hallway lined with photos of him and various people. Fisher wondered who they were. The stairs to the left were covered in a light grey carpet that looked new, and the smell of oil hit their noses. "Sorry about the smell, I'm cleaning something." "Is that WD-40? Asked Gallagher when she reached the kitchen. Yes,
Here, look. In the kitchen, at the end of the hall, Fisher saw engine parts on a table covered in a white cloth. She had no idea what the parts were. I'm restoring an old car, he explained. These are the pistons and crank arms. He got closer and pointed to other parts. This is the camshaft, and these are the valves. It's an old diesel.
She'll be a beauty when she's back together. Fisher studied the neat arrangement and saw a can of WD-40 and other cleaning sprays nearby, and for a moment, saying yes to the coffee didn't seem such a good idea. The rest of the kitchen was tidy and sparkling though, each surface reflecting the modern lighting from the underside of the top cupboards. She even saw her distorted reflection in the sink tap when she got close enough. So, how can I help? Hudson asked, grabbing a mug from one of the cupboards. Are you aware of what happened last night at Abraham Moss? He nodded, his long neck swooping theatrically. Just awful. I heard it was the caretaker's wife? Fisher nodded. Yes, and his daughter was kidnapped too. He raised a hand to his open mouth, shaking his head. Has she been found yet? No. In silence, Hudson made Fisher coffee, then grabbed a glass from one of the cupboards and filled it with water. Ice? No thanks, Gallagher said. He brought the drinks over and suggested they sit in the living room. What is it you do for work, Mr. Ellis? Asked Gallagher, a small notepad and pen nestled in her hands. I work part-time as a labourer for a construction company. I'm off today, so I thought I would see what I can get done with the car renovation. Gallagher jotted something down. And how long have you been doing the AA meetings for? He expelled a huge ball of air from his mouth. For as long as I can remember. Let me think. 14, 15 years now? The library is kind to us, allowing us to use their space. We have a great group of people from all walks of life. You may be wondering if I'm an alcoholic myself. He raised a firm finger. I'm 18.5 years sober. After a few years, I decided to help people get free of that god-awful stuff. I also used to be married, but my wife left 3 years ago. She was sick of me helping people. Surely not a bad thing, helping people. He pressed his lips together. No, it isn't. But she'd had enough of me putting all my time into it, saying I didn't spend enough time with her. Maybe she was right, in the end. He finished with a shrug. Our investigation leads us to believe that some of your AA group may have gone out through the fire exit door in the library towards the end of the session. Could you tell us about that? Yes, a few of them smoke. I hate smoking, but if it keeps people off the drink, so be it. He laughed nervously. I'm sorry, I don't understand your point. Well, I'm thinking, when they came back inside, they forgot to close the door, which might have allowed the 3 suspects into the building without being seen, as the library camera doesn't work. He scowled. Hang on. Are you saying this happened because of my meeting? Fisher raised a soft hand. No, we just want to know everything about it, that's all. I'm sure the 3 men intended to take the money from the safe, whether your meeting was on or not, Mr. Hudson. We're not blaming anyone here. We just think they'd found an easier way in, that's all. I can assure you the door was locked. Fisher frowned. How can you be so sure? Did you check it yourself? No, I didn't. But I asked them when they came back to the table and they said they had shut the door. I always make sure because I know it's the end of the session and the library is closing. It saves Axel a job when he locks up. Fisher, although glad to be home and showered, wasn't looking forward to Jane Banton's retirement party. She had known Jane since joining Manchester CID, and with everyone else going, didn't feel like she had a choice. She stood at her open wardrobe, damp from the shower, with her towel around her, choosing her outfit. It felt like ages since she'd last been out, and the choice felt overwhelming. After finally deciding on something to wear, she placed the clothes on the bed, dropped her towel, and in the long mirror, analyzed her naked figure. I look like a fat ghost, she whispered. Nothing a few minutes on the sunbed and a few runs wouldn't sort out, she knew. Her phone pinged from the bedside table. The message was from her best friend, Kim Ashby, who she'd known most of her life. April, I'm bored. What are you doing tonight? Kiss-a-six. Fisher smiled and typed back. Out with the work lot tonight. A colleague's leaving due, Kiss-ix. The reply came quickly. Any room for a little one to tag along? Kiss. She replied, Yes, get yourself out if you like. The company would be good. Kiss. Another message came through.
Time you picking me up? Kiss. She laughed before she replied. 20 minutes. Hurry up. Kiss. Kim had bought her first place last month. Fisher wasn't wild about the location, but Kim liked it. Redruth Street was narrow, and the cars parked on both sides of the street made it tricky to drive down. Some years ago there had been a house fire on the street. A fire engine had bulldozed down the road, scratching and scraping the vehicles in its path, smashing off wing mirrors, causing outrage in the local news over it, so the residents parked over half the pavement too, to avoid it happening again, unfortunately making it difficult for pushchair and wheelchair access. But what choice did they have? Kim lived halfway down the street on the left. Fisher slowed, pulled into a free space, and beeped the horn twice. Waiting, she studied Kim's house and its fresh coat of red paint. The windowsills had been covered in a glossy black, their surface glistening in the afternoon sun. She wouldn't have chosen to live in this claustrophobic street herself, but she could see the charm and understand the community feel of it. The black-painted door swung open to reveal Kim, smiling wide as usual. In a swirl of blonde hair extensions, she spun and locked her door. "Hey, Kimbo," Fisher said, leaning over and kissing her cheek once she'd settled into the seat beside her. "I can't wait for some wine." Kim threw her bag in the footwell.
Fisher was overwhelmed by her sweet perfume and opened her window so she didn't pass out from asphyxiation. "Put that up, it's cold," Kim protested. "I would if I could bloody breathe. You had a bath in Love Heart's perfume." Kim playfully patted Fisher's left arm. "I don't know, something I found. You still got some cocoa?" "Cocoa, mademoiselle, Fisher's favourite perfume." "You know I do." Although Fisher had gone out less recently, she always had cocoa. "How's the new house?" "It's okay. Most of the rooms are decorated now. I really need to sort the yard out with a few plants. The guy next door is nice." Fisher picked up on her tone. "Nice how?" "You know, he seems canny." She slowly looked Kim's way, something she'd done so many times over the years. "Don't do anything too rash this time, Kim. We both know what—" Kim raised both her arms quickly. "I know, I'm just saying," she said light-heartedly. "I've learned my lessons over the years. He's called John." "And what does this John do?" "He's in between jobs at the moment." Fisher sighed, keeping her eyes on the road ahead. "But he's got a big project coming up soon, though," Kim went on lightly. The conversation moved on to other things, such as what Kim had been watching on TV over the past few weeks, some American show with sheriffs that didn't sound very entertaining at all, and how her job was going. "That girl at work, what's she called?" "Mel," replied Kim. "Yeah, Mel. She's still giving you grief." Fisher recalled Kim's issue with Mel, a heated argument in the staff room, nearly escalating into an episode of hair-pulling and face-scratching. Fisher had seen Kim involved in a few of those over the years. "Ah, she's left now. No skin off my nose. Probably shitting herself because she knew I'd smash her face in." They laughed and pulled up at Fisher's minutes later. It took them an hour to get ready, and they finally left the house at 7:30 p.m. when the taxi pulled up. Fisher locked the front door and slipped her keys into her small clutch bag. She'd opted to wear a black jumpsuit piece, which, according to Kim, looked sexy. She'd bought it in a sale last year and hadn't yet worn it. "Where to, ladies?" The driver was a chunky man in his 50s, with one chin too many. "O'Shea's Irish Bar, please," said Fisher. "Oh, I like O'Shea's," Kim smiled. "And they do excellent burgers," added the driver. Kim nodded. "I could do with some food to line my stomach. Remember the last time we went out, and I hadn't eaten?" Fisher smiled widely. "How could I forget?" Chapter 16. Ben Cassidy looked down at the top of his son's thick blonde hair and smiled. Old Trafford was bouncing, filled with fans chanting and swaying, reminding him of the club's glory years. He lived for these moments. It was Theo's third game watching Manchester United at home. He wasn't really into football, but Ben had persisted with him ever since he could walk. Most of Theo's school friends played and were involved with local clubs, being rallied all over Manchester to play on a Sunday morning. Ben wished he could do the same with Theo. That's all he'd ever wanted, just like his dad did with him when he was 7. Everton had hit a poor run of form, so the bookies favoured United,
But the team was a far cry from the successful years back when Fergie was at the helm, managing the likes of Ryan Giggs and Paul Scholes, watching them spray the ball about and cause havoc on the pitch. He hoped a United win would sway Theo into the idea of joining a team. "Dad? You all right, Theo?" He lowered to hear him better. A sudden roar erupted when a United player took a shot. It was just off target. Ben looked up quickly and saw the ball landing somewhere behind the goal. "When does it finish, Dad?" Theo looked bored, his bottom lip pushed out. Ben smiled sadly. The red neon timer in the far high corner of the stadium indicated 3 minutes left of the first half. "Just a few minutes, mate. Then we can go home?" He's really not getting the hang of this, thought Ben, lightly shaking his head. "No, that's the first half. Then it'll be a short break before the second half." "Then we can go home after that?" Ben sighed. "Yes, Theo." He returned his focus to the game. A United player darted down the left and was brought down by an Everton defender. A collective roar of complaints from the home fans filled the stadium. Ben was shoved to the left and knocked into Theo, his elbow catching the side of his son's head. "Watch it, mate.
There's a kid here." Ben glared at the man beside them. The man, judging by his state, had spent his time in a pub somewhere, getting tanked up before the game, something Ben didn't see the point in at all. Have a few drinks before the game, but why have too much and disrupt others? "Sorry, pal," the man slurred without looking at him. Ben turned and prodded the man on the shoulder. "I'm being serious, mate. That's the third time you've nearly wiped us out. We're just here to watch the game." The man swayed a little and frowned at Ben. "Problem, pal?" the drunk's friend asked Ben, his eyes also glassy and full of drink. "Yeah, there is," snapped Ben, facing the men. "The two of you haven't stopped bouncing about since you got in here, knocking into us. If you want to get drunk, do it elsewhere. If it doesn't stop, I'll call security down here." "Ooh, call security down here," the guy said, mocking him. "Everyone, calm down," said a man behind them, placing a gentle but firm hand on Ben's right shoulder. Ben frowned and turned. The man had multiple scars across his cheeks and wore a leather jacket. Ben saw flashbacks of a life full of football hooliganism, violence, and fighting in his dark brown eyes. "These two won't be bothering you again." He looked at the men beside Ben. "Will you?" A comforting confidence in his words made Ben feel very safe. The drunken duo angled their focus on the man behind, and Ben noted a flash of sudden recognition in their faces, as if they'd seen a ghost. The closest man gulped and nodded 3 times, his face turning a few shades lighter. They both looked at Ben and apologized immediately. Ben smiled and gratefully nodded to the man in the leather jacket, but wondered who the hell he was. The whistle blew for half-time. "I need the toilet, Theo. Do you?" Theo shook his head. "You'll need to come with me anyway." He shuffled past him and grabbed his hand tightly. "Come on, mate. "Follow me." It took a few minutes to reach the end of row 43, pad down the steps, and descend the main stairwell to the concourse below. Streams of people had the same idea, either a swift toilet visit or refreshment. Ben felt vulnerable for Theo's sake, surrounded by the fans packed like sardines. They slowly moved through the tight crowds. They entered the toilets up on the right. Red paint covered the breeze-blocked walls, and swear words lingered in the crowds of men conversing about their thoughts on the match so far. The place stank of stale sweat, and there was a faint smell of piss. Ben guided Theo to one of the closed toilet doors because he didn't want to take his eyes off Theo if he used a urinal. He'd heard too many stories about kids going missing. Once a cubicle was free, they squeezed inside. "Bloody hell," he muttered, revolted by the lake of urine on the tiled floor and covering the seat. "Good job I only need a wee, eh, Theo?" Once they were out, Theo tugged on his hand. "Can I get a hot dog, please, Dad?" The queue at the nearest food counter was 20 deep, if not more. Ben peered further down at the next ones. All the same. "Would you like something after the game instead?" Theo shook his head and pushed out his bottom lip. Ben sighed, knew he'd be miserable during the second half if he denied him the hot dog. "Okay, let's get you a hot dog then." They joined the nearest queue and waited patiently. Despite missing the start of the second half,
Ben smiled because they seldom spent time together, as he needed to work long hours just to get by. With costs of everything going up and inflation kicking everyone's ass, he was left struggling, even earning extra with overtime every week. As they shuffled forward, Ben felt someone grab his arm. "Is everything okay?" asked the man wearing the leather jacket who'd been standing behind them during the game,
The same man who'd told him the disruptive men wouldn't cause any more issues. He was taller than Ben and had much broader shoulders. His muscular arms were tight under the jacket's leather. Ben gulped. Yeah, everything's fine." "Good." The man released his big hand and lowered to one knee, so he was Theo's height. "Are you enjoying the game, young man?" Theo shyly nodded at the man, then looked up at Ben, unsure of the stranger. Ben wrapped an arm around him, pulling him closer. "If you have any issues, let me know." Ben nodded twice. Okay, thanks." The man peered down at Theo. "He's a good-looking boy. Make sure you look after him. It can be a rough world, and this city—" He paused a moment. "This city can really bring out the worst in people, can't it?" Ben watched the man disappear into the crowd. "Who was that, Daddy?" Ben let out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. "I don't know him, Theo. He was standing behind us when we were watching the game." After paying a ridiculous amount for 2 hot dogs, they went up the stairs back to their seats. The time on the match clock was over 55 minutes, meaning they'd missed 10 minutes of the second half. At least Theo was happy, carefully carrying his food back to his seat. They sat down and tucked in. Ben spotted 2 empty seats beside him and hoped the drunks wouldn't be back. The sounds of the crowd filled the stadium as Man United were on the attack down the left, the whole team shifting forward as a unit. Roars spilled out from all corners of the ground, the fans delighted to see their team playing positive football again. The winger crossed it in with pace. One of the strikers rose above the Everton defenders, and a glancing header saw United grab a second goal. Old Trafford erupted in celebrations, and the home team saw out the game with a 2-0 win. "You enjoy that, Theo?" "Did we win, Dad?" Ben smiled widely. "Did we win?" "We did, son. We scored 2 goals.
And they didn't score, so we won. He looked up, seeing a small gap in the row where people had started moving to the end of the aisle. "Come on, let's get out of here." They joined the stairwell and descended towards the lower concourse. It was more hectic than before because everyone was leaving together. "Dad," said Theo, "there's too many people." The concourse was jam-packed. Theo hated crowds. He'd been that way since he was a toddler at busy playgroups. The crowd slowed, approaching a bottleneck up ahead. "It's just up here, Theo. Keep hold of my hand." As they joined the back of the still crowd, Ben tightened his grip on Theo and tried to see what the hold-up was. The crowd became rowdy and impatient. "Come on, what's going on?" a man shouted nearby. "Yeah, come on," echoed another. Someone knocked into Ben from behind. He turned, seeing an angry teenager with his palm out. "Come on, move then. Do you think I'm just standing here because I like standing?" He shook his head theatrically. "Have a look around, young man. There's obviously something happening somewhere down the queue. Wait your turn like everyone else." The teenager curled his lip and said no more, obviously realizing Ben was 20 years older and would take no further shit from him. "Dad, what's happening?" Theo asked, confused and scared about the hold-up. They heard a loud voice on the tannoy system. "Attention, everyone. We are experiencing severe delays due to a technical fault. Please remain patient." "Won't be long," said Ben hopefully, squeezing Theo's hand. The crowd shifted slightly towards the exit door, shouting and chanting. Ben kept his head down, studying the man's trainers in front, not wanting to catch the back of his heel. "Hey, watch yourself," a voice said in front of them. Ben looked up. The man wasn't talking to him, instead someone nearby. "Or you'll do what?" someone replied. "I'll smash your head in." "Come on then." Ben glared at the commotion. seriously worried something would kick off with Theo there. "Dad?" A fight broke out, fists flying, shouting and bawling filled the concourse, along with screaming and terror from those not wanting to get involved. The man in front of Ben shoved back into him, the rear of the man's head connecting with Ben's chin, knocking him to the floor. It hurt like hell. Ben clambered up and couldn't see Theo. "Theo!" he shouted, scanning the frantic crowd. There was no sign of his son. Chapter 17. 17 years ago. "Let go of Rick's arm, Tracy," Mandy scolded her. Tracy did immediately, feeling embarrassed that she'd grabbed him like that. "Ow, she hurt me," Rick whimpered as he went over to Mandy, soothing his apparent injury with his other hand. "She grabbed me, ma'am." "I know, I saw." She scowled at Tracy. "Why are you touching my son?" "What on earth's going on here?" Axel said, appearing in the doorway. "This new woman of yours," Mandy said, stabbing a finger at her, "grabbed Rick." Tracy's face warmed as all three stared at her with narrowed eyes, judging her for something she knew she wasn't. "Did you grab him, Tracy?" asked Axel. "She grabbed me, Uncle Axel. It hurt," blurted Rick, still holding his injured arm. Tracy looked at Axel as he weighed up his nephew's words. "Tracy, why were you in here?" "I went to the toilet and heard something in there. Came in and found him looking through these boxes." "Excuse me," Mandy shouted. "Don't you dare accuse him of doing that. He wouldn't." She turned to Rick. "Rick, you weren't in here, were you?" He shook his head quickly. "No, I came up to the toilet and heard something. Came in and Tracy was in here, looking through the boxes." "What on earth are you talking about?" Tracy yelled. "That's not what happened at all." "I didn't want her stealing anything off you, Uncle Axel, that's all." Rick's words were so sincere and innocent, it made Tracy sick to her stomach. Judging by Mandy's vicious scowl, she knew she wasn't going to convince her on this one. "You have to believe me, that's not what happened." "Listen, Axel," said Mandy, "we're going to go. We can't be around someone like this. She's trouble." She put an arm around her boy. "Come on, Rick. Let's leave Uncle Axel with this woman." As they left the room, Rick smiled smugly at Tracy. "You must believe me, Axel," Tracy pleaded. "It's not what happened." Chapter 18. Present day. Ben Cassidy desperately searched for Theo, but everyone was moving too quickly in the concourse at Old Trafford. "Theo!" he screamed, but the sounds of violence and chaos were too loud. Someone shoved into him, so he turned quickly, agitated and ready to fight back. He pushed the man away and ran off, not wanting any bother. What the hell was happening? "Theo!" he screamed again in desperation. He needed a better vantage point, so he darted through the crowds and stood with his back against a wall to study the crowd. The fight was taking over, and more people were getting sucked into the mindless, pointless violence. He couldn't see Theo, and for a moment of horror, he forgot what his son was wearing. "Shit! Police to the lower concourse immediately!" shouted a voice on the speaker near his head. "Police to the concourse. Immediate attention required." Moments later, he saw flashes of yellow, police officers running from behind him. He didn't know where they'd come from. Everything had got out of hand. He searched the crowd for the old green away shirt. He remembered now, but there was no Theo. Pressing his palms on his head, he wondered if Theo had run to safety. But to where? Wherever he was, he must be terrified. "Come on, think," he whispered, trying to think what he'd do if he were Theo. The seat. Yes, he thought. Theo would go somewhere familiar. The seats they'd sat at during the game. Ben turned, stared at the numbers along the length of the concourse to find the block they were sitting, and darted in that direction, skipping left and right, dodging the frantic hordes and violence that, thankfully, was fizzling out. He took a left, galloped up the stairs 3 at a time, hearing nothing but drumming in his ears as he stepped into the almost open stadium, and took a right. He glared up to where they were sitting earlier, but there was no sign of Theo. He screamed in frustration and darted back down the stairs. Theo hid behind the seat where they'd watched the game from, keeping his eyes clamped shut, his palms over his ears to block out the sounds of the fighting. Where was his dad? He heard something familiar, someone calling his name. He opened his eyes and peered over the seats. "Dad?" "Hey, Theo,"
he heard a voice say, coming from behind him. He turned. Your dad has told me to get you and keep you safe. Theo frowned. Don't worry, I know your dad. The figure held an orange coat in their hand. Put this on. It'll keep you dry from the rain, Theo. It's not raining, countered Theo. It's about to. Theo rose, accepted the coat, and slipped into it. Take my hand. We'll go find your dad. Theo cautiously grabbed the hand and was led a different way out of the stadium. Chapter 19. By 7 a.m., Fisher was showered and dressed. She stood in her bedroom with only two things on her mind: coffee and paracetamol. She needed it after that crazy night. Her hangover was worse than predicted. She spotted the half-eaten pizza in the open box, garlic dip pot tipped on its side, and the sauce covering her bed, its smell making her nauseous. In her usual uniform of a white shirt and dark blue trousers, she grabbed her jacket and slipped it on, then opened the curtains to allow some bright light into the room. For a moment, she peered out,
seeing a familiar thin woman in her late 30s walking her golden retriever on the opposite side of the road, smiling to herself. The dog seemed chirpy too, plodding along, panting with its tongue out and its tail wagging. She thought about Yoko, her retriever who passed away. The thought of getting another dog at some point had crossed her mind, but the pain of losing Yoko was so emotionally shattering at the time, she wondered if she could ever face it again. Putting Yoko to the back of her mind, she grabbed her stinking bed covers and went downstairs to make coffee, hoping it would rid the thumping inside her skull. Last night. What had happened? Hazy thoughts filled her head as she stirred her coffee, laughing and dancing. Then she recalled Kim being at her house. Had they got a taxi back for some more drinks? Kim, she called out. She checked the living room and saw no sign of her friend. On her phone were several messages Kim had sent a few hours earlier. She couldn't settle and had called a taxi and posted the key back through the letterbox. Fisher sipped her coffee, thoughts of last night entering her mind. Was there someone sitting in the front seat of the taxi? Had someone else come back with them? She grabbed her phone and called Kim. Hey, Kim answered sheepishly. How's the head? I'm rough. Tell me never to go out with your workmates. I'm fragile too. Kim stayed silent. You all right? Asked Fisher. Usually I can't shut you up. I, just feel bad, that's all. Feel like I used your house. How do you mean? Fisher frowned and sipped her hot coffee. You don't remember? Fisher frowned. I don't. Your boss came back with us. My boss? Wondered Fisher, trying to remember. Harry, Kim said, filling in the blanks. So someone was sitting in the front of the taxi. Tell me you never? Said Fisher. Silence. You didn't, did you? Where? Living room floor. Kim, scolded Fisher. You shanked our new DI on my living room floor. April, I don't know what to say. Neither do I. A message pinged through as she was mid-call. Hang on, she said, pulling the phone from her head. It was from Harry Simmer. April, I'm so sorry about last night. Don't think bad of me. Listen, Kim, I need to get going. Got some big cases on, and I need to be there early. Please don't be mad, April. Fisher sighed heavily. I'm not mad, but I do need to go because I have work. Speak later? We will. Disgusted at the thought of Harry and Kim in the living room getting up to whatever they were doing, she wanted to avoid the room until she returned from work, but she needed to check it had been left in a respectable way before she did. She entered, and near the edge of the sofa, spied a used condom on the carpet. You're fucking kidding me, she shouted in revulsion. Pulling out her phone, she snapped a pic and sent it to Kim with a message. Kim, what the fuck is this? Needing to leave the house, she ran into the kitchen, grabbed some cleaning wipes, and returned to the living room. Using multiple wipes, she picked up the used condom and gagged as she ran to the kitchen bin to dispose of it. She slammed the lid closed and shivered at the thought of where it had been. I honestly can't believe it. A reply came through from Kim. OMG, I'm so embarrassed. I'm so sorry. Kicks, kicks, kicks. Before heading to work,
Fisher swung by her sister's place to pick up a jacket she'd left there a few weeks ago. It would only add 10 minutes to the journey, and she knew she wouldn't be long. "Come in," Freya said through the intercom. A loud buzz sounded, and Fisher went inside. The apartment hallway smelled damp, despite the efforts of the plug-in air fresheners. She climbed the stairs and knocked on her sister's door. "Rough?" Freya asked as she opened it. Fisher frowned. "How did you know?" "I saw you, remember? I was out with Jasmine." "You saw me?" "Yeah."
You could barely speak. Freya laughed, rocking her head back. "Come in." Probably explains why I feel so rough. Why did she do this to herself? Why not just be civilized and have a sociable few? Want a quick coffee to sort you out? "I don't really have time, Freya. I should get going. Traffic can be rough at this time." She checked her watch. Nearly 7:30 a.m. Fisher followed Freya down the hall into the living room, which included a kitchen diner. It was compact, but had everything she needed, with her personal touches like canvas drawings and lilac-coloured ornaments. "Jackets on there." Freya pointed to the arm of the small two-seater sofa. As she grabbed the jacket, Fisher glanced at her sister making breakfast. It was almost like looking at herself 5 years ago, but Freya's hair was lighter than hers, although damp and unbrushed after her shower. Even the way Freya stood and leaned on her right foot made Fisher smile. Freya wore a loose-fitting top and grey jogging bottoms, her usual choice for lounging around after she'd showered. "Got much on today, sis?" asked Fisher. "I'm working. Usual Wednesday for me." Freya studied her. "I'm not going to lie, you look rough today, April." "I feel worse, believe me." "What time you stay out till?" Fisher shrugged and smiled. "What happened to that creep who wouldn't leave you alone?" She frowned, unsure what she meant. "Your DI or something. Harry, was he called?" "What about him?" "He was clinging to you like a leech most of the night." "He was?" Freya nodded and laughed. "But then Kim took a shine to him, so—" "Yes, she told me what she'd been up to." "The other bloke seemed nice, though." "Who?" "The bloke you were talking to when Harry got with Kim." Fisher felt sick. Who was Freya talking about? "You got his number, I remember that." Fisher raised a hand to her mouth, unable to recall anything. She took her phone out, checking to see if there were any messages she hadn't spotted. "April, if you can't remember, you must stop drinking so much." There was a dropped call, which she'd saved to her contacts. Ian, Club. She showed Freya. "Do you think it's this man?" "Yes, that was his name. Ian." Freya pursed her lips and gave a slight approving nod. "Tall, quite handsome to be fair. You should call him. He seemed interested in you." "I'll think about it." She gave her sister a hug as she left. During the commute, hazy fragments of the previous night returned, but she could recollect nothing about Ian Club. Chapter 20. Fisher walked through the reception area, feeling the warmth of the room's clunky radiators and smelling coffee from the machine to her right. She smiled at Katie behind the desk, who raised her white mug and grinned. Through the door, she wandered down the central aisle of the office, passing several rows of computers and colleagues already at work, some typing away, others with phones against their heads, occasionally nodding. "Morning, April," said PC Ashley Barn. Fisher stopped for a moment. "Hey, how's the head? You look beautiful," Fisher said. Barn grinned widely. "You look how I feel, I think." "I'm just knackered, Ash. Can't wait for bed later." "Get home okay?" Fisher couldn't remember at what point they'd parted last night. "Woke up in my bed, so I must have done." "Alone?" Barnes' lip curved into a mischievous grin. "With a pizza and a tub of garlic sauce, most of which I spilled all over my bed." "You get that guy's number?" Fisher bowed her head slowly, and Barn rubbed her hands together and pushed her lips out. "Going to message him?" "Am I first here again?" she asked, changing the topic. Barn beamed. "Phillips and Peterson are already here. Probably the first time they've beaten you this year." Fisher smacked her lips together, suffering the micro-loss, knowing she'd be making the coffees all day because she was the last to arrive. Fisher looked around. "Any sign of D. Simmer this morning?" "He was being well creepy last night, by the way." She leaned closer to Barn.
I know he was. I need to speak to him. Any updates on Lisa Marley yet? Fisher wondered if Barn had been informed of any progress overnight from her handover. No, nothing yet. You read the reports from last night? Fisher scowled. She'd done well getting out of bed and driving to work, never mind being up to date with anything else. What happened? Young lad called Theo Cassidy went missing at Old Trafford during a fight in the concourse. Father reported it to the grounds security, who got the police involved. Sure, we'll discuss it in the meeting. Fisher nodded. I need to go see Simmer. Might be in his office. I'm hoping so. She hung her suit jacket on the back of her chair before seeing Simmer, and, as she turned, she nearly knocked the coffee out of D.S. Phillips's hands. Time do you call this? He said, smiling. Phillips looked somehow taller today, making Fisher wonder if she was slouching. One of those for me? Fisher gently took one from him, careful not to spill it. I need this. You look like you need 3. Geez, thanks. She took a short sip and the heat nearly took her lip off. Rough? She bobbed her head. You? Glad I left when I did. Still got an earful from Janice when I got home, even though it was a reasonable time. As soon as I was in, she handed over Dominic. It was my turn, apparently. Fisher winced, imagining the house filled with tension and disagreements every day. You all right? He held up his mug of coffee. Will be after this. You're making the rest of them today, though. You know the rules. After Fisher nodded in defeat, she set hers down on her desk. I'm going to see Simmer. I'll hold the fort. Fisher, on her way to Simmer's office, wondered how different her life would have been if she hadn't miscarried last year. The thought of a baby at home asleep in a cot made her heart ache, but her head had persuaded her, perhaps as a coping mechanism, maybe it was for the best. She always asked herself, would she be a good mother? And what would happen to her career if, God forbid, she ended up with someone like Phillips, who seemed to think of fatherhood as an occasional babysitting favor he did for his wife? Or would she be the Phillips in the relationship, expecting her other half to spend 24/7 looking after a baby, while she swanned in after work to read a bedtime story? Plenty of people from all walks of life had children, but something in her mind told her maybe she couldn't offer a child a good life, and it made her feel sad and worthless. She wondered what her ex, Chris, was up to. Had he found love again? Was he close to having children with someone else? She shook her head, pushing the thoughts from her mind. Arriving at Simmer's door, she knocked twice. Come in. His voice was muffled through the wood. She entered. Can I have a word? His cheeks pinked. Yeah, sure. Please, come in, Detective Sergeant Fisher. Oh, back on formal terms now, are we? She wasted no time finding the seat on the other side of his desk. It was obvious he felt awkward, nervously playing with his hands. His complexion was tired, his skin dry, his eyes puffy. So, I found something in my living room this morning. Something I certainly didn't expect to have to pick up and put in the bin myself. He immediately broke eye contact and stared at his desk, his cheeks reddening. Care to explain how that, in any way, shape or form, is acceptable? He trailed away. April, I'm so sorry. It's disgusting behavior. I had too much to drink. But why didn't she bin it? She? Your friend, Simmer said. What's her name? He opened his mouth, but nothing came out. You don't even know, do you? Silence. So, not only did you use my living room to have sex in and leave a used condom on my carpet, you don't even remember the girl you had sex with, who happens to be my best friend, by the way. He held his palms up, willing her to tone it down a little in case anyone heard from the corridor. Listen, I'm sorry. I'm embarrassed, April. Please forgive me. He finally looked into her eyes. Has Kat said much? Kim, she shouted. Her name is Kim. Has Kim said much? She narrowed her eyes. Like what? He shrugged. I don't know. Did she have fun? Fisher blew air from her mouth. She can barely remember it. Simmer smiled weakly, unsure if that was a good thing or not. It won't happen again. Damn right it won't. She stood. See you in the meeting. You all right? Phillips asked as she returned. Yeah. She sat down in her chair and picked up her lukewarm coffee. Don't seem yourself today, April. Fisher squinted. I'm not. I'm tired. My head hurts. And now we have 2 kidnapping cases. 2? You not read the overnight brief? He pushed his lips out, indicating he hadn't. Sure, we'll cover it in the meeting. We heading down there? Asked Peterson from behind. Fisher checked her watch. It was almost time. Yeah, let's go. They logged out of their computers and headed down the aisle toward the corridor leading to the meeting room. PC Barn and PC Jackson followed them. Inspector Eric Thorne always approved of the idea of the PCs joining in the meetings to keep abreast of the latest cases. D.I. Simmer was already there, watching them find their seats. His eyes lingered on her. She guessed he'd be wondering if she'd told others about him going back to hers and the used condom she'd found on her carpet. Morning, he muttered. Fisher enjoyed the sheepishness in his voice. Morning, boss, replied Peterson, settling on the desk behind Fisher. Fisher glanced around the room and wondered if DCI James would be attending, especially with the kidnapping case from Old Trafford last night. He'd taken a step back from the team to allow Harry Simmer to take charge, and she missed him. Good morning, everyone, D.I. Simmer began, his tone forcefully chirpier than she knew he was feeling. I'll get straight to the main topic this morning. 7-year-old Theo Cassidy went missing last night. He and his father, Ben, were at the Manchester United game. Local police got involved in the search, but he's still out there. Joel Cairn raised a quick hand. Yes, Joel? Simmer scowled at him, hoping the interruption was for a valuable reason. It was obvious from previous meetings he didn't appreciate being interrupted. What about the cameras from inside or outside the stadium? Did they not capture anything? D.I. Simmer tilted his head. Fisher had learned this was him showing annoyance. Did you read your morning brief? Cairn stared silently at him, suddenly realizing he hadn't. I suggest that you read it before each meeting. Surprisingly, his tone wasn't aggressive, just a simple request. Don't worry, Harry, said Inspector Eric Thorne, who was sitting by the window on the other side of the room. From now on, Joel will read his morning notes. He offered the PC a hard stare. Won't you, Joel? Yes, sir. So, as the notes made clear, thousands of fans left simultaneously. There's CCTV, but it's going to take hours to comb through it all. Fisher raised a hand. Yes, April? She frowned. Am I right in assuming Stretford Station is closest to Old Trafford? Simmer nodded. Yes, they attended first, along with a team from Weatherfield Station. But they need all the help they can get. Fans across the UK have come together and shared the news online. One particular post about Theo Cassidy has reached thousands of eyes. It's good to see people coming together and getting it out there, but it means more pressure on us to deliver. Fisher smiled faintly. Regardless of who you supported, when it came to cases like this, fans stuck together. What leads do we have now? Fisher asked. Stretford detectives interviewed the boy's father, Ben Cassidy. He gave them some photos of Theo. They're with their media team. Got a few calls, but nothing concrete. Due to his age and vulnerability, police had immediately categorized Theo as high priority, the same as Lisa Marley, hence the quick involvement from other departments to help. Anything useful from the calls that came in? Asked Fisher. Each caller gave the same description of the boy, similar to that of Ben Cassidy. Said they saw a woman walking with him. Average height, dark hair, wore a black coat. Did Theo appear upset at all? The DI shook his head at Fisher. He wasn't trying to get away from her or showing signs of distress. For a football game, we've done well getting that. The majority of witnesses won't know what they've seen. They just want to get out at the end of the game. They don't really take notice of anyone else. It sounds like Theo knew this woman. D.S. Phillips read her mind. She turned to him and agreed with a nod. Is there a custody battle with the mother or a grandmother? That's been ruled out, replied Simmer. Parents are together, no problems with the wider family. We can't even be sure the witnesses have spotted the right kid, said Fisher, inspecting the picture of the 7-year-old. One little blonde boy at a football game looks like any other. What's Old Trafford's capacity? 70,000? Just short of 80, I think, replied the DI. A needle in a haystack, Fisher shrugged. What have local police done so far? Asked Phillips. Weatherfield police have searched the boy's house, to the frustration of his parents. When dealing with missing persons, regardless of where they last saw them, their house would always need thorough checking.
It was policing 101. Sometimes a kid would just be hiding off their own bat. Sometimes there was a more tragic outcome. Fisher remembered an awful case where family members reported a child as missing, only for the police to find a body stuffed in bin bags in the attic, a horrendous act of inhumane behavior. Have any other known addresses been checked? Close members of his family? Queried Fisher. Ben Cassidy's brothers and sisters' properties have been thoroughly checked, along with the grandparents' houses. Just at that moment his phone rang, and he took the call. After listening for a moment, he gave a curt thanks, hung up, and turned back to the meeting. That was the council control room. I'm afraid the woman and boy were a false lead. It's a mother and son, all confirmed. The boy was wearing the same away shirt as Theo. Like you said, D.S. Fisher, looking for a boy at a football match is like searching for a needle in a haystack. Collective sighs circulated the room. There was a quick knock at the door. DCI Thomas James entered with his head high and chest out, holding a file. We have a fantastic opportunity here, James told them, running a palm through his hair. This unfortunate case has gone all over Manchester and across the UK. As you know, football fans everywhere are hugely interested. This is our opportunity to shine to the bigwigs, scrutinizing our every move. He smiled. Looking around this room, I know we have an incredible team. Let's do ourselves proud. Fisher's smile dissolved. Was the DCI more interested in finding the boy, or gaining brownie points for cracking the case? Surely he hadn't slipped into policing politics so soon after his promotion. So, with the Lisa Marley case and this, we have a great opportunity to show the country why we're one of the best. Speaking of which, where are we on Lisa Marley? Rick Kirby not given anything away yet? No, nothing, Fisher said. Whatever he knows, he's keeping it firmly to himself. I've spoken to him again and he's still denying even dropping the car off, which we know is a lie because we've got evidence of him doing that on camera. He's playing his cards close to his chest. Jim Thorpe and Henry Jackson are sticking to their stories that Rick is the man responsible and that he set them up. As you know, we have the stolen money, but no Lisa Marley yet. DCI James winced, knowing time was always against them. Do we think the cases are linked in any way? Any obvious comparisons? Fisher had thought about it, but nothing connected the cases other than a child having been taken. Cases like that happened all over the world. Nothing obvious stands out to link them, sir, Fisher said. But I think they were both targeted events. We originally thought the library incident was wrong place, wrong time, that the poor victim and her children had stumbled into a robbery. But maybe it's more. Maybe it was planned. Planned? DCI James tilted his head. Yeah, Fisher went on. Rick Kirby and Lisa Marley are cousins. Axel is Rick's uncle. It can't be a coincidence Rick was there and has taken Lisa. The news of the most recent development filled the room with chatter. Cousins? James's response quietened the officers down again. I assume Rick's place has been searched? Fisher nodded. What about immediate family? Dad's never been in his life. He left town years ago. A team searched his mam's house, Mandy Marley. Apparently she was hostile. She said it was ridiculous and she had nothing to do with whatever Rick had done. There was no sign of Lisa at either place. Interesting. DCI James looked away in thought. Axel claims there are no issues, but I think it's worth interviewing Mandy about this, see what her take is. There might be some bad blood somewhere in the family. This could be Rick's way of dealing with it. Good idea. What about Axel? Asked the DI. I had the same thought right before this meeting, said Fisher. It seems strange they knew exactly where to look and went straight to the office to get the money. The only way they'd know would be if someone had told them about it. Maybe Tracy and the kids being there was planned, or maybe it's mere coincidence. We need to treat Axel as a suspect, said DCI James.
It could be a plan gone wrong for all we know. Can someone check into his finances? Fisher nodded. Yeah, I'll take a look, but I don't think Axel's to blame here. He wouldn't risk anything happening to his family. The DCI raised his eyebrows. You of all people should know by now that people are capable of anything. Right, good work, said DI Simmer. We're getting somewhere. He focused on DCI James. Anything to add before we wrap up, boss? The press have photos of Lisa Marley already. Make sure they have pictures of Theo Cassidy too. I want to see their faces on every news channel. A knock pulled their attention to the door. PC Jamie Lint entered sheepishly. Sorry, sir, to... He froze, seeing all the eyes in the room staring his way. Interrupt the meeting. What is it, PC Lint? Simmer asked him. Just received a call. Theo Cassidy was seen getting into a taxi with a man after the game on Saturday. We looked up the firm. Place on Canal Street. Simmer focused on Phillips. You want to take this one? He nodded and stood, wasting no time. Simmer then nodded towards Fisher. You want to speak to Mandy? Get the full story with what's going on in that family? There's obviously things we don't know here. Absolutely. Chapter 21. 17 years ago, Axel stopped outside his sister's house and beeped the horn twice. She would have driven herself, but her car needed new brakes and it wasn't safe, so it would have taken her well over an hour to walk to Sunnyside Care Home. Because Axel was pretty much passing her house, he'd offered. The house was run down and needed a little TLC.
Perhaps he should offer to fix the broken gutter and get the weeds growing at the base of the brickwork under control. But as Mandy approached his car, her scowl told Axel something was on her mind. He wondered if Rick had been playing up again. He was such a handful at times. Well, most of the time, and Axel felt sorry for her, bringing him up alone. You all right, Mand? He asked as she got in the car. She clipped her seatbelt in. Yeah, let's go. I need to be back by 12, got jobs on. We could have gone tomorrow, he sighed. I did say that to you. Axel, we're going today. You told me you were off, so today is when we're going. Nodding, he stayed silent to avoid an argument. He'd had enough of that growing up with her. They set off east in the direction of Sunnyside. It usually took 20 minutes from her house. The sun was beating down, and his spirits were high from the great time he'd had with Tracy last night at the cinema. They'd gone to see Defiance. Tracy had a thing for Daniel Craig. How's he doing? Asked Axel, turning left at the end of her street. Mandy frowned. Who? Dad. I haven't seen him since last week. Mandy sighed. I know, you've been busy, haven't you? What's that supposed to mean? Axel slowed, approaching a red light. I've been busy at work and things. More like busy with Tracy. Mandy's tone was sour. Ah, so that's your issue, is it? Axel, the way she was with Rick the other day sickened me. He was terrified. He pressed his lips together and rolled his eyes. What? She quizzed him. Oh, come on, Mandy. I love Rick because he's my nephew, but you know what he's like. Mandy shuffled in the seat to face him. Excuse me, what are you saying about my boy? Come on, Mandy, he said softly, trying to diffuse her growing temper. I've seen it myself. You can't say he doesn't alter the truth sometimes. You calling him a liar? Are you saying that Tracy didn't grab him? I saw it with my own eyes, Axel. Next, you'll be calling me a liar. She expelled air from her mouth, like the whole thing was ridiculous. Have you asked yourself what Rick was doing in that room? What was he looking for? The question stumped Mandy for a moment. He said he found Tracy in there, she said, looking through the boxes. And Tracy said she'd gone to the toilet and found him doing the same thing. He gave her a look. So you believe a skank you've just met over your nephew? A skank? Axel shook his head, feeling his temper rising. Mandy often said things without thinking. Yes, a lying little skank. Let's just leave it there, shall we? I don't like her, Ax. She's bad news. And I don't really give a fuck what you think about her, to be honest. He focused on the road, battling his growing anger. Mandy could be a real cow sometimes, and he knew it was because she was bitter and alone. They drove in an awkward, deafening silence for 10 minutes, which felt like hours, and pulled up at the care home. The sun had slipped behind the clouds, the world now a shade dimmer than before.
similar to how Axel felt inside. "Here we go," he said, trying to lighten the tension between them. Mandy got out without saying a word and headed to the entrance. Axel locked the car and followed her, seeing her at the reception desk inside, leaning over a small table and signing a sheet, which all visitors did when they arrived and left. He joined her and, in silence, walked down the corridor to their father's room. The decor was dated and the red carpet was fading, heavy wear down the center where decades of people had trodden on it. Their father's room was the last one on the left before the fire exit. They both took a breath and fixed smiles on their faces as they knocked and entered. "Hello, Dad," Mandy said, her tone chirpy. Axel gently closed the door to the cramped room and faced his dad. He looked a decade older than he did the last time he'd seen him.
Axel knew he didn't have long left.
Chapter 22. Present Day. Noah. Madison was sitting in his van, tucking into his lunch, a ham and cheese sandwich he'd purchased earlier from Sainsbury's. While chewing, his eyes wandered around the neglected state of his vehicle, the layers of dust that suffocated his wheel and dashboard, the dozens of wrappers that needed picking up, the invoices for his work that desperately needed filing and organizing. After he finished his sandwich, he turned up the radio and smiled. You couldn't beat 80s music. Reminded him of simpler, easier times, before marriage and kids. Luna was the eldest at 11, and Caleb was 9. They were great kids, considering their mother Olivia had issues with alcohol, issues which had been like a dark cloud over their lives for the last few years. Although Olivia was doing well now she'd joined AA, Noah had to keep an eye on her because she'd slipped so many times. 4 years ago, he'd stopped off at home to collect some tools when he'd found a half-drunk bottle of vodka and an empty glass in the kitchen. Olivia was upstairs and hadn't heard him come in. She came down and stared at him in panic, knowing he'd have noticed the vodka on the worktop. For the remainder of that particular afternoon, Noah had stayed with her, letting his customer know something important had cropped up. She'd admitted her drinking issues, something she'd hidden from him since they'd met. When Olivia was sacked for being drunk, he realized she wasn't in control and that drastic action needed to be taken. The local doctor had suggested she try AA, and she'd been attending a group at Abraham Moss for over a year. It had been good for her. She was visibly more vibrant. She hadn't found a new job yet. Apparently, being an alcoholic with a negative reference hadn't done her any favors with potential employers, but that didn't get her down. The first raindrops of the day appeared on his windscreen.
He was installing a new boiler just a few doors down from where he was parked.
The job itself was simple for a man of his experience. The customer, a funny elderly guy named Donald, had distracted him since he arrived with stories of his army days. Due to his kind nature and not wanting to be rude, Noah listened with a smile and the occasional nod. He drained the remainder of his Coke and threw the empty in the passenger footwell with all the other rubbish. Before he opened the door, his phone rang. "Hey, Liv," he answered. "You all right?" "Yeah. You going to finish in time to get the kids from school?" "No, I'm held back on this job." Olivia sighed. "What's up?" "Well, I was planning to go for coffee with Trish this afternoon." "Just a coffee?" "Noah, you know I'm doing good now. I haven't touched a drop in 7 months. I'm even counting the days. I'm going to the meeting tonight. It's working out well for everyone. I wish I'd have gone sooner, you know that." "Yeah." Noah paused a beat. "You never mentioned meeting Trish this morning." "She texted me after you left. We haven't seen each other in a while." "I'd be back if I could. Sorry." As soon as the call ended, his phone rang again. It was Ben Cassidy. "Hey Ben, any sign of Theo yet?" "Still no sign, mate." "Sorry to hear that." Noah stared up at the sky. The clouds were getting darker. He thought about Theo and how Ben and Helen must be feeling. What have the police said? "They're still checking the CCTV from Old Trafford." "I know it's hard, but stay positive." Ben remained silent. "You remember last year we were at the park? Me, you, Theo and Luna?" "Yeah, what about it?" "And the kids went missing, didn't they? Remember?" "I'll never forget that," Ben said.
and we eventually found Luna alone, and Theo had gone missing. For like 3 hours, said Ben. Longest 3 hours of my life. And when we found him, he was making a den up in a tree.
He's switched on for his age, that lad. You mark my words, he will turn up.
3 hours isn't 2 days, though, Noah. Ben gave a heavy, beaten sigh through the phone. Noah clamped his eyes shut, unsure what to say. He was gutted about Theo, who was like the nephew he never had. "Are you still going to AA tonight?" asked Noah. "I think so, yeah. I'll only sit here and mope around if not. Helen says I should go." Noah agreed that getting support outside his home was a good idea. "Olivia is going, so she'll see you there. Need her to pick you up on her way?" "No, but thank you. My house is totally out of her way. I'll drive myself, don't worry." "Are you sure?" asked Noah. "Yeah, I need to go. Tell Olivia I'll see her tonight." "Keep your chin up," Noah said. "We'll find him." He stared down the street, lost in thought, unable to take his mind off Theo. Chapter 23. Fisher's phone rang. She vaguely recognized the number on the car's screen and pressed answer. "Hello? Detective Fisher, it's Axel Marley." His voice carried clearly from the car's expensive speaker system. "Hello, Axel. You all right?" "Just looking for an update on Lisa, if there is one." Fisher winced slightly, wishing she could have offered him some better news. "I'm afraid not, Mr. Marley. Nothing just yet. We're following up on leads as we speak." "Has Rick said anything about Lisa yet?" Rick Kirby had been silent so far. With the murder of Tracy Marley pinned on him, even confessing about what happened to Lisa wouldn't get him off the hook. So he was holding that card close to his chest, with no sign of spilling the beans anytime soon. "He hasn't, no." "The bastard." Axel's frustrated voice filled the car. Fisher clocked PC Barn glancing her way from the passenger seat. "Bear with us, Mr. Marley." Fisher changed the direction of the conversation. "How's Lee doing?" "Still resting, really. He's walking about."
But I've kept him off school until all of this blows over. He paused.
"If it does. I'll call you later with any updates, Mr. Marley." He ended the phone call abruptly, without saying anything further, and Fisher pressed her lips together defeatedly. Less than 5 minutes later, they pulled up at Mandy's house. It appeared tired and needed some work in comparison to others in the street. Fisher knocked and took a step back so she was level with Barn, who peered around the street as they waited. Some teenagers on the other side were hanging around watching them. The door opened to reveal a disheveled-looking woman, dressed in scruffy jeggings and a pale, loose top, with no makeup on. In her hand was an old, battered cleaning tray filled with various sprays and grubby cloths. "Mandy Marley," said Fisher. When the woman nodded, she made her introductions. "Is it okay if we have a quick chat with you?" Mandy frowned. "Is this necessary right now? I'm on a tight schedule today." "I'm afraid it is." Mandy sighed and studied them, seemingly thinking of a way out. "Come on in then. This needs to be quick, though. I've got somewhere to be." Once Mandy had moved aside, Fisher and Barn went in. An overpowering smell of cinnamon lingered in the hallway. "Come through here." Mandy led them through the dining room and into a narrow kitchen where the scent of cinnamon was replaced with fabric softener, and placed the cleaning stuff on the side. The kitchen was busy. Gentle whooshing sounds came from the washing machine near the faded back door as it turned. Piles of paperwork and boxes covered the worktops on the left side, and crockery was stacked up in the sink under the dirty window. It wasn't a nice way to live, thought Fisher. "Having a sort out?" asked Fisher. Yeah. Was looking for something earlier but couldn't find it. I'll put it all away when I'm back." Mandy turned to face them and folded her arms. "So, "What's this about? Would you like to sit down?" She shook her head. "Nope, I'm good standing. Like I said, I don't have long, so ask your questions." "Okay." Fisher nodded towards Barn, who took out a notepad and pen. "We need to ask you some questions about your son, Rick." Her eyes narrowed. "I've told you already. I don't know anything about what he's done." "Well, Mr. Kirby isn't talking yet. We have evidence that shows him dropping the getaway car back off on Alphonsus Street, yet he still denies being there, let alone the library.
and we know that he's not being honest with us. Have you spoken to him? Yes, I went to see him. Fisher and Barn waited. He denied everything to me too. Tell us, what's your relationship like with your brother, Axel? Mandy squinted for a moment. Yeah, okay. I mean, we've had our disagreements over the years like any family, but in general, okay. See him quite often, look after his kids a few times a week when he or Tracy are working. Her lips tightened as she seemed to realize she should be talking in the past tense when referring to Tracy. You spoken with Axel? Yeah, just earlier on the phone, said Fisher. Seems like he's holding up okay. Mandy nodded lightly. I'll pop over to see him later. Just feel bad for what happened, you know? Feel somehow responsible for it. Fisher understood that. She'd dealt with similar scenarios in the past where parents often blamed themselves for the actions of their children, wondering if they'd done something wrong or not instilled the right moral code in them. What about Rick and Axel's relationship? Mandy frowned. Nothing out of the ordinary, or not that I'm aware of. They don't see much of each other, but that's life nowadays, isn't it? People are busy doing their own thing. Any recent scenarios where Rick and Axel had disagreed on something? Mandy unfolded her arms and placed them on her hips. Like I've said, not that I know of. Is that everything?
I really need to get going. I'm trying to run a business here. Fisher had the feeling that Mandy was uncomfortable with that question. She shifted on her feet and was using work as a reason to leave. No, that's it for now. Fisher smiled. If there's anything you can think of, please call me. We need to get to the bottom of this case sooner rather than later. Mandy nodded. You'll be the first to know, Sergeant. Chapter 24. 17 years ago. You ready to go? Just a minute, replied Tracy from the bathroom, her voice filling the landing and stairs. Axel waited by the front door, his patience wearing thin. They were already late. Not that it mattered, because his father wasn't going anywhere anytime soon, but it mattered to Axel because when he promised a time, being late was unacceptable. Tracy flushed the toilet and appeared at the top of the stairs with a smile on her face. She was wearing a nice pair of dark blue jeans and a tight-fitting yellow top that enhanced her figure. You didn't have to get changed, Trace, Axel smiled. We're only seeing my dad. I know, but what if I meet a millionaire pensioner who wants to whisk me off my feet and take me abroad somewhere? Well, Axel said, smiling, there's always a chance of that where we're going. I like to look nice. She slipped her feet into flip-flops when she reached the bottom. Can't have him thinking his son is seeing a scruffy skank, can we? We can't. Axel opened the door and smacked her backside playfully as she passed him. Get in that car, you. They set off for Sunnyside Care Home with the windows down and the air conditioning blasting on maximum. The skies were blue and there wasn't a cloud in sight. According to the car's thermometer, it was 32 degrees. You spoken to Mandy? Axel briefly looked her way. Not really. Went to see Dad with her last week, but nothing since. Tracy nodded and looked forward, fidgeting with her hands. You don't have to worry about them, especially Rick. I know he's talking shit. Whatever he does or however bad he is, Mandy will always stick up for him. Don't worry. Tracy grinned. Thank you. For what? Believing me. Axel took a right at the next road. I know what he's like, Trace. He's always been a little shit and will be a nightmare when he's older. It didn't take long to reach the care home because of the light traffic. They parked up in the almost empty car park and got out. Sad, isn't it? What's that, Trace? Hardly any visitors. Axel understood her point. They'd recently spoken about old people being stuck in care homes without their family around them. Makes me sad about my own, that's all, she said. I remember when they died. It was awful. Tracy's parents had spent their final years in a care home. She'd visited when she could and found it hard to understand how years and years of their hard-earned money could vanish so quickly into the coffers of the care home's owners, it seemed, as the staff were overworked and permanently short-tempered with the elderly residents. Axel wished she wouldn't go on about it so much. He couldn't look after his dad permanently, could he? He worked full-time now and couldn't afford to reduce his hours.
They signed in at the desk. He spotted a carer he knew on his way in. "How is he today, Sarah?" "Oh, Roger's much the same, only he's been arguing with one of the other residents about what to watch on the TV." "I'm sorry about that." "Oh, it's fine. We deal with these disagreements daily." She beamed, seemingly taking joy in her role. "He's been telling me about his holidays in Spain." Axel smiled sadly and shook his head, mentally returning to the Spanish holidays that made up so much of his childhood. "He's just in his room. He's had his breakfast this morning and is eating well. Go on through." Axel thanked her and left the reception area,
taking the familiar left through the doorway and down the hot, airless corridor that was no cooler than the inside of a volcano, despite the fire door at the end being propped open with a plant pot in an attempt to let some air in. He knocked gently on his father's door and edged it open. "Hey, Dad." Roger was lying on the bed, focusing on the television in the corner near the door. "How you doing?" Axel and Tracy entered the small, stuffy room. It was warmer than the corridor. Roger stared at Axel for a moment with narrowed eyes. "Bloody TV won't change channel," he said shortly, pressing a button on the remote control. Axel took the remote and inspected it. "Might need new batteries. I'll get some more." He left the room, and Tracy and Roger looked awkwardly at each other. Roger stood up with some effort and shook her hand. "You must be Tracy. Axel's told me a lot about you. Don't take it personally that he didn't stop to introduce you. He's a bit rough round the edges, but he's a good boy, really, or so his mother always told me." He winked at her. "Now, why don't you sit down and tell me all about yourself?" Back in the car, Tracy and Axel sat silently for a moment. "I liked him, Ax. He's a really sweet man. He seemed a bit sad, though." "Sad?" "Going on about some villa in Spain. He said the nice weather reminded him of it." Axel lifted his head from the headrest. "I forgot I hadn't told you about that. My dad had a villa in Spain, Costa Blanca. This huge thing with a pool. We used to go when we were younger. We always told him he should sell it and use the money to enjoy himself, but in the end we had to sell it to pay for his care here. With so much in property, the government don't provide care for free, which is annoying and unfair, but that's life, so we had to sell it." "I'd love to go to Spain," said Tracy. "Was it a nice place?" "Gorgeous. I'll show you some photos I have at home. Hey, better still, I'll take you there one day. Maybe rent it from the new owners." "I'd like that, Ax. Yeah, it's a lovely part of Spain. Just a shame all that money is being used for his care, that's all. The longer he's in there, the less money there'll be left when his time comes." Chapter 25. Present Day. While driving at a steady 30 miles per hour, Fisher received a call from D.S. Phillips. "Yeah?" she answered. "Made a start on the footage from Old Trafford. What's happening on your end?" Fisher told him she was heading to Ben Cassidy's house. "Find anything on the CCTV?" "Not yet. Hundreds of kids were there on Saturday, all looking the same." "Certainly won't be easy. I'll keep you posted." The call ended, and Fisher settled both hands on the wheel of the big, hefty Volvo. "How's Matthew doing?" asked Barn. "How are things with Janice?" Fisher gave her a sideways glance. "Sorry, I wasn't being nosy. Just heard you two talking, that's all." "As far as I know, they're doing all right," Fisher said, leaving it at that. It was Phillips's business, no one else's. "Must be hard, this job with young kids, though." "I'm hoping you'll find out someday." Barn laughed. "I'm approaching 40 like a steam train. My time for all that is over, I think." "Doesn't have to be." Fisher gave her an encouraging smile. "I'd need to find someone I'd like to share that with first." Fisher raised her brows. "Few and far between nowadays." "There's always your new friend, Ian. Have you texted him yet?" Fisher rolled her eyes and focused on the road. As they arrived at Ben Cassidy's house on Derbyshire Lane, the sun broke through the clouds, making the world a brighter place. They both stepped out and studied the house numbers along the street. A blue hatchback Volvo sat on the driveway of the Cassidy house, leaving narrow access to the grey PVC front door. Fisher knocked and took a step back. Movement in the window to the right caught their attention before the figure quickly disappeared, And the door opened seconds later to reveal a man with dark circles under his tired blue eyes, wearing a green t-shirt and black jogger shorts. "Mr. Cassidy?"
asked Fisher. "We're from the police." "Have you found Theo?" he asked hurriedly, leaning forward and gripping the edges of the door frame with white knuckles. "Where is he? Have you got him?" "Not yet, Mr. Cassidy." His shoulders slumped, and he seemed to sink back into the shadows of the hallway. She introduced them both, and Ben Cassidy silently motioned them in. He was tall and slim, but carried a dad's paunch. He led them into the living room to the right, where a woman sat on a single leather chair in the left corner, studying them as they entered. Fisher assumed she was his wife and Theo's mother. "Mrs. Cassidy?" asked Fisher. "Helen." She leaned forward to shake her hand. Her short, dark bob cupped her oval, plump face, and her eyes were teary. Fisher guessed she was close to 40. "Hi, Helen." "Please." Ben indicated the free sofa. "Take a seat." Fisher and Barn dropped onto the three-seater sofa, which matched the single chair Helen was sitting on in both style and material. "What's going on?" Ben asked. "We've already given statements to detectives. We've been asked to assist with the investigation." Fisher alternated her gaze between them. "What do you need to know?" Ben pressed his lips together. "If you could go over what happened last night, that would be very helpful." "Shouldn't you be out there looking for Theo?" Helen scowled at them with her arms crossed. "We have teams doing that right now, Mrs. Cassidy, I can assure you." Helen looked down at the carpet, her shoulders slumping a fraction. Over the next few minutes, Ben relayed what had happened, from walking into the stadium to the fight breaking out in the concourse, and, subsequently, the moment he lost Theo. "We just need our boy back." Tears slid down Helen's cheeks. "He could be anywhere." "We're doing our very best, Mrs. Cassidy. Your son is our #1 priority right now." "What about the little girl who went missing on Monday night?" Ben said. "We saw that on the news too. Lisa Marley, is she still missing?" Fisher knew the meaning behind the question and slowly nodded. "She is." "So how are the police going to find them?" asked Helen. At this very moment, Fisher wished she had an answer they wanted to hear. The truth was, she didn't. "I don't like the fact that you searched our house either," Helen went on. "Made us feel like we were the criminals." "It's standard practice," Barnes said gently, lightening Fisher's load. "We need to cover the basics first." "I just don't think you needed to treat us like that," Ben said. "So tell us something positive." He was still standing in the middle of the room with his arms folded. "We're currently checking the CCTV from Old Trafford. I wish it could be quicker, but there are so many cameras. We have a team at the station doing that now." Helen shook her head, seemingly appalled at how long it was taking. "We need him home." "Excuse the nature of the question," Fisher said, smiling lightly. "But can you think of anyone who'd want to cause either of you or Theo any harm?" "No," Helen chipped in when Ben remained silent. "Nothing at all." "What is it you do for work, Mr. Cassidy?" "I work from home. I run an online business selling licensed merchandise, T-shirts of kids' TV shows, that sort of thing. Been doing that a few years now." Ben suddenly pressed a hand on his stomach. "Excuse me a moment." He left the room quickly, and they heard him ascending the stairs. "His stomach is playing up from his medication," Helen told them. "Medication?" "What is it?" pressed Fisher. "He has PTSD. He used to deliver parcels, but he knocked over a 7-year-old kid and killed him. Awful time. Same age as Theo now. He was a mess. Turned to drink for a while, which made everything worse, as you can imagine. There was a trial, and he was exonerated. The kid ran out onto an A road without looking. It was a really dangerous spot. Even the parents agreed it wasn't Ben's fault. But he has nightmares every night. The medication calms him, helps him sleep, if he can." "What's the drinking like now?" "Oh, he's doing well. He's been attending an AA group, been there for nearly a year, goes twice a week, sometimes a Saturday if he can." "Where's the AA support group?" "Abraham Moss Library and Leisure Centre." Chapter 26. Lisa. Marley was sitting in the corner of the small, dark room with her knees tucked up to her chin. She stared longingly at the locked door a few feet away, wishing she had the power to open it and escape. But she'd lost count of how many times she'd tried and had long given up. With nothing apart from an empty bottle of water, a plastic plate with crumbs of the sandwich she'd eaten yesterday, a large plastic cooking bowl, and a half-used roll of toilet paper, there was nothing that could help her. Not that she had the energy to do anything anyway, feeling malnourished and weak. Wherever she was, she didn't recognize it. It wasn't a room she'd been in before. There was no window. The only light was a sliver creeping under the crack of the closed door. She'd covered every fiber of carpet in the time she'd been there, searching for anything to help her or give her an indication of where she was, but there was nothing. As well as the room being dark, it reeked of her wee and poo because she wasn't allowed to leave and go to the toilet. Since arriving, she'd made good use of the bowl she'd found on Monday night by urinating and defecating in it, then wiping herself with the tissue and leaving it in the plastic bowl, which she'd kept in the opposite corner. Despite the horrific smells and lack of circulation, she'd become used to it, accepting her new surroundings and coping with it the best she could.
Yesterday morning was the first time the door had opened. She'd got excited and jumped up, run to the door, and had been fiercely met with someone's boot, sending her hurtling backward so hard her head hit the wall opposite the door. "Stay the fuck there!" her captor had screamed at her, their face hidden behind a mask. They'd thrown a wrapped sandwich and a bottle of water towards her. "Make them last." The door slammed shut, and a key turned in the lock. The room had descended into a silent, nauseating darkness once again. Where was her brother? Where was her dad? Were they trapped here too? She had called for them over and over but had heard nothing. She might as well be on the moon. What was that? Someone's footsteps, just outside the door. Then silence, like they were standing on the other side of it, listening to her. "Hello?" she whispered. "Hello?" Louder this time. "I'm opening the door." It was the same voice as before. "Stay back. Don't try anything." "This is your chance," she told herself, climbing to her feet, her legs aching from being immobile for so long. The previous times it had opened, a sandwich and a bottle of water had been dropped on the carpet before it closed again. She hid behind the door. It was unlocked and edged open, a wave of light filling the nearest wall and lighting up the space. "It stinks," her captor said. She grabbed the handle, keeping herself hidden behind the door. The figure threw the sandwich and bottle of water onto the carpet and went to pull the door closed. "What the?" they muttered in frustration. "Are you holding that?" In silence, tightly gripping the handle, she fiercely swung her hand at the masked face when they appeared to see why the door wouldn't close, connecting with the bridge of their nose. The figure staggered backward, letting go of the door handle for a moment, but regained their balance quickly as she shot out of the room. They grabbed her with ease and threw her back inside, her slight body bouncing on the carpet with a hefty thud. The door slammed shut, and the colours of the world vanished. The room was now pitch black again. It seemed darker than before, like staring into the abyss of nothing, an endless world of infinite space where all hope seemed lost. Chapter 27. Axel Marley just finished a phone call with his manager, asking him when he planned on returning to work. In a very calm manner, he said, "As you know, my wife has been murdered, and my daughter has been taken. The police are looking for her. My son has a bad leg, and I'm looking after him. Returning to work isn't at the top of my priorities right now." "I understand," she'd replied, and hung up. "Arsehole." He placed the phone on the kitchen table, took a long breath, held it for a few seconds, and then exhaled slowly. "She's an arsehole," he whispered, then stood and went to the living room. The sound of the TV was coming through the open door. "You all right, Lee?" Lee was lying on the sofa with his leg propped up, watching an American show on Netflix. An empty plate with crumbs and a cup were on the floor from the sandwich Axel had made him earlier. "You okay, son?" "Not really, Dad." Axel dawdled over, smiling sadly. How could he be okay? What a stupid question. His mother was dead, and his sister was missing. "I miss Lisa," he explained, but Axel knew that already. Axel wished he could take the pain away. Turn back the clock several nights before all this happened. He blamed himself in more ways than one. He sat on the sofa's edge beside Lee and placed a hand on his forehead. "I know, mate." They watched TV for a few minutes in silence. "When am I going back to school?"
Lee asked. When do you want to go back? Lee pushed his bottom lip out. I don't. I hate school. You hate school? Axel frowned. I thought you liked it. Dad, no one likes school. It's rubbish. He closed his eyes and rocked his head back.
Who's going to help me with homework now? That broke his heart. Oh, Lee, I'll help you with it. Anytime you like. Axel smiled and gently ran his palm through Lee's thick hair. I thought the same about school at your age. You'll soon realize they're the best days of your life, you'll see. He paused. I thought I'd keep you off this week until the police find Lisa. What do you think? Lee peered up at him with glassy eyes, then agreed with a tired nod. You get some rest, okay? Axel slipped off the sofa. Going to sort some things out. Just shout if you need me. Love you, dude. Love you too, Dad. As Axel returned to the kitchen, his body feeling drained and weak, he realized he hadn't eaten and had been fueled off coffee, which was doing his guts no good at all. He sat down and his phone pinged with a WhatsApp message. He pulled it out and saw it was a photo sent from an unknown number. He opened it. God. He raised a hand to his mouth. It was Lisa, curled up in the corner of a dark, dingy room, her hands up against her face as if she were cowering from something. The message beside the photo read, "Pay the money you owe, Axel, or she dies. And if you tell the police about this, you'll never see Lisa again." Chapter 28. Olivia Madison watched Noah enter the kitchen and walk over to kiss her on the cheek, the same thing he always did when he got home. She was doing her best to be in a mood because she couldn't go out for coffee with her friend, but knew she was being ridiculous. "Good day?" he asked. "Yeah, the kids have done their reading. They're playing outside. Just going to do some tea before I go." The back door to the garden was open, sounds of laughter spilling over the threshold. Noah watched them from the door. Luna and Caleb love that game, don't they? I'd play too if there was money on the line. They were playing catch with the tennis ball. Noah had told them if they could get 100 catches between them without dropping the ball, he'd give them £10 each. But they couldn't lie, because he'd be watching them on the camera fixed above the back door, overlooking the yard. Obviously he wasn't, but they knew no different. Olivia didn't think they'd fall for that, but there they were, trying anyway. Noah looked Olivia's way. "You look knackered, Liv." "Yeah, I feel it too." "What are you making?" "Lasagna." He smiled. "Going to get showered. I stink." "I hadn't noticed," she said with a knowing smile. She could smell the solder, flux, and work smell as soon as he'd walked in. Once he left, she wandered over to the window to watch her children, so happy and content playing together. After she made tea, she called the kids from upstairs. They'd bathed and were in their rooms, Caleb playing Fortnite and Luna on her laptop, doing some homework for tomorrow. "Need any help with the maths?" Olivia asked her. "Dad's in if you do." "You going out?" "Yeah, I won't be long." By the time she'd returned downstairs, Noah was sitting at the kitchen table, tucking into his lasagna. "Lovely this, Liv." He nodded several times, his mouth full. "Kids coming down?" "Yeah." "You heading out now?" he asked, forking more into his mouth. She nodded, went to the coats hanging near the back door, and grabbed her thin blue one. "Yeah, I won't be late." She zipped her jacket up and leaned over to kiss him. "Love you." She smiled and left him in the kitchen. "Bye, kids," she shouted upstairs. It took 20 minutes to drive to Abraham Moss. The car park was half full, most of the cars belonging to people at the gym or playing sports in the hall. Others belonged to AA members, some of which she recognized. Aria Rickman's 10-year-old Renault Clio with rust under the front wheel arch, and Patrick Jenkins's new shiny Range Rover he'd bought from his late wife's life insurance money. Olivia turned off the engine and sighed. With 10 minutes until the session, she admired the sun slowly descending below the Manchester City skyline, but thoughts of driving to the nearest bar and having a drink crept into her mind. She got out quickly, needing to get inside, where she'd be surrounded by her support group, all facing similar issues, and made her way over to the library's front entrance. The air was nice and cool on her skin. The doors parted, and she took a right into the AA session.
Most of the group was already there, sitting on the sofas positioned around the small, low table, speaking among themselves, mugs in hands. A trolley was filled with the usual tea, coffee, and biscuit supplies. "Hey, Olivia," said Hudson Ellis, smiling at her. His unkempt hair was still in desperate need of a cut. She sat down beside the beautiful Aria Rickman. Aria leaned in, gently knocking into her shoulder with hers by way of a friendly greeting. "You all right?" Aria was in her late 20s and stunning. She had perfect skin, jet black hair, and dark brown eyes. "Okay, so who are we waiting on?" said Hudson, looking around the small group. Olivia did the same, scanning the group members on the sofas. Along with Hudson and Aria were Ben Cassidy, Patrick Jenkins, George McKenna, and Elaine Thurston. "Quinn isn't here yet," Olivia said. "Correct, she isn't." Hudson glanced over to the refreshments on the portable table to his left. "Anyone without a coffee is welcome to grab one before we make a start." Olivia stood and headed to the trolley. "You all right, Olivia?" George McKenna appeared beside her, his voice still hoarse from a recent illness. "How's the throat?" Olivia had a feeling he'd taken a liking to her, speaking with her more than the other women in the group. She'd made it clear to the group when speaking she was married by occasionally slipping "my husband" into the conversations.
But it hadn't deterred him yet. Perhaps he was just looking for a friend. They both poured their coffees from the big metal pot and returned to the sofas. Footsteps were heard in the corridor, and Quinn Peel appeared with her blonde, curly hair, attractive natural smile, and sparkling green eyes, flustered and a little breathless. "Sorry I'm late, guys. Bloody traffic." "No worries, Quinn," said Hudson softly, smiling as she sat. The three sofas all faced the coffee table. Olivia sat on the one furthest away from the door, sandwiched between Quinn and Aria. On the opposite sofa sat George, Elaine, and Patrick. The middle sofa was occupied by Hudson, his usual central spot, and Ben. Olivia saw the sadness in Ben's eyes from the recent disappearance of his son Theo, and was surprised to see him there tonight. Hudson turned to Ben. "Appreciate you coming tonight, Ben." He placed a palm on his back. "I know being away from your family is difficult right now." Everyone had seen the news about Theo. "We're so grateful you're here with us tonight," Hudson said. "I want you to know we will help you through this, and I've been praying for his safe return." Ben nodded his appreciation and whispered, "Thank you, everyone." "Who wants to start?" asked Hudson. Some shared their stories, and then it was Elaine's turn. "I'm Elaine, and I'm an alcoholic." "Hi, Elaine," replied several members of the group simultaneously. "When was your last drink?" Hudson asked. "I drank vodka this morning." She bowed her head in embarrassment. "I'm struggling with the recent loss of a friend. Tracy Marley. She was killed." She fell quiet. "Axel's wife?" said Hudson, surprised. "I didn't know you were friends." "Well, we're here to support you through this, Elaine." The group was all too aware of the incident with Tracy Marley that happened 2 nights ago, literally in the room next to the library. Olivia knew that Hudson had considered cancelling the meeting, but a good, Positive routine was important, and altering it could negatively affect the group members. "Thank you. Is Axel here tonight?" asked Patrick. "Any news on his little girl? Has she been found?" Ben Cassidy rocked back and forth with his hands interlocked, his elbows resting on his knees, knowing Axel Marley's pain. Hudson pressed his lips together, frowning at the interruption. "Let's not get sidetracked." He studied Ben Cassidy with narrowed eyes. "I'm sure the police are doing everything they can." Chapter 29. Fisher arrived home just after 7 p.m. and parked a few spaces from her house. Most of her neighbors had more than one car, so she was lucky to get so close. She got out and walked along the path. The sun was fading across the city skyline, the orange glow enhancing the shape of the high-rise commercial buildings in the near distance across the park opposite her house. "Hey, April!" She stopped before reaching her gate and turned. Her neighbor, Raymond, was standing on his front doorstep, staring at her. "I didn't know I owned a Volvo now." He nodded towards her car parked in front of his house. "Neither did I." "When are you getting it?" Fisher replied innocently. He almost let out a smile. "It would be a shame for something to happen to it." "Yes, that would be very unfortunate," she said.
It's a good job my Ring doorbell can see that far in case it does. You have a good evening now." She turned away from him, went through her gate, and into her house, proud of herself for not rising to his petty comments. Last year, Raymond had thrown a party, and her car was damaged at some point during the evening. She'd questioned him, but of course, he'd denied any wrongdoing or knowledge of the cause of damage. Although Fisher was glad to be home after another long day, she felt some unburned energy and decided to make the most of the pleasant evening. She pulled on leggings and a t-shirt and put her running trainers on before she changed her mind.
Outside, she fixed her earpods in position and found a decent soundtrack. She set a timer on her watch and started walking. A minute later, she progressed into a slow jog. Manchester descended into grey dusk in no time, the sun sliding behind the buildings to her right, the brilliant white high street lighting now shining down on the path in front of her. Her legs were already aching in places she didn't know existed, but she picked up her pace, veering around an elderly couple taking up the path's width. She'd thought the run would give her mind a break, but all she could think about was Lisa Marley and Theo Cassidy. Images of Tracy Marley's dead body flashed in her mind. Minutes later, her lungs burned, desperate for air, and her thoughts about work finally faded. It wasn't long before she arrived back at her house, the time on her wrist indicating she'd barely been out 15 minutes, which had felt like hours. She leaned over, tapped her watch, and got her breath back. Once showered and dressed, she warmed some soup and sat in the living room to eat it. She was only part-way through when her phone rang. "Hey, ma'am," she answered. "April, it's your dad." "Hey, Dad. Why not just ring me off your phone?" "Lost it. I'm sure your mum's put it somewhere, but she said she hasn't, so—" "I haven't bloody touched it," said an angry voice in the background. Fisher grinned. "Yeah, well," her dad said, "how's everything going, April?" "It's going good. And before you ask, no, we haven't found Theo Cassidy or Lisa Marley. I know that's why you're ringing." A beat of silence. "I wasn't," her dad protested. "I was going to ask if you're still coming over at the weekend for some dinner." "Dad, you're the worst liar in Manchester, probably in the whole of the UK. Of course I'm still coming. You already asked me that." Her father laughed. "So, How are the current cases going?" Fisher knew her dad still had contacts back at the station and liked to keep an ear out for news. She filled him in on the action of Monday night, but then she sighed as she went on. "I thought this would be resolved quickly, but Lisa and Theo are both still missing. We've chased up a couple of leads, but nothing concrete yet. Spoken to Axel Marley and his sister Mandy about Rick Kirby, that's the kidnapper, and Mandy's son, but if either of them know anything, they aren't giving anything away. The mother's probably protecting him," her dad said. "Saw it all in my day." Fisher smiled thinly, remembering the stories he'd told her growing up. Thinking about it, it had likely edged her into her career path. "I'm not sure, Dad. There are things about the case that don't make sense." "Like what?" "Well, inside that library where Tracy Marley was killed, how did the three suspects know about the money being stored there? How did they know where to find the safe? They must have had that information from somewhere. You thinking Axel provided that information?" Fisher silently considered it. "Bit of a risk, knowing his wife and kids were coming that night to collect him, don't you think?" "Well, that's my thinking too, but they got the info from somewhere. I'm looking into Axel's finances to see if anything stands out. It was only 26,000, which doesn't really qualify as the Baker Street robbery." "No, it does not. But April, the amount of money they took from the library doesn't matter, does it?" "What do you mean?" "Your suspect dumped the cash, didn't he? And it sounds like he meant the police to find it. So have you asked yourself why he committed a robbery with no obvious gain in it for him?" "Well, yes." April could have kicked herself for going off on a tangent. She had wondered about that, of course. If it wasn't for his relatives being in the picture, "I would have thought he'd done it for revenge on his buddies."
but the relatives were there. He murdered one and kidnapped another, and I expect that'll be the key to it all. Well, keep working, April. I know if anyone will work it out, it'll be a Fisher. You're secretly hoping you do so you can show me how good you still are." Fisher laughed, and so did he. Once the call had ended, Fisher put the TV on while she finished her soup, then lowered the volume and caught up on some emails. There was one from D.S. Phillips. informing her how far they'd got through the Old Trafford CCTV, so she picked up from where he'd got to. After the 5th video file, her phone beeped with a message. She scowled as she picked it up, noticing the sender. "Hey, was nice meeting you. We should go for a drink soon. Ian." She smiled, glanced up at the ceiling momentarily, then placed her phone by her side. She'd reply later. Or maybe she wouldn't. Chapter 30. After the AA meeting, Hudson thanked everyone for coming and told them he'd see them at the weekend for the next one. They all stood, and goodbyes were exchanged before they trickled out to the corridor in dribs and drabs. Olivia walked out with Elaine. "What do you do for work?" Elaine asked her. "Nothing at the moment," replied Olivia. "In between jobs." "There's not much out there at the moment." Olivia smiled and shook her head. "No, not really. How are you finding the group?" "It's okay. It's helping, but, I drank this morning, so I'm no angel." "Losing your friend isn't easy to deal with. Stick with us," Olivia encouraged her. "You'll turn the corner soon." "Yeah." Elaine pressed her lips together. "She was my best friend." "I'm so sorry." "Thanks," she whispered. "How's Axel doing? He isn't here tonight, is he?" "No, he's at home with his son," Elaine replied. "I can't believe it," Olivia shook her head. "That awful thing with his wife, and now his daughter missing."
Horrible bastards, those men who came here. They're saying they got in through the fire door. I'm sure we closed it when we came back in. Olivia scowled. "Or maybe what?" Nothing. We closed it, I remember." Olivia glanced around to make sure Ben wasn't in earshot and spotted him just ahead, walking with Patrick. "And Theo is missing too. Think they're connected in any way?" "Connected?" Elaine frowned. "Theo Cassidy and Lisa Marley." "In what way?" Olivia shrugged and pursed her lips. They were almost at the door and could feel the evening chill seeping through the entrance. "I don't know, just strange, isn't it? 2 kidnappings within 2 days in the same city, and those kids both connected to people involved with this library." Elaine considered it with narrowed eyes. "Guess I'd never thought of it that way. That's very strange." Olivia was the second last to leave the car park, after sitting in her car and speaking on the phone to Noah. She knew the last car was Hudson's, who always stayed back to make sure the library was clean and the fire doors were locked. The last thing they wanted was for anyone to get in again, especially after what happened 2 nights ago. "Does it feel weird being there?" Noah asked. "What do you mean?" The entrance door opened and Hudson Ellis appeared, putting something in his pocket. After what happened there with the murder and everything." "Yeah, I suppose it's weird," Olivia admitted. "I'm just about to set off anyway. See you soon." She ended the call, dropped her phone in the passenger seat, and watched Hudson go to his car. As she set off, she waved in his direction, and he raised his hand as she left through the barrier. With daylight long gone, her brilliant xenon headlights illuminated Woodlands Road as she approached the crossroads of the A665 and slowed at a red light. Dua Lipa was singing something about Houdini on the radio, and she hummed along, waiting for it to turn green. In her rearview mirror, approaching headlights caught her attention, and a car stopped right behind her, a little too close. The light went green, and she joined Heath Street. The car behind was so close she could barely see the headlights. "Talk about being up my arse," she whispered. She concentrated on the road, took a left, and put her foot down a little to create some space, but the car behind did the same, quickly accelerating until it was almost on her bumper. "Back off!" Great Cheetham Street was unusually quiet. The staggered, broken streetlights made it desolate and creepy. To the right, she saw flashes of light from the park, segregated by a metal railing, probably coming from teenagers' phone screens. In a panic, she killed the radio and pressed a button to call Noah on the car speaker. "You're not stopping off at KFC again, are you?" "Noah, I think there's someone following me." "Why?" "The car behind. It's been driving right up my arse for ages." A sigh came through the speaker. "I'm telling you, I have a bad feeling about this. You said this last time you were driving on your own." "Noah, please." "Where are you?" "I'm just on Great Cheetham Street, heading west. Asda's coming up on the right. Know where I mean?" Yes, 2 seconds."
His frustrated voice went quiet for a moment. Noah? Hang on. More frustration. Noah, where are you? Noah! The car behind sharply accelerated, the headlights hidden. Are you there? For God's sake! She gritted her teeth. Hold your horses, Olivia, he said. I was sorting the kids out. What's going on? I've just fucking told you. I'm on Great Cheetham Street heading home. All right, calm down, Olivia, just... Don't tell me to calm down. Is the car still there? Yes. She breathed fast, her heart pounding like a drum in her chest. Can you see a registration plate? No, it's too dark.
And they're right behind? Yes. I don't know what to do. She started to cry. Try taking a different turn and see if they follow. Traffic lights were just ahead. She had a crazy idea, kept in the right lane, waited until the last second, and threw the car left, crossing the lanes, the tires screaming on the tarmac, marginally missing the back of the stationary car waiting at the lights, and joining the A5066. Jesus, she shouted. Olivia, what's happened? I nearly crashed the bloody car. She looked in the mirror. The car was still on her tail. They're definitely following me. There was a sharp, high-pitched beep from the speaker. Shit! What? Battery is low. Shit. Just calm down. Stop telling me to fuck. Okay, I'm sorry. Jesus Christ. The left side of the car suddenly dropped. A loud, continual drone rang in her ears, and violent tremors shook the steering wheel. One of the tires has blown. Olivia, just pull over. She dabbed the brake and reached a safe stop. Stay on the main road so people can see you. I don't know what to do. Just keep calm, Olivia, please. He tried keeping an even, relaxed voice, but panic crept in. Is it stopping behind you? She stared through the rear view. Yes, it's slowing down. Shit. What? It's right behind me. Can you see the driver? No, it's too dark. Ring the police. I need you on the phone. Olivia, just... Oh God, Noah. What? They're getting out of the car. Chapter 31. 17 years ago, Mandy pulled up at Sunnyside Care Home just before 4 p.m. and sighed. The sun beat down from the cloudless sky, and the air was thick and sticky, with so much humidity it made breathing difficult. We won't be long, will we? Mandy turned to Rick, sitting in the passenger seat. No, we're just seeing how Grandad is, that's all. Rick sighed and looked away from her, slowly shaking his head. Rick, listen. He won't be here much longer. He's my dad. I want to make the most of what's left. Plus, he's your granddad, so let's show some respect. He won't be here forever. Fine, but I want to go to the shop before it closes. If you mention the fucking shops to me one more time, Rick, I'm not taking you. Stop going on. Rick knew how to push her buttons, but when he heard her use a certain tone, he knew that silence was a friend. Inside, they signed in, and Mandy spoke to Linda, one of the carers with whom she had much in common. How's Rick today? Linda asked, smiling at him. You're getting a big boy now, aren't you? Rick frowned at her. Oh, ignore him. He's a miserable little bugger sometimes. Mandy smiled. How's my dad doing? He's very tired today, quite lethargic. Sarah was saying the same earlier. Where's Sarah? Oh, she'll be somewhere, I'm sure. Okay, thanks. Mandy placed the sign-in clipboard down and headed for the door to the corridor her dad's room was in. It smells in here. Rick screwed his face up. Rick, she scolded, be quiet. Just before they reached the door, they heard a voice. Hey, twice in one day. Lucky Roger. It was Sarah, who tended to Roger daily. Mandy scowled. Twice? Yeah, your sister was here earlier. Mandy stopped in her tracks. I don't have a sister. There's only me and Axel. Sarah tilted her gaze. Yeah, she often comes here with Axel. That's not my sister. What time was she here? This morning, I think. Mandy nodded, her blood boiling under her skin. Come on, Rick.
She grabbed his arm and pulled him to the bright corridor, where the air was almost unbreathable. Along the hall, the fire exit door was propped open with an extinguisher to allow more insane heat out, but it really wasn't helping at all. "Ma'am, what's the matter?" Rick asked, noticing her frown. "I don't fucking believe her." "Believe who?" "Ma'am, what's going on?" Mandy and Rick entered the room. Her dad was on his bed, his eyes closed. The television was on a low volume. "Is that you, love?" His eyes fluttered open. "It's Mandy." She went to his side and sat on the edge of his bed. "Dad, has someone been to see you this morning?" He nodded. "Yes." "Who was it? Was it Tracy?" "Tracy?" "Yes, Tracy, Axel's girlfriend. Was it her?" "Such a nice girl. We were chatting about holidays in Spain and about my will, that sort of thing." "Your will?" He nodded, smiling. "Well, looks like I'm going to have to talk with Tracy about that then." Chapter 32. Present Day. "Noah, are you there?" Olivia screamed. No answer. The battery had gone flat. Frozen to her seat in terror, she stared through the rearview mirror but couldn't see anything in the darkness. Through her side mirror, the figure approaching caught her eye, a frightening silhouette in the passing car's headlights. Shit, shit. She leaned over the gear stick to get away from the window. "Hello?" a muffled voice said as they knocked on the glass. "Olivia?" Then she realized who it was. Hudson Ellis from the AA meeting. Why had he followed her? She squinted in confusion. "Hudson?" He nodded, raised his hand, and motioned to lower the window with his finger. Reluctantly, she lowered the window an inch to be on the safe side. "What do you want?" "Oh, charming," he said, then laughed. "I hope that's not how you treat everyone who's trying to be nice to you." She stared silently, unsure of why he was really there. "Are you okay?"
I've never seen a tire blow in real life before. Must have been scary.
She took a breath. "Hudson, were you following me? I was trying to tell you that you have a brake light out, the right one. I noticed it when you left earlier." He looked down and stared along the side of the car. "Didn't you see me flash my lights at you?" He was studying the front offside wheel with a frown. Then their eyes met. "Open the door, Olivia." She glowered at him. "Open the door." There was an edge of irritation creeping into his voice. "Why?" "Because this tire needs changing." In silence, she weighed him up. She was stranded, and no one knew he was there by her window. If only her phone battery wasn't dead and she was still speaking with Noah. "I'm fine. Just leave me here." He smiled widely. "I'm not a stranger. You know who I am." "You go. My husband is coming anyway." "Don't lie to me. I know when people are lying." His words were colder now. "Come on, open the door." He tried the door handle, but it was locked. "Do you have a spare tire in the boot?" She had no idea at all. She'd never had to change a tire before. That has always been Noah's job. "Come on, I'm trying to help you here. Pop the boot open. Let me have a look." "No, it's okay. I'll be fine." She waved her hand as if simply ignoring the flat tire and dead phone battery would make everything all right. "Are you sure? Because I'm not standing here all night." He shook his head. "Okay, fine. You can sort yourself out." He turned, left the window, and returned to his car. She didn't really have an option but to trust him. What else could she do? Opening the driver's door quickly, she shouted, "Okay, thank you." He returned to her door. "I'm only trying to help. Sorry if I freaked you out by following you. I nearly had a heart attack when you took that crazy turn." "Sorry, I thought someone was following me." He pointed to his own chest. "Yeah,
Me?
He smiled and looked towards the boot. "I'll check in the boot. See if you have a spare tire, eh?" "Thank you, Hudson. Put your hazards on so other cars see you." She leaned over, pressed the red triangle button, and the ticking sound filled the inside of the car. Hudson disappeared to the back of the car and opened the boot. Her breathing was steadier now, and she realized she had been silly, worrying about something she hadn't needed to. "Ah, found one. You got the locking nut?" "The what?" she thought. "What's that?" "Check in the glove box," he told her. She leaned over and found a small metal cylindrical object
in a neat plastic-sealed bag. "Is this it?" He came to her open door to check. "That's the one. Thanks." He disappeared to the boot again, and she waited with her door open, the cool air seeping inside the car. Traffic wasn't busy, but the passing cars comforted her, knowing she wasn't alone with him. Not that she thought anything would happen, but you never knew. She'd begun to feel like the AA group was cursed. That poor woman murdered in the same building, and her daughter being kidnapped, and then little Theo going missing. Olivia got out of the car as Hudson said he'd need to jack it up. "See here?" He pointed at the right-hand side of the tire to guide her. "You've gone over some glass." They inspected the damage using his phone's light. "Sit tight. I'll get this changed for you." It took him less than 10 minutes to change the tire and lower the car, then he nipped up the nuts again to make sure it was safe to drive. All done. Olivia, wearing only a thin jacket, had become seriously cold and couldn't wait to get home. "That should do it. Where do you live? I can follow you, make sure you get there." He was standing a little too close to her suddenly. "Oh," she said, waving a soft hand and stepping back. "I'll be fine. I'm not far from here." "Okay, well, you're safe to go. Thanks so much."
Hudson. "See you at the weekend session?" She nodded. "I'm hoping so." "Good. Get that light fixed, too." He left her side, closing the door. Why would he want to follow her home to make sure she got there? Bit of a strange thing to suggest. Feeling glad it was sorted and the car was drivable, she turned the key in the ignition and joined the flow of traffic in the direction of home. Maybe she was being paranoid, but once she got home, she couldn't shake the feeling that someone had followed her all the way. Chapter 33. Axel didn't know what to do about the photo he'd received of his daughter, the still shot capturing her cowering in the corner of the small room. He didn't have the number saved, nor did he recognize it. "Pay the money you owe, Axel, or she dies. And if you notify the police of this, you'll never see Lisa again." "Fuck's sake," he whispered, shaking his head. He was upstairs in his room, perched on his bed, going through the files he had on Tracy. He kept everything together in a large plastic box under his bed. Whether it be house-related, car things, insurance, or birth certificates, everything was together in one place. He knew he needed to be organized and on top of things now that Tracy had died. Mandy had asked him if they had any life insurance in place for Tracy, so he dug out the documents he needed and made a phone call on Tuesday morning. He'd need proof of her death from a coroner to get the ball rolling regarding the claim. The money would certainly help if he decided to take some time away from work with everything that had happened, especially with Lisa still missing. Not only was work the last thing on his mind, but he wasn't sure he could go back to the library where it had all happened. He should pick up the phone and contact D.S. Fisher. How would the sender possibly know he'd contacted the police about it? But was it worth the risk? What if they'd already hacked into his phone and were watching his every move? People could do that, couldn't they? "You all right, Ax?" shouted a voice from downstairs. It was Mandy. She'd popped over to see how he was doing. "Yeah, I'll be 2 minutes," he shouted. He looked at the photo for a few more seconds, then locked his phone and slipped it back into his jeans before returning to the living room. "Is everything okay?" Mandy asked. She was sitting on the larger sofa, half turned towards him, her lips pressed together. He felt a wave of déjà vu. "Yeah." He sat down beside her and smiled thinly, then focused on the TV on the wall. Lee was laid out on the other sofa, watching some cartoon he didn't know the name of. They sat silently watching for a little longer, Axel itching to tell Mandy he'd received the message about Lisa and that she was still alive. Mandy had been worrying about her so much, partly because, however much she loved Rick, she knew he'd done something terrible and had no way of defending her son this time. She'd fought his corner all his life, even though, in her heart, she knew what he was like. She'd told him she'd been to visit Rick earlier, begging him to tell her where Lisa was, but that he'd denied knowing a thing about it. His eyes wandered towards her. She was turned away from him. He was feeling both love and hatred towards her. Love because he shared her blood, and hatred because every time he looked into her eyes, all he could see was his nephew Rick, and how much he'd shattered his world to pieces. The family liaison officer, Jordan Belcher, had phoned him earlier
and confirmed Rick's court hearing had gone as planned, and he'd been remanded in custody to await trial. But he'd still said nothing about where Lisa was. He couldn't stop thinking about the photo. But if he told Mandy, she'd ask him what the meaning in the message was. Pay the money you owe, Axel, or she dies. And if you notify the police of this, you'll never see Lisa again.
He didn't know who'd sent the photo to him, because it was Rick who'd taken her, and he was behind bars. Unless he'd put something in place before he was arrested, set something in motion. He should really tell Mandy. She might be able to help, but he could never admit to her why he was in so much debt. He just hoped Tracy's life insurance money would come through soon. Chapter 34. Thursday's morning brief was quick, with no updates on Theo Cassidy or Lisa Marley. It was obvious to the team that DI Simmer was becoming frustrated with the lack of progress. Fisher knew DCI James and higher management would be keeping a close eye on the cases, especially with them being so high profile. Fisher sat at her desk, rifling through the dozens and dozens of video files, convincing herself that Theo would be in there somewhere. But they'd studied almost all the videos, and nobody on the team had spotted him. Stretford officers had also drawn a blank. Her phone pinged. "My office, please, April." She sighed and rolled her eyes. "I'll be right back," she told Phillips. "Simmer wants a word." Minutes later, she was in his office. An overpowering smell of aftershave filled the space, but it was better than the usual stench of sweat that often lingered on him. "Wanted to see me?" "Yeah, please sit." She did. "What's our next play?" His face showed signs of concern. "Manchester is your city. You know it a lot better than I do. Is DCI James coming down heavy on you?" Fisher wasn't his biggest fan, but Simmer was clearly struggling with this one. His mouth tightened. "I guess you could say that." He took a breath and stared vacantly at the items on his desk, like he was building up the courage to say something. "DCI James advised me to speak to you about what we do next." Fisher, without showing it, felt flattered. Regarding Theo Cassidy, there are no signs on the footage from Old Trafford. Phillips hasn't seen anything either. Simmer gave a slow, frustrated nod. "I'm going to speak to some of the Cassidy's neighbors today, see what I can find out. A few of them were out when we last visited, and we didn't get a chance to speak with them."
"Okay, keep me updated. There's a lot riding on that case."
"But not the Lisa Marley case." Fisher raised her brows.
"Strange, isn't it? When something is in the limelight, department politics comes into play."
Simmer's eyes widened.
"I'm just acting in accord with what the bosses say." Same old around here then, eh?" Fisher shook her head. "How's Axel Marley holding up?" "About as well as you could expect. Rick Kirby hasn't given anything up about the whereabouts of Lisa Marley. She's been missing since Monday night. It's Thursday morning now. You know the stats when it comes to missing persons." Simmer did. "I just wish we knew what's going on between Rick and Axel. I honestly feel they're hiding something from us. There's something we're missing." "What's Mandy have to say?" Simmer asked. "She claims she doesn't know anything, obviously upset with what Rick has done, but he isn't talking. Still claiming he wasn't there, even to his mother." It just doesn't help we've got a few cases on at the same time. Feel like we're being diluted. I'll keep digging into Axel and Rick." "Okay," Simmer nodded. "Keep me in the loop with anything new. DCI James wants an update by the afternoon." She nodded and stood, then went to the door. "No hard feelings about Tuesday night?" She stopped and turned. "No. So long as you don't use my house for any further assignations, we won't have a problem, boss." He gave a wry smile. "Won't happen again." Fisher knew she was clutching at straws on her way to Derbyshire Lane. Her phone beeped. Probably another message from Ian. He'd sent her a photo of the two of them together earlier, their cheeks touching, smiling at the camera. She wondered what had really happened on Tuesday night. Had she kissed him?
After she'd parked on the Cassidy's road, she checked her phone. "We really should meet up, April. How about this weekend?" She put her phone away. She could see the Cassidy house and for a moment stared at it, imagining the sadness without Theo there. She started with the nearest neighbor. An old blue Vauxhall Corsa was parked on the driveway, traces of rust on the wheel arches.
The driveway's concrete slabs were overrun with weeds and covered in moss from the previous winter. She rapped on the door a few times and stepped back. The white door opened, revealing a man in his 70s, wearing grey trousers, a thick black woolly jumper over a white shirt, the collar poking out of the top. He tilted his head forward and peered down at her over the top of thick glasses. "Can I help you?" She introduced herself and told him the reason for her calling. "Oh, I heard about that. Has Theo still not been found?" Fisher slowly shook her head. "What's your name, sir?" "Terry Hamden." His accent indicated he was from further north, possibly Cumbria way, with an added enunciation you'd associate with having attended a private school. "Would it be okay if I came in for a chat?" Despite a slight frown, he stepped to the side and theatrically waved her in, then closed the door. "Can I get you a drink of water?" "No, thank you." "Okay, just through here then." She followed him down the brown-painted hallway and entered the living room, where a smell of lemon lingered, like he'd recently cleaned. The decor surprised her. The room was a palette of modern colors and sleek design. Lime green paint covered the chimney breast, and the rest of the room was light grey, with the walls dotted in artwork, showing hints of beige that complemented the brown leather sofas below them. She liked it. "Please, take a seat. I was just reading." Fisher dropped onto the sofa, eyeing the closed paperback on the small table. A dark blue bookmark poked out of the top, and a pink disposable vape and an empty green mug of coffee were beside it. "How can I help?" "I was curious if you'd noticed anything strange recently, particularly with the Cassidys. From speaking with Ben and Helen, there doesn't seem to be anyone they've had any issues with, but I'm keen on your thoughts." He pushed his bottom lip out, mulling it over. "Nothing I can think of. They seem like a normal family. Quite pleasant, to be honest. I know Ben more than I do Helen. I spend a lot of time out in the back garden, and we often chat over the fence about football and other things, but mainly football. Manchester United, of course." "I see. Shame Theo was taken while he was at the game. Must have been scary in the crowds." They spoke a little longer about Theo and his parents. As far as Terry was concerned, they were a lovely family. Standing, she handed him a business card and thanked him for his time. "If there's anything else, please don't hesitate to call. We're hoping to find Theo as soon as possible." Terry walked her out. "Good luck finding him. He's a lovely lad, is Theo." Once D.S. Fisher had gone, Terry closed the door and went to the kitchen. It took him less than 5 minutes to prepare the tomato soup, buttered bread, and a glass of fresh orange juice. He placed it on a tray and carefully made his way upstairs until he reached the landing. Setting the tray down on the carpet, he removed the key from his pocket and inserted it into the lock of the back bedroom door. He bent down to pick up the tray and used his foot to push open the door. "I hope you're hungry. I've made your favorite meal." In the corner of the room, he studied the sad eyes watching him as he walked over and placed the tray on the floor. "Don't eat this all at once. Make it last," he said. He left the room and locked the door, placing the key safely in his pocket before he went downstairs. Chapter 35. Olivia arrived home at 1 in the afternoon after a decent gym session, all sweaty and ready for a shower. She could have been using the time searching for jobs, but Noah didn't mind because the gym was good for her mental and physical health, and it kept her away from drinking. She walked through her front door and slipped off her trainers before she padded down the hall, making damp, sweaty sock prints on the laminate floor on her way to the kitchen. She flicked the kettle on, grabbed a mug from one of the top cupboards, and checked for any replies about the jobs she'd applied for earlier. Nothing. Once she'd showered, she returned downstairs. The clock in the kitchen told her it was nearly 1:30. Just then, the doorbell rang. She frowned. She wasn't expecting any deliveries. She stood, went to the front door, and opened it. "What are you doing here?" she asked the person standing on the step. Chapter 36. Noah. Madison's hand was stinging badly. He'd cut his finger with a pipe slice and managed to get some chemicals inside the cut. Luckily, the water supply was still on, so he washed his finger in the sink for several minutes, battling the pain that every plumber had suffered, no doubt, many times. "Everything okay?" asked Jed, the guy he was putting the heating system in for. "Yeah, fine, thanks. Just got myself a little cut." Got a first aid box under there. He pointed under the sink. There'll be some plasters in there, I'm sure. He shuffled forward slowly, obviously struggling with his hips. I'll get them, Jed, don't worry. Noah turned off the tap, flicked his hands to remove excess water, and bent down to open the cupboard. Yeah, just to the left, Jed said. All plastered up and ready to go, Noah was continuing on the combi boiler when his phone rang, a number he didn't recognize. Hello? Hi, is this Noah Madison? He frowned. It is. Who's calling? It's June,
The receptionist here at Warnick Primary School. I'm letting you know that Luna and Caleb haven't been picked up. Could you advise when someone will be here to collect them? He scowled at his watch. 3:45 p.m. School had finished 25 minutes ago. They haven't been picked up? No. We've tried contacting Mrs. Madison several times, but there's no answer. The kids are getting worried, as you can imagine. I'm not that close to the school right now. Let me call her. I'll phone you back immediately. Okay, the receptionist said, clearly unimpressed with the situation. Noah found her number. Come on, pick up, Olivia. The call went to voicemail. He tried a second time, a third. Come on, Olivia, for God's sake. He thought about Luna and Caleb sitting in the office near reception. He left a voice message on the fourth call and ended it with another frustrated sigh. He then noticed a message from his friend Joseph, who was dropping some plumbing parts off for him. Hey Noah, no one is at your house. I've left the box near your recycling bin. He knew Joseph didn't live far from the school and decided to phone him. Noah, he answered. Olivia's not at home? No sign of her. I've just put the box near your bin. Noah sighed. Everything okay? No. The school's phoned me to say no one's picked up the kids. Olivia was meant to be getting them when they finished. Had Olivia lost the plot and gone on a mad bender? No, she wouldn't do that. She was past all that now. Years ago, maybe, but not now. She was doing so well with AA and making good progress. Listen, man, I'm about 45 minutes away. I shouldn't be asking, but would you mind doing me a huge favor? You want me to pick the kids up? Mate, I wouldn't be asking if I wasn't desperate. A noticeable sigh through the phone. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Just tell them you're there to get Luna and Caleb. I'll set off now and be back as soon as I can. I'll ring the school and let them know you're going for them. Luna has a house key, so let yourselves in if Olivia isn't there. God knows where she is. All right. Mate, I owe you one. Big time. After Noah explained the situation to Jed, telling him he'd be back later to complete the boiler installation, he left for home with his foot down. He tried calling Olivia again, but the phone kept ringing. Something serious must have happened. She wouldn't just forget about the kids. He was 15 minutes from home when his phone rang. It was Joseph. Hey, Joe, get the kids all right? Noah. Joseph's voice was quiet, his words almost trapped in his throat. Are you far away? 10 minutes, maybe 15 max. Is Olivia at home? Hurry up. Something bad's happened. Chapter 37. Fisher's phone rang before she reached Theo Cassidy's school. It was D.I. Simmer. April, are there any updates on Lisa Marley or Theo Cassidy? He asked, skipping the pleasantries. No, not yet. Spoken to some of the neighbors of the Cassidys, but nothing stands out as unusual. They appear a normal, happy couple with a kid on the wrong end of something evil. She slowed at a junction, waiting for a car to pass before pulling out. I'm heading to his school now to speak to his teacher to see if they can tell us something we might not know. Okay, anything with Lisa Marley's case? Just been to see Rick Kirby again to see if his story has changed, but he's tight, sir. I asked him how he knew the money they stole was there, but he shrugged, as if he didn't know what I was talking about. He's not giving anything away then? Yeah, he's a tough nut to crack. I also took a quick detour after I spoke to Theo's parents, chatted to a few of the Marleys' neighbors. Anything? Nothing that stands out. Everyone I spoke to appears to think the Marleys are a nice family. No reports of anything they'd consider unusual or any disagreements between them. Okay, good work. Let me know anything that comes in. DCI. James is pressing me for results. Any updates at the office? Any phone calls? No, a big fat zero. Like I said, the DCI hasn't got his happy face on today. Welcome to Greater Manchester CID, boss. Just keep me updated, April. The school barely had a dozen car parking spaces, so doing a U-turn, she found a spot further down the street and walked briskly along the path and through the school's low, metallic black gate until she arrived at the glass entrance door. She pressed the buzzer on the wall beside the door. "Hello?" replied a voice through the intercom. Fisher introduced herself and the reason she was there. A loud buzz rang out and she pulled it open. The reception area was cramped, and a musty scent lingered in the air that reminded her of old books. A large pane of glass with a small office behind it was in front of her, where a plump woman was sitting at a desk, tapping away on a keyboard, her narrowed eyes on the monitor. She finished typing, looked up, and opened the sliding glass. "Hi, how can I help?" Fisher explained the reason for her visit. "Would it be possible to speak to Theo's teacher?" The receptionist nodded. "Just one moment." Sliding the glass closed, she retreated to her desk and picked up her phone. A moment later, she told Fisher a teacher would be there in a few minutes. A woman appeared soon after. "Hello, Detective Sergeant Fisher. I'm Lynn Falconer." "Hi, I'm hoping to speak to you about Theo Cassidy." The teacher nodded twice and glanced around. "Come through here." She led Fisher to a door just along from the receptionist's window, a tiny room, barely big enough for the 2 chairs contained inside. A narrow window to the left of the far wall allowed a little light in, but it was grim. "Please take a seat." "Thank you." Fisher squeezed in. "You're aware Theo's missing. I'm following every avenue I can here. What can you tell me about him?" "He's a lovely little lad." Very pleasant. Hard-working. He listens most of the time, often much more so than others. I only have good things to say about him. "That's good to hear. Does Theo seem a happy kid?" "Oh yes, he's always smiling." Miss Falconer grinned at the thought of him. "Excuse the directness of the question, but would you say things are okay at home?" She gave her answer some thought. "Yes, as far as I can tell." "Good, and although—" Fisher frowned. "What is it, Miss Falconer?" She stood. "It's better if I show you. Follow me." Fisher followed the teacher along the corridor. The once white walls had lost their color and needed a freshen-up, and the chipped wooden skirting boards needed replacing. They shortly reached a blue door, and the teacher went in, holding the door for Fisher as boisterous chatter spilled out. Inside, a young woman wearing a white blouse, black leggings and flat shoes was standing at the front with a badge hanging from a lanyard around her neck. Fisher guessed she was no older than 25, and judging by how the students were behaving, a likely assistant teacher trying to keep a lid on things while Miss Falconer had been away. The young students were sitting in a U-shape arrangement, facing the front. "Right, everyone," Miss Falconer addressed them. "This is a detective from the police. She is here because my students are noisy and do not listen to Miss Cooper." Immediately, every student stiffened and eyed Fisher with terrified suspicion, who found the sudden seriousness in their faces amusing. It was refreshing to see a teacher with so much authority in modern times, especially with the younger ones. "Detective Fisher will be in this classroom for a few minutes, and she has told me if she hears any students not listening to Miss Cooper, she will take them to the police station and lock them in a cell for the night. Do we all understand?" A sea of silent nods filled the room. Behind them, the walls were filled with colorful paintings and white paper plates covered in craft materials like furry balls and stickers that represented faces. Names were pinned underneath. Fisher spotted Theo's. His creation had big, goggle eyes, a pink fluffy ball for the nose, and a furry wire shaped into a smile. It saddened Fisher for a moment, knowing he should be here sitting with his friends. "Follow me. I'll show you something." Mrs. Fisher took her to a large cupboard, where she shuffled through a collection of exercise books. "Ah, here we go." Miss Falconer pulled out an A4-size book, turning the pages until she found what she was looking for. "We did something last week with the kids," she explained, "where we asked them all to remember a dream they had and try to draw it. It was in one of our art classes." Fisher tilted her head to see what the teacher wanted to show her. It was a crayon drawing of 3 people standing together in what looked like a garden. One had the name Theo underneath it, the other had Dad, and the one with long, straggly hair had Ma'am underneath it. Fisher studied the drawing. To the left, there was what appeared to be a brown fence
with another figure standing on the other side of it. The word "bad man" was scribbled underneath. Fisher followed the teacher's finger. "He drew this last week. I asked him who bad man was. He said it was his next-door neighbor. I asked him why he was bad, and he said he didn't like how he watched him. Theo said he spies on him through the fence." Fisher frowned. "Spies on him?" "Yes. I spoke with his mum when she picked him up the same day, and she told me to ignore it and that he often makes things up. Says he's very creative when it comes to stories." "Interesting." Fisher looked at the drawing for a little longer. "I did speak to one of the neighbors earlier, actually. Had the same color hair as he does. Might be nothing, but I thought it was worth mentioning. Only thing I can think of."
Fisher took out her phone and took a photo of the picture. "Okay, thank you." Before she left, Fisher told the students in the classroom to keep listening to Miss Cooper and Mrs. Falconer and said she'd be back one day to check on them. The teachers both smiled as she left. Just as she arrived at her car, her phone rang. It was PC Barn. "April, where are you?" asked Barn. "We've found a body." "On my way." Chapter 38. This end of Withington Road looked like a pleasant street to live in. Large, semi-detached houses set back from the road, dating back to the 1900s. As Fisher walked from her car past the forensics van, she saw a white plumber's van on the driveway of the house she was heading for. She greeted Barn, Jackson and Gallagher by the van. "What do we have, Ash?" "Come and see for yourself." "Give me the latest," she said as she put on overshoes at the door. Call came in from the husband. He'd received a call from the kids' school, telling him the kids hadn't been picked up. He asked a friend to get them and bring them back here. That's when they found the wife. They slowed their pace, Fisher giving Barn her full attention. "It isn't nice, April." Fisher nodded. "Who was the first responder?" "Joel and I were close by when dispatch put it out." Just as she straightened up, PC Cairn stepped out of the front door, the sun lighting half his face. "Both going in?" he asked. "I am." Fisher studied him. He didn't look right. "You okay, Joel?" He signed them in on the iPad. "I have the worst headache, boss." "I have some tablets in the car. I'll grab you some when I come out." She looked into the hallway. "Forensics in there?" "Pam Boone is in the kitchen. The others are on their way." Stepping over the threshold, she could smell creamy pasta in the air, along with something damp. Perhaps a dog, Fisher wasn't sure. And one of those distinctive smells every family home possesses, a plug-in air freshener or fabric softener. Fisher noticed a shoe rack to the right filled with trainers and shoes. Just down there. Barn indicated the kitchen at the end of the hall. The house was bigger than it appeared from the outside, with high ceilings, spacious rooms, and modern decor. Fisher ambled into the brightly lit, spacious kitchen, which looked like it had been extended. Their use of the space was nicely done, with a square wooden table to the left, surrounded by sleek chairs. The room was longer than it was wide, with granite worktops along the rear and right walls, a full-length silver cooker and microwave combination, and a dazzling chrome hob with a sparkling extractor fan fixed to the wall above. A wide window over the sink looked out onto a long garden. Fisher found Pamela Boone crouched near the back door. Her upper half was visible, the rest hidden by the table. "Hey, Pam." "Good afternoon, April. Always a pleasure." Her tone indicated to Fisher that it wasn't a pleasure at all, probably because the senior forensic officer was focused on the body of a woman lying on the tiles, which was currently hidden from Fisher by the table. The kitchen would have been a perfect front cover for a design magazine if it weren't for the smashed plate on the tiles, the bloodstains on the lower worktops to the right, and the blood spatter on the cream wall to the left near the back door. "Be careful, there's spatter everywhere. I've taken photos and a video, but please don't disturb anything." "What have we got?" Fisher asked softly. "Well, it looks to me like she was attacked from behind and caught off guard. Then she tried to escape out the back door." Fisher, careful of spots of blood on the white tiles, moved around the table to see a better view of Olivia. Boone was inspecting the injuries to the victim's back. "Any suggestions on the weapon used?" Fisher asked. Boone pointed to the victim's back and right hip. "See those slits?" Fisher nodded. "Looks like knife damage to me." She squinted.
No sign of said knife, though. Fisher studied the 5 slits in the victim's clothing before peering around the kitchen for the weapon. There was a knife rack on the worktop with 6 knives inside, all in their individual slots. "I've checked those," Boone said without looking up. She stood, wincing as she did so. "You okay?" "Goddamn arthritis in my knee." She rubbed it gently, then pointed over to the worktop. Judging by those 2 empty mugs, the victim was in the middle of making a coffee when she was attacked. Noah Madison was sitting in his van when Fisher walked out of the house, speaking animatedly on the phone, but lowered his volume as she approached, his gestures calming. As she gave him time to finish the call, she noticed D.C. Gallagher and P.C. Jackson at the end of the driveway, still discussing something. Judging by their body language, the conversation appeared to be heated, and she wondered what was going on between them. "Just tell them Daddy loves them so much, okay?" "Yeah, I will." "Okay, bye." Noah ended the call and dropped his phone on his lap before burying his face in his hands. "Mr. Madison? Would it be okay to have a chat?" Yeah. He opened the door, and a scent of masculinity oozed from the van, a mixture of dirt, sweat, deodorant, and something metallic. "Who did this to my wife?" "We don't know that yet, but it's our job to find out." Fisher readjusted her stance. "I know you've already made an official statement to one of my colleagues, but can you tell me what happened?" Noah nodded tiredly. His face was puffy and red, his eyes bloodshot from crying. "I got a call from the school saying the kids hadn't been picked up. I phoned Olivia." He pointed to the house. "She didn't answer. I asked Joseph to get them and bring them here." "Who's Joseph?" "A friend. He's a friend." That's when they found her. "Did the children see Mrs. Madison?" He shook his head. "Thankfully not. Joseph went in the kitchen while they went upstairs. He stopped them before they saw her in the kitchen." "Where are the children now, Mr. Madison?" "My sister picked them up. She lives around 10 miles away. Said we can stay there until, we're sorted here." He looked down at the gravel. "Can you think of anyone who may want to cause your wife harm?" "Nobody. Nobody at all." "Can you tell me about her routine? What does she do as a job? Classes she attends, things like that?" "She doesn't work. Been unemployed for a while." "Any classes she attended?" "She had issues with drinking and went to AA sessions at Abraham Moss. It was really helping her." Fisher nodded and made a note of it. "Anything else? Fitness classes, things like that? A list of her friends would be handy too." Noah said she'd recently got into fitness and went to a gym, which helped her focus and distracted her from drinking. He then rattled off a list of her friends and when she'd seen them. "This might sound a really odd question," Fisher said, "but is there anything that happened in her life over the last few days you would consider unusual?" "Well, Sergeant, I suppose it's not directly affected Olivia, but you'll have heard of the murder at the library. The AA group had only just left the building when that happened. That really shook her up. And our friend's son went missing at a football match. Theo Cassidy? It made Olivia a bit paranoid." "Paranoid? In what way?" "Well, last night she was driving back from AA and she phoned me in a great panic, saying someone was following her. Then her tire blew out. It turned out that she was being followed, actually, but it was just a guy from the AA class trying to tell her about a broken brake light. He ended up changing the tire, then she came home." "Do you remember who it was?" "Hudson Ellis."
I remember it because it's an odd name.
Chapter 39. 17 years ago, Mandy waited outside Axel's house, fuming. She knew that Tracy would be heading off to work any time now. Axel hadn't admitted it, but it was obvious Tracy was pretty much living there full-time, sleeping over most nights of the week. It had nothing to do with Mandy, but she hated her, despised everything about her. How dare she put her hands on Rick like she had? God only knew how Axel couldn't see she was a monster. She couldn't wait to see her in the next few minutes, couldn't wait to get her hands around her throat and squeeze the life from her. Putting her hand on Rick was one thing, but their dad's will certainly wasn't her business. The front door opened. Tracy appeared, turned with a smile and said something to Axel. "Happy fucking families, eh?" muttered Mandy. "Fucking bitch."
As soon as Axel had closed the door, Tracy headed for her car. Mandy threw her door open and jumped out. "Oi, you!" Mandy slammed her door shut, stormed around the front of her car, and met her on the path. "Mandy?" Tracy frowned. "What are you doing here?" "Think you're fucking clever, do you?" "I don't understand." She tilted her head. "Listen, if this is about the thing with Rick, you're being ridiculous. He was—" Mandy stabbed a finger at her. "Don't talk about Rick. Don't say a fucking word about him." Tracy theatrically rolled her eyes. "Oh, come on, for God's sake." Mandy couldn't contain herself and lunged forward, grabbing Tracy's hair and, with both hands, threw her to the ground like a rag doll. Tracy fell face first onto the path. "Get off me!" Tracy screamed, trying to loosen Mandy's grip. Mandy fiercely kept hold of her hair and balled her right hand into a fist, then repeatedly hit the side of her head over and over, each blow pounding her skull like a jackhammer. What the fuck is going on? Out of the corner of her eye,
Mandy spotted Axel dashing through the gate and sprinting towards them. "Mandy, get the hell off her!" Axel lifted her up and dragged her away from Tracy, who remained on the path with her hands covering her head, sobbing in pain. "Axel," Tracy sobbed. "Axel, she's a bitch," Mandy protested, trying to break free of his grip. "Get off me!" An elderly couple across the road was watching the show, no doubt wondering what was happening in their usually quiet street. "If you don't stop kicking at me, I'll choke you out," Axel growled. Mandy stopped wriggling and kicking. "Okay." Axel turned around so he was in between them both. "Mandy, what the fuck are you doing? Has she told you what she's been doing, Ax?" Axel frowned at her, then glanced behind him at Tracy, who was still on the path, holding her head where Mandy had punched her. "What's she done?" "She's been to see Dad," Mandy told him. "Yes, she went with me last week," he shrugged. "We both went." Mandy laughed dramatically. "You have no idea, do you?" "Well, tell me, Mandy, what's going on here?" "I've been there today to see him. I was talking to one of the carers. She told me that Tracy had been to see him only yesterday, asking him about the will. It's got nothing to do with her, so why is she talking to Dad about it? Axel, I don't want her around him, whatever the fuck she's up to." Mandy, still full of unvented anger, tried to get around Axel to get to Tracy, but he grabbed her again. "Leave my fucking dad alone," Mandy screamed at her. Tracy peered up through her tears. "Just leave, Mandy. Get lost," Axel told her. "Get out of here now, you're causing a scene." "Just keep her away from our dad," Mandy warned him. "If I see her anywhere near him, Axel, I swear to God I'll kill her." Tracy kept an eye on Mandy, observing her strutting to her car. She slammed her door shut once she was inside. Tracy finally let out a breath and climbed to her feet as Mandy's car spun away from Axel's house, the tires skidding on the road and the sound of the engine revving all the way down the street. The side of her head was thumping, and she was certain her skull was already swelling from Mandy's vicious attack. The woman had one hell of a punch on her. "Is this true, Tracy? Have you been to see my dad?" Axel scowled at her, unable to believe it. "I have no idea what she's talking about, Axel. I haven't been anywhere near your dad. She's lying." Chapter 40. Present Day. Axel was preparing tea for Lee in the kitchen, but he'd slipped into a daydream, his mind elsewhere. He couldn't stop thinking about the message he'd received with the photo of Lisa asking for the money he owed. The problem was that he didn't have the money and couldn't pay. And he certainly couldn't go to D.S. Fisher and mention the message because it would open a can of worms. The same can he'd do anything to keep a lid on. "Axel, what's that smell?" Mandy had walked in without him being aware and went to the oven he was standing next to. "Oh, you've burned these, Ax." She pulled a tray of blackened French fries out of the oven. "I'll make Lee something else." Without a response, she binned the chips and found something else in the freezer for her nephew. After putting 2 frozen burgers on a new tray, she set the oven away again. "Everything okay?" she asked. Axel lifted his gaze. "No, it isn't." Then, theatrically, he threw his hands in the air. "Of course it isn't, Mandy." "Come here, Ax." She padded over and rubbed his arm. "The police are doing everything they can. I'm sure she'll turn up soon. These things happen all the time." Axel knew she didn't believe her own words. The longer Lisa was lost,
the less chance he'd have of ever seeing her again. "Have you spoken to Rick?" he asked. "Not since Tuesday morning." "I need to know what happened to Lisa."
He's the only one who fucking knows, and he's not saying shit to the police about it. You must know something.
"He swears to me he doesn't know, and I'm sure he'd tell me if there was something." He tilted his head and made a you-know-what-he's-like face. "Rick's lied to us all of our lives, Mandy. You know that as well as I do." After hearing his harsh words, Mandy lowered her comforting arm, but she had to know they were true, Axel thought bitterly. Mandy had done her best with him, Axel knew that, but sometimes that was life. Even some of the most privileged children took a bad path. He pondered the thought of opening up to his sister and telling her about the message he'd received. But then he'd need to explain why and what he'd done. Although he trusted her, he couldn't be 100% sure she'd not say anything. "Is everything okay, Ax? It seems like something's bothering you. You know, apart from the obvious." He smiled weakly. "I just want her back, Mandy. I want Lisa back." She rubbed his arm again. "I know." She looked beyond him and said, "I'll check on the burgers." She shifted past him to the oven, pulled it down, then pushed it closed again. "How are you coping without Tracy?" "What do you care? You never liked her." Her head sloped to one side. "Axel, don't be silly. Yes, me and Tracy never got on, but she was your wife at the end of the day. She was the mother of my niece and nephew." "How do you think I'm getting on?" His dull tone gave her the answer the words didn't. She fell into silence, and there was a knock at the door. Axel frowned and left the kitchen to find Elaine standing on the step. "Elaine," he whispered, "come in." She stepped inside. "Is now a bad time?" "No, of course not. Please come in. Mandy's here, and Lee is in the living room." Elaine, wearing faded blue jeans and a white blouse, entered the house, and Axel slowly closed the door. She popped her head into the living room and waved at Lee.
How you doing, champ?
"Hey, Auntie Elaine. You want a drink or something?" Axel stood behind her in the hallway. She nodded and followed him to the kitchen. Mandy had taken a seat while she waited for the burgers to cook. "Hey, Mandy." "Elaine, how are you?" Elaine smiled sadly. "You know, getting by." Mandy nodded. Axel passed her, went to the kettle and flicked it on. "Anyway, I'm sure you can handle the burgers. I'm going to head off." Mandy made for the door. "Oh, don't leave on my account," Elaine said. "I'm not. I've just got stuff to do." Mandy looked at Axel. "I'll call you tomorrow. Let me know if there's an update, okay?" Silently he nodded and watched her go. "Just thought I'd check in, Axel. Haven't heard anything since." He gave a silent, slow nod. "We're holding up, just. How are you doing?" "I'm struggling with it all. I'm just so angry with everything." "You managing to stay off the bad stuff?" She narrowed her eyes. "I'm so tempted to go buy the biggest fucking bottle of vodka I can find." They shared a smile, and the kitchen fell so silent that they could hear the television in the living room. "I need you to be honest with me, Elaine. I need to know more about Tracy." She sighed lightly, enough to communicate that Axel's request was something she didn't want to get into. "Axel, I don't know anything about it. I'm being honest with you here." "Are you?" "Yes." She broke eye contact and looked around the kitchen, anything to avoid Axel's stare. He knew she'd be judging the kitchen's mess, the unwashed pots in the sink, the random plates on the worktop, the way nothing seemed to have a place anymore. Tracy had done it, and now it was up to him. "How's the AA group going?" he asked. "Did you go last night?" "Yes. I didn't really want to." "Then why did you?" Axel scowled at her, annoyed that Elaine seemed to be coping with things better than he was.
Maybe being there would make me feel closer to Tracy.
She lowered her eyes to the table. "Have you been back?" "No, not yet. Until I find Lisa, I'm not doing a single thing. Lee and I had a drive around before, aimlessly searching the streets. She could be anywhere in the fucking world." Elaine picked up her coffee and took a quiet sip, then set it down with an awkward clunk. "I can't stop thinking about the night you know, what she must have gone through." Axel's lips tightened, not wanting to think about what his nephew had done and how he blamed himself for staying back later than he should have. That bastard's behind bars. I wish he wasn't. I'd kill him if I ever got the chance. I'd do the same. Did Rick say anything about Lisa? No. He balled his hand into a tight fist until his knuckles whitened. He said he doesn't know where she is, which is a lie. She pondered that in disbelief. Tracy never liked him. They never got on, but Mandy seems to believe him. She took another sip of coffee, which had cooled to a more comfortable temperature. I wondered if I could look through her photo albums, Axel. She kept some in the wardrobe, some of me and her. I know they belong to Tracy, but I'd love to have a look and maybe take one or two if that's okay. He knew about Tracy's albums and had been through them many times with her, reminiscing about when the kids were younger and the years before, when they went on holiday using the money his father had left him when he passed. He'd only been looking at the photos yesterday, seeing Tracy in different stages of her life, hoping it would fill his broken heart, seeing how many precious memories they'd made. If anything, it made the hole in his world even greater. Yeah, go on, have a look. Thanks. She drained the rest of her coffee and stood. Are they still in the wardrobe? Is it okay for me to get them? I don't want to pry. The albums are piled up near the wardrobe on the floor.
I was looking through them last night. She smiled and left the kitchen. Before climbing the stairs, Elaine popped into the living room to check on Lee. Although not blood-related, she felt like an auntie to Tracy's kids. She had known them ever since they were born and loved them like her own. With her not having children herself, she had plenty of love to give. Lee? He wasn't on the sofa. She moved back, looked down the hall, then up the stairs. Maybe he was in his bedroom. She took the stairs slowly, studying the photos pinned to the wall of Axel, Tracy, and the kids to her right. Smiling with fond memories of her best friend, she stopped halfway up to look closer at the photo of the family at the beach, the sun shining behind them. Beautiful picture, she thought. You up here, Lee? She reached the top and noticed the bathroom door was open. Nothing. His door was closed, the one next to the bathroom. You in your room? She knocked twice, loud enough so he could hear, but quiet enough to be respectful. It's Elaine. Are you in here? Maybe he was asleep. She pressed down the handle and slowly opened the door. Lee? Her eyes widened. Oh God. She ran to the boy and screamed as loudly as she could. Axel! Chapter 41. Axel burst into his son's room. The room was dark, the curtains drawn. In the dim lighting, Axel could see the outline of his son at the other side of his bedroom, suspended in the air, with a rope wrapped around his neck. Below the child, Elaine had her arms around his legs, supporting his weight. Fucking hell! He shouted as he dashed over to them. Axel, he's too heavy. I can't. No, no, no! Axel wrapped his arm around Lee to take the weight from Elaine. Find something to cut the rope. Elaine glanced around and then ran down the stairs. She returned just as quickly with a kitchen knife and scurried onto Lee's bed. Hurry! Axel used both hands to lift Lee higher while Elaine sawed at the rope. Axel glared up at Lee's pale face. Hold him still, Axel. He did. Sorry, just hurry. Elaine finally managed to cut through the rope, then loosened the noose so she could pull it over Lee's head. Axel gently lowered him to the carpet like he was a bar of gold. The mark on his neck didn't look very deep, and the color was coming back to his face. Elaine must have caught him just in time. Oh God, Lee, why would you do this? Axel asked softly. Soon after, they were all downstairs in the living room. Lee was flat out on the sofa. The ordeal had obviously worn him down, and Axel was happy to let him rest. Elaine checked her watch. It was approaching 10 o'clock. Poor Lee. He might sleep all the way through. Axel watched Lee breathing lightly. I'll be here with him all night, whenever he needs me. He might need to see someone, Ax. What he tried to do is serious. I know it's fucking serious, he retorted. The room became still and silent. I'm sorry, I just don't know what to do, Elaine. Tracy isn't here. Lisa is still missing. Lee is trying not to be here. I can't cope. Do you think it's because of everything that's gone on over the past few days, or is it something more? While he brought his hands to his face and sobbed,
She rested a comforting hand on his shoulder. "Axel, would you like me to stay over tonight? Give you a hand with Lee? Anything you need." With his hands still pressed against his face, he said, "No, we'll be okay." "All right." She lowered her hand and stood there for a moment. "I'll get going if that's all right." "You didn't get a look at the photos?" She waved it away. "It's okay, I'll have a look another time." "No, go on, have a look. You know where they are." Elaine climbed the stairs, took a left, and went to the bedroom at the front of the house. As she entered, Tracy's perfume and general scent hung in the air. For the first time since she was killed on Monday, it took her breath away.
The realization of never seeing her again hitting her like a train. Surely she was imagining her perfume. Then she noticed it on her dressing table near the window. She pressed her lips together to suppress the influx of emotions taking over. She looked around at the room. She'd spent many nights here with Tracy, getting ready before they went out. Tracy would tell Axel to keep out of the way while they listened to music and got dolled up before the taxi came. She'd do anything to have that back. The photo albums were piled up at the foot of Tracy's wardrobe. She delicately picked them up and placed them on the bed. The first album contained photos of Tracy and Axel before the kids, likely the most recent one Axel had been looking at. The second album was mainly of her and Tracy. Tears welled in her eyes as she scanned the memories from years ago. Each album had the photos in neat cellophane slots, so she slipped a finger inside and pulled out a photo of them on a night out in Manchester. Elaine's hair was dyed dark instead of blonde and was much longer. Tracy looked stunning and very much the same, minus the crow's feet lining her eyes in her later years. She smiled a long time at the photo, unable to remember the night because they were so drunk. Dropping the photo, she threw her hands to her face, fuming she'd lost her friend and would never get her back. The photo landed on the edge of the bed and tipped off onto the carpet. Once the moment had passed, she collected herself and took a deep breath. Kneeling to grab the photo, she noticed something. The object was a black phone a few feet under the bed. "What is this?" she whispered. "You found them, Elaine?" asked Axel from the landing. She'd been so distracted by the small discovery that she hadn't heard him climb the stairs. Standing quickly, she pushed the phone into her pocket and continued looking through the albums as he entered the bedroom. "You found anything?" She remained silent and wiped her eyes, as if she'd been crying, but she couldn't stop thinking about the phone she'd found. Did it belong to Tracy? "You okay, Elaine? It must be hard looking through those. Am I okay taking this one?" She held out the one she'd removed from the album, the one she'd dropped on the carpet before finding the phone. "Yeah, of course. Thank you." She stood with the photo in her hand and frowned when Axel didn't move back, the gap uncomfortably close between them. There was something in his eyes she'd never seen before, something vacant but intense at the same time. "You just taking that one?" he asked, blinking several times, almost as if coming out of a trance. She nodded. "If that's okay." He grinned and stepped back. Elaine let out a small sigh of relief, glad the moment had gone, and slipped past him and slowly descended the stairs, feeling his weight on the steps behind her and the breathing on the back of her neck. Why was he so close? She turned and looked at him. All he did was smile. Did he know she'd taken the phone? Relieved to reach the bottom, she slipped her shoes on and went straight to the door. "Not saying bye to Lee?" "Thought he was asleep," she said. "Yeah, he is. Catch him next time, eh?" Smiling thinly, she opened the door, glad to be free of the house. Chapter 42. Phillips was at his desk before Fisher on Friday morning, which took her by surprise. "Early bird catches the worm," she said. He shrugged, taking a sip of coffee. "And sometimes the second mouse gets the cheese." His eyes looked sore. "Rough night?" He sighed and slumped his shoulders. "If me and Janice argue one more time, I'm going, April." He pushed out his bottom lip. "I'm being serious." She didn't really know what to say to help. They were having issues, but without being in a relationship, she didn't feel she was in a position to offer any helpful advice. He took a long sip, then set his mug down by his keyboard. "Any updates on yesterday? I didn't get a chance to go to the house." "Just waiting on some forensic reports from Pam. I spoke to her husband, Noah. He couldn't think of anyone who'd want to do this to Olivia.
The one thing he did say, which I found unusual, was that she thought she was being followed on her way home from the AA meeting. I mean, she was. Her tire went flat, and a guy called Hudson Ellis changed it. He said he'd been trying to tell her about a broken brake light. And was it broken? Yes, it was. He wasn't lying about that. Why does that name ring a bell? He runs the AA meeting at Abraham Moss. The place Axel works and where Tracy Marley was killed. Yes, the very same. She narrowed her eyes. The very same place that Olivia Madison went, Ben Cassidy goes to, and where Lisa Marley was taken. When's the next AA meeting? They're on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays, so next one will be Saturday. We need to get the group together, speak to them. Yes, we do. Fisher logged on to her computer. Do we know any more on Rick Kirby and his background? Fisher sighed in frustration. I spoke to a few of his neighbors, but according to them, he's out most of the time. They don't really speak to him much. Haven't seen anything worth mentioning. Hopefully he talks soon. Her phone vibrated in her pocket. It was a message from Ian, short and to the point. Did you get my message? Shall we meet up this weekend? Morning, you two. Fisher swiveled to see DC Jess Gallagher taking a seat at her desk, dressed smartly in dark trousers, a white blouse, and flat black shoes. She was carrying her jacket, and her bag was over her shoulder. Good morning, Jess. Nice and early today, noted Phillips. I woke earlier. Thought where else would I rather be than sitting here with you two? She pulled herself in and gazed around the office.
Office is full for this time. Tapping away on her keyboard, she logged on. Where are we on the cases? Fisher told them both about Theo's drawing of the bad man. What do the parents say about that? Going to speak to them this morning. From what I've seen so far, boss, Gallagher said, all leads point to Abraham Moss Library. Fisher, out of the corner of her eye, noticed Phillips smiling at her. Oh, she's good, he said. Who is? Asked Gallagher, confused. She's been trained well, Phillips added. Yeah, I agree. The answers lie at the library. Fisher picked up a pen beside her keyboard and tapped her chin with it. What about Axel Marley? What are you thinking, boss? Gallagher crossed one muscular leg over the other. Fisher spotted Phillips following the movement with his eyes. He has a motive, doesn't he? Fisher said. His wife was murdered there. His daughter was taken. He'd have motive for revenge, wouldn't he? Against the group? Asked Phillips. Yeah, he's pissed off they left the door open, said Gallagher. It's the only thing I can think of. She studied Fisher for her thoughts on it. But then again, when you spoke to Hudson Ellis on Tuesday, he confirmed the door was closed because he said he checked it. Or maybe he didn't check it. Or maybe when he checked it, he opened it again for someone, Fisher said. You spoken with Axel? I want to speak to him today. I need to see the CCTV from the library. He was the one that told me the cameras didn't work. But what if they did? Said Phillips. We checked them, said Gallagher. The footage wasn't there, was it? Fisher hated it when they weren't making progress. With too many things happening at once, it was overwhelming. I still need to speak to him. It seems like someone is getting the group back for something. The most fitting character to this story would be Axel Marley. Or Hudson Ellis, noted Gallagher with a serious face. Guess we'll have to find out. Fisher picked up her phone to call Axel and realized she hadn't answered Ian. She replied, Hi, Ian. Yeah, I'm up for doing something. What do you have in mind? She hesitated to press send but did, wincing as she did so. She then found Axel Marley's number, pressed call, and put the phone to her ear. Detective Fisher? He answered. Axel, sorry to bother you. It's fine. Do you have an update on Lisa? No, not yet. I'm ringing because police have found a body belonging to a member of the AA group at Abraham Moss. I know you've been off work, but I'm making you aware of the situation. Who it is? Olivia Madison. That's awful. Olivia seemed a lovely lady. Did you know her well? No, not really. Haven't really spoken to her. How did she fit in with the group? I know you only work there and are not a part of the group, but did she get along with the other members? I'll be honest, I have no idea. You're better off talking to Hudson Ellis about that. He's always there, and I'd imagine he knows them quite well. Okay, I will do. How are things at home, Axel? Lee still isn't at school. Thought it would be good to keep him off this week. But last night, he tried to hang himself in his room.
We found him with a rope around his neck. This is the effect this whole thing is having on my family. God, I'm sorry to hear that. Does he have any injuries? Have you taken him to hospital? No, a friend, Elaine, managed to catch him in time. I daren't take my eyes off him now. Just please do something, Sergeant Fisher. Find my daughter. I can't cope with this anymore. There was a beep in Fisher's ear. Axel Marley had hung up. She wondered if the FLO, Jordan Belcher, knew about Lee's suicide attempt. She called her to let her know the Marleys weren't in a good place. She then phoned Hudson Ellis. Hello? It's DS April Fisher from Greater Manchester CID. I need a few moments of your time, please. Yeah.
I'm on a quick break, so yeah, go on.
Not sure if you're aware, but police found the body of one of the AA members, Olivia Madison, yesterday. She'd been killed. I need to ask you a few questions about her. Oh my goodness. Olivia? What happened? I'd rather not go into details at this time, but if you could answer the following questions, it would be helpful. Questions? Do I need a lawyer for this? A lawyer? Do you think you need a lawyer, Mr. Hudson? No, Okay, ask away. It's just such awful news. Olivia was a great woman. I'd like a list of people in the AA group, please, she pressed on. It's vital we speak to every one of them. I'm sorry, a list? Yeah, we need to speak to them. I can't do that, he said. Excuse me? Well, the group is anonymous. I can't just start giving you their names and information. It goes against everything the group stands for. Mr. Ellis, this is a very serious police investigation. I need to speak to them. And my AA group isn't just a play group where we get together and discuss the weather. It's very serious. I understand you have a job to do, but at the same time, I wouldn't be taking my role seriously as the group's leader if I handed out their details so freely. It's imperative we speak to them, Hudson. Well, our next session is on Saturday at 7 p.m. If it's that imperative, you can come along then. Hudson hung up the phone. Fisher, although it didn't help the police at all, had to admire the man for sticking to his guns. But his lack of willingness to help, or his over-willingness to protect his members, would only add time to this investigation. Were their suspicions correct? Had it something to do with the AA group? It had to. There were two men on Fisher's mind, Axel Marley and Hudson Ellis. A message came through on her phone. It was from Ian. I think we should go out tonight for a couple of drinks. Nothing heavy, just a casual couple. What do you think? She smiled wearily as she typed back. Pick me up at 7 p.m. Kiss. Chapter 43. The only thing Elaine had planned when she woke up the following day was to find a suitable charger for the dead phone she'd found under Axel Marley's bed. So here she was, on her work break, standing at the phone shop's counter, showing a man in his 60s with a moustache and a rounded stomach and wearing a faded jumper the bottom of the phone where the charging slot was. Ah, yes, we have plenty of those, he said in a broad London accent. He placed the phone carefully down on the red laminated counter as if it was as valuable as gold and padded to the stock on the shelving behind him. Let me see. He made a show of tapping his chin, but quickly hooked one of the plastic packets from a silver peg and brought it over to her. This is perfect, Elaine nodded. I'll take it. That'll be £10, please. She swiped her debit card over the contactless machine and smiled. Then, to her right, she noticed the bottles of alcohol, vodka. Will that be all? Asked the Londoner. Yes, sorry, I was in a world of my own there. She left the shop and headed back to work, hoping to find somewhere to charge it without being seen. Under her desk, she found a plug and set it away to charge. The charging icon flashed on the screen. She turned the phone on, the screen blinking with a Samsung logo before moving through its startup sequence. She frowned. Tracy didn't have a Samsung phone, did she? Delighted there was no lock code, she searched the device, starting with the messages. She froze, feeling two things. Firstly, surprise. It was definitely Axel's phone and not Tracy's. Secondly, she felt sick to the pit of her stomach because she couldn't believe what she was reading. Chapter 44.
The rain had stopped, the sky now cloudless. The sun blazed down on the world, drying up the puddles the downpour had caused earlier.
In the meeting this morning, D.I. Simmer had said that the progression of recent cases was inconsistent and things needed to vastly improve, which had played on Fisher's mind during the morning, so she decided to head to his office. "Boss," she said, knocking on his door. "Come on in," Simmer replied. She entered and took a seat at his desk. For a change, his office smelled pleasant, of something sweet. Despite the improvement in scent, Simmer himself looked tired and flustered, his top button undone and his tie pulled down an inch from where it should have been. He frowned. "Anything on Theo or Lisa yet?" She told him about the drawing and how she was going to show it to Theo's mother, but he didn't seem that impressed, so she added, "I'll head to forensics first, see if there's anything before I go." That didn't cheer him up either. She knocked on the door to the forensics lab and went in. Something extremely unpleasant hit the back of her throat. The scent reminded her of verruca treatment. The techs, Jasper and Stacy, were at the other end of the room, intent on their work. Stacy's dark hair was straight, draping over the back of her white lab coat. Jasper, as usual, was mismatched and a little eccentric, wearing pale blue jeans and red trainers under his lab coat. Fisher often wondered if he got dressed in the dark. Then again, it wasn't as if she would be strutting down a catwalk anytime soon either. She admired him for wearing what he wanted. "Is Pam here?" Stacy glanced over her shoulder at Fisher's voice. "She'll be back in a sec, April." "What's that smell?" Fisher stopped near them, watching them both leaning over a microscope on the metal worktop. "Pam's using some chemicals in the cupboard," Jasper told her. Fisher turned to the drying unit towards the other end of the lab. "The seals should keep the smell out, but we had to open the door before. Stinks, doesn't it?" "Certainly does." Any progress on the Madison house? Most of the blood was Olivia's, as you'd expect. But there was blood from the scene belonging to someone else, too. Could mean Olivia fought back. But no DNA matches on the database. "What a pleasant surprise," Boone said, startling Fisher. "Sorry, I've been to the loo, had a curry last night." Jasper winced and Stacy smiled at her bluntness. Fisher, who knew Boone well enough to know she spoke her mind, didn't expect anything less. "I was just catching up with the progress on yesterday's crime scene," Fisher explained to her. "Thanks for the update, guys." Fisher turned and headed for the door, but stopped. "Oh, I'm going to the AA group tomorrow night." "Didn't know you were having drink issues?" Jasper grinned. Boone scowled at him. "And I was wondering," Fisher said, ignoring his comment, "if one of you would kindly assist me in obtaining some DNA from the members. I have a feeling we'll find something there to match the DNA sample you got from the Madison house." "I could meet you there," Stacy said. "Great, thank you. I'll call you tomorrow. It starts at 7. Fisher headed off, leaving them in the sour-smelling lab, and returned to her desk minutes later. "Anything?" D.S. Phillips eyed her approach. "DNA came back, but no match. We're going to AA tomorrow to get samples from the members. You just can't stay away, can you? Someone needs to make an effort with this job." Phillips leaned over and pushed her shoulder gently, laughing as he did so. Her phone beeped in her pocket. She pulled it out. It was a message from Ian. "Are we still on for tonight? I have a few ideas about where we can go." She sucked some warm office air through her teeth. She'd totally forgotten about the date later that evening. "Who's that from?" She winced at him. "What?" Phillips said. "I've agreed to go on a date tonight," she whispered. "Shut the front door, you have not. Who with?" DCI James? It was her turn to lean over, but she punched him lightly instead. "Go on then, spill the beans." "Someone I met on Tuesday." "Oh, the guy. Ian, is it?" Fisher frowned. "Yup. Did you speak to him?" "I did. He seemed okay, to be honest." Phillips turned back to his monitor. "It'll be good for you, April. I know you say you have no time for men in your life, but it might be a welcome distraction to everything going on here." She stood. "You got ants in your pants today?" "Need to chase something up about Theo Cassidy." "Keep me in the loop," he said, saluting her. On her way out, she stopped by PC Barnes' desk. "Doing much, Ash?" "Oh, you know me. I'm always busy. Snowed under right now." "Fancy a ride out then?" Fisher and Barnes pulled up at the Cassidy's house roughly 15 minutes later.
Helen Cassidy opened the door with dark bags under sore eyes, an obvious sign she'd been crying. Her skin was dry and pale, as if she hadn't seen the sun in a few days. "Have you found Theo?" The words rushed from her mouth. "No, Mrs. Cassidy, not yet." Fisher pressed her lips together in a tight smile, understanding how that would be disappointing to hear. "I have something I'd like to discuss. Can you spare a few minutes?" The enthusiasm quickly drained from Helen's face, and she backed tiredly into the hall to allow them to pass. "Is Mr. Cassidy here today?" "No, he's out." Fisher didn't ask where and followed her down the hall and into the living room. Helen dropped into the same chair she'd sat in last time and folded her arms. "We went to Theo's school and spoke to his teacher," Fisher explained. Helen Cassidy bowed her head a little, waiting. "She showed me a drawing Theo had done of his family in the garden. There was Theo, Ben, and yourself. Here, I took a photo of it." Helen leaned in, tilting her head like it was something new. "Who's that guy?" Fisher indicated the man on the other side of the fence. "Terry Hamden."
"He's our neighbor." "Can you think of any reason Theo would have labeled him a bad man?" Fisher probed. Helen lifted her head and pushed her lips out. "I have no idea at all." "Has Theo mentioned anything about Terry?" Helen considered the question and shook her head. "No, nothing at all. Unless—" Fisher and Barn waited. "Maybe Theo spoke to Terry when we weren't there. He often plays in the garden by himself, but I'm sure Theo would have told us if he was upset over something Terry had said." "Maybe he told Ben. Ben would have mentioned it to me. We tell each other everything in this house." Her words had an air of projected confidence that made Fisher wonder if they'd faced previous marital issues. Fisher nodded. "Mrs. Cassidy, Helen, can you tell us about Terry Hamden?" PC Barn was ready with her pen and notepad. "His wife, Rose, passed away last year. Cancer," he said. "She didn't want a funeral, apparently. She just kind of died, and that was that. I think he's quite lonely now. He spends a lot of time in his garden when it's warm, pottering on with his plants. But I must say, the last few months, I think his mind is going a little." "How so?" "He's just different." "Different how?" quizzed Fisher. "Maybe it's just old people getting old. He's complained to Ben a few times about noise, things that never used to bother him. About Theo in the garden, kicking his ball against our house. I'd understand if it was against the joining fence, but it's not." "Anything else?" Helen smiled. "I saw him walking along the street at 2 a.m. one night last week. I woke up for the toilet and heard something outside." "I'm sorry, but what does this have to do with Theo?" she asked, suddenly losing her patience. "Shouldn't you be out there trying to find him?" Fisher understood her frustration. It had been 3 days since Theo had vanished from Old Trafford Football Stadium. "I understand, Helen," Fisher spoke softly. "We're just trying to gather everything we can." Helen tightly pressed her lips together. "I know. I'm sorry. Listen, we'll get going. We'll speak to Terry and knock on more doors. See if there's something that can help us." Fisher and Barn rose to their feet. Helen did the same and trailed them to the front door. "Let me know of anything, please. You'll be the first to know." They stood at Terry Hamden's door, the sun warming their backs. Terry's door opened, and he stared at them through jam-jar glasses, slightly panting, a little worry on his face. "Hello, Mr. Hamden." Fisher introduced herself again. "I know who you are. What do you want?" His tone was frosty, unwelcoming. "It is okay if we come in to chat." "Not really. What's this about?" He stood firmly in the doorway, making himself as wide as possible, which Fisher thought was borderline hostile. Sweat dripped from his forehead. "Is this a bad time, Mr. Hamden?" Silence filled the air between them. "We'd like to speak more about Theo. I'm sure we've already spoken about this. There's something else we'd like to discuss with you." "Listen, I don't really have time. There was a loud bang from somewhere in the house. Fisher scowled. "What was that?" "Nothing," he protested, shaking his head. "It's just me in here." That was followed by a continual banging from somewhere upstairs. "I guess you won't mind us coming in to check then, Mr. Hamden?" "Please, I really don't have time for this." He tried to close the door on them, but before he did, Fisher stepped forward, placing her shoe in the door.
Terry pushed and growled, gritting his teeth. Fisher held firm and managed to shove it open, forcing Terry to step back into the hallway. She stepped over the threshold, smelling a strong scent of bleach. Barn followed her. "Ashley, keep him down here." Fisher didn't wait for a reply. "Hello?" she called out, projecting her voice the best she could.
But the sound of the banging continued. She realized it was coming from upstairs, so she took them 2 by 2. "I'm coming!" The sounds stopped suddenly. Scanning the closed doors, she noticed one of the rear bedroom doors was padlocked. She banged on the door. "Is anyone in there?" Silence answered her. "Hello? Is anyone—" "Help me," someone replied from the other side. Hold on. I'm a police officer. I'm finding the key." Fisher leaned over the banister. "Ash, check his pockets for a key." No, he pleaded, trying to swat Barnes' hands away, but she was too strong for him. "Found a key." Barnes threw it up the stairs, and Fisher went down a few steps to collect it, where it had bounced and stopped. "I'm coming in." She snapped open the padlock and edged the door open, smelling something hideous, putrid scents of abandonment and dirt. "Oh my God," she gasped, cupping her mouth. "Please help me," a quiet voice cracked. The room was dark and silent, the sunlight completely blocked by something stuck over the windows. The light switch did nothing, so Fisher used the torch on her phone to see. She made out a small, naked woman in the center of the room. The woman cowered and shuffled backward. "Please, don't hurt me." "No one is going to hurt you." Fisher was calm. "I'm Detective Sergeant April Fisher with the Greater Manchester CID. I'm here to help you." She moved forward a little, shining the phone's light into the room. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. "What is your name?" Fisher asked softly. The woman backed into a corner near a crumpled pile of bedsheets. In another corner was a bowl on the floor, the contents of which were pretty obvious, judging by the smell of feces bursting out of the room. "Rose Hamden," the woman said. "I'm being held here." She was somewhere in her late 70s, and not a layer of fat clung to her frame, her bones prominent. She was severely malnourished. "Rose, I'm not here to hurt you." "Okay." Fisher padded a few steps closer. "How long have you been in here?" She shrugged, her bony shoulders rising and falling. "I don't remember." "I'm calling for some help, okay? Rose, you have nothing to worry about now." Fisher moved back so she didn't appear to be threatening, and called dispatch, requesting police and an ambulance and explaining the situation. "Sending units right away, DS Fisher." Fisher lowered her phone, pushed it into her pocket, and backed out onto the landing. "Ash, units are coming now. Keep that monster down there." "No, don't help her. She's one of them. She's coming to get us." "They're coming for all of us," Terry called out. Barn peered up at her. "Is it Theo, April?" "No, it's his wife, Rose. Been keeping her locked up in the room. It's a mess." Fisher shook her head in disgust. "She's one of them," Terry said again, pointing. "They're coming for us all." "Keep him down there until units arrive, Ash. I'll see to Rose." Terry Hamden shouted, kicked, and screamed as Fisher returned to the room. "I'm not here to hurt you," she reiterated. Rose Hamden was now hidden in the corner under the rotten, stinky, soiled bedsheets. "Rose, you're safe now. Help is coming." Sirens echoed through the house, blue light bursting in through the open front door. Chapter 45. It was visiting day at Manchester Prison. A prison officer, a short-haired woman built like a bouncer with a scar across her face and deep-set dark eyes, banged on his open door. "Rick Kirby, come on, let's go." "Where to?" He sat up on his bed. "You have a visitor." Rick stood and sauntered towards the guard. "Lose the fucking swagger, tough guy," the guard warned him. The guard escorted him through the prison's corridors and passageways, and they arrived at the large visiting room. There were 2 access points, one for prisoners on one side, another for visitors on the opposite. The space was filled with tables and chairs in 3 rows, running the room's length, 15 tables in total. The guard told him where to sit, and that if there was any trouble, he'd be back in his cell with no questions asked. He nodded and watched her back away, taking a position by the wall. Rick waited. There was a sharp buzz, and an electronic gate opened. A small group of visitors entered, each searching for the inmate they were visiting. Rick spotted his visitor on his approach, and before he reached the table, they nodded at each other. The man sat down. "How you doing, Rick?" "I'll be better when I have my money, I'll be honest." The man glared at him. "Let's not play any fucking games here. Where is she?" Rick frowned. "Who?" "You know fucking who. Don't play silly bastards with me. Where is Lisa?" "Uncle Axel, I have no idea what you're talking about." "You were the last one to see her. Where is she?" "Where is my money?" asked Rick. "Where is my daughter?" "Are you fucking deaf?" Axel Marley sighed. "It hasn't come through yet. Is this what this is about? You holding a hostage until I pay?" Axel shook his head. "I told you you'd get the money when it came through. It'll take time. But it didn't have to come to this. Where is she?" "Don't worry about Lisa. She's safe. Once you get the insurance money for Tracy and send me half of it, you'll have her back." Axel slammed his hand on the table, attracting the attention of several guards standing around the room. "One more outburst and you're gone," said the guard who'd escorted Rick from his cell. Axel ignored her warning, his eyes burning into Rick's. "I don't know when it's coming. I can't wait that long." "And I can't wait that long either, Axel," replied Rick. "I need some money now. And I don't mean what you owe me for me doing what I did, but I need protection in here. I shouldn't even be here. I set everything up perfectly to frame Jim and Henry." Axel leaned forward. "Obviously not perfectly enough. Otherwise you wouldn't be sitting where you are. Don't fucking mock me. This was all your idea. Don't think I won't start talking to the police and telling them everything, because you know you and I will be sharing a cell." Axel held a hand up. Okay, I hear you. Listen, I did everything I could. I disabled the cameras in the canteen and the library. I got Tracy there at the right time." "Yeah, you did, because you couldn't take matters into your own hands." Axel broke eye contact and stared down at the table. "But you didn't have to take Lisa. You crossed the line." "Fuck the line, I've told you she's safe." "Who has her?" "Why haven't you texted me back anyway?" asked Rick. "I've lost my phone, left it somewhere at home. Better hope Lee hasn't found it and seen the messages we've sent each other over the last few months. Uncle Axel? I don't think he'll be too happy his daddy wanted his mammy dead. Listen, if Lisa is harmed in any fucking way, I'm going to kill you. You understand that, don't you?" "Really? You think you're in a position to be threatening me?" Axel gritted his teeth. "I'm warning you, Rick. I'd like to see it. And I tell you what I'd also like to see. I'd like to see you put the 250 grand into the account like we agreed for killing your wife. That was the deal." Axel breathed heavily, and Rick enjoyed it, smiling from ear to ear. "Wipe that fucking grin off your face. You didn't have to take Lisa." "Well, I needed to be sure. It wouldn't be the first time you've screwed someone over with money, would it?" Axel scowled. "What are you talking about?" "I'll let my mother have that conversation with you." "Mandy?" Rick shrugged. "Just tell me she's safe," Axel went on. "Tell me Lisa is safe." He nodded. "She is. She's alive anyway." Axel raised his hand and was going to slam it onto the table, but stopped, remembering what the guard had said. "Calm down, Uncle Ax." Rick raised his brows. "No need for outbursts, is there? Like I said, when I get the money, you'll have your precious daughter back. That's your cousin, by the way." Rick shrugged. "I couldn't care less, to be honest." He stood. "Send me the money and I'll hand her over." Chapter 46. Monday. 4 nights before, Axel, standing in the corridor of Abraham Moss Library and Leisure Centre, checked his watch. It was nearly time. He could hear the chit-chat coming from the AA meeting down the hall. After wheeling in the trolley of coffee, tea and biscuits, Axel headed to the store cupboard to grab the Hoover, then wheeled it into the library area,
using an access door further down the hall from the double door the AA members used. He glanced down the library. The group were talking. He'd been studying them over the last few weeks and understood their patterns of behavior. Usually, 10 minutes before the end of the session, 2 or 3 of them ventured out of the fire exit door for a quick smoke to unwind and close the session. He didn't know Hudson Ellis all that well, but from what he knew of him, he seemed a good guy who'd struggled with alcohol in the past and was now helping others get through their issues. Quite a noble thing to do. Right on cue, he heard footsteps from his right. 2 women and a man approached him and smiled before opening the fire exit to go outside. He pulled out his phone and sent a message, then slipped back into his faded trousers. A moment later they returned, the man being the last one inside, and closed the door behind him, ensuring it was properly locked. He waited until they'd returned to the meeting before going over and pretending to check it. A quick glance to the right, and, happy he was in the clear, he edged it open an inch before moving away. He slipped back out into the corridor and pulled out his phone again. The time was 20:54. He typed the message and reread it to make sure it made sense before he pressed send. Then his phone beeped with a message from Tracy, telling him she'd arrived with the kids and they were waiting in the car park. God, he muttered, unsure if he wanted to go through with it. The next bit was essential. He went to the small office where the library's CCTV system was,
Near the safe, and took a deep breath. He opened today's file and watched the 2 women and the man open the fire exit door and head outside before returning a few minutes later. Then he watched the footage of himself approaching the door, gently edging it open and walking away. He deleted the file, knowing the police would see this footage later. He'd explain that it often malfunctioned. They'd buy it, he was sure. Now for the next part of the plan. He poked his head out of the office and looked down the hall towards the exit. The AA group was leaving in dribs and drabs, and at the back he spotted Hudson Ellis, who was usually the last one to go. He texted Tracy, informing her the place was empty and that he was almost done. She replied, saying they were out in the car and would wait. He replied, "Why not come in? Try and find me. You know the code for the front door. Hint, I'm in the office. Kiss." He shook his head and went down the corridor away from the office to hide for a while, knowing what would happen next. It was awful, but Tracy had brought this all on herself. Chapter 47. Fisher went to Simmer's office just after 2 p.m. Simmer was sitting behind his desk, and DCI Thomas James was casually perched on the edge of it. They looked to be waiting for her, and listened as she told them about Terry Hamden keeping his wife prisoner at home. Jesus, Simmer sighed. How long had she been there for? Neither of them was making a lot of sense. Helen Cassidy hadn't seen her for about a year, she said. Poor woman. DCI James folded his arms. So, by chasing a lead you thought would help find Theo Cassidy, you stumbled across a guy who'd lost his mind and locked his wife away for a year? She nodded. Always something happening in this city. I'm just glad Theo had labelled him a bad man on his drawing, otherwise I wouldn't have thought anything of it. Did he say why he'd done it? Claimed she wasn't his wife. Well, who was she then? An alien who'd come down to get him, apparently. She pressed her lips together and shrugged. I've informed their daughter about it. She's at the hospital with her mother now. Must be a strange thing to find out your mother hasn't really died. DCI James checked the time on his wrist. Write your report and send it to Harry. Any progress with Theo Cassidy or Lisa Marley? I don't want to be an arsehole, but you know the pressure coming down on me with these cases. No, nothing yet, boss. What's the play, April? DCI James nodded. If anyone can come up with a plan around here, it's you. She noticed D.I. Simmer shift in his seat uncomfortably, as if the DCI's words belittled him somehow. I'm confident the answers lie at Abraham Moss Library. I think the group members play a vital part in this. I'm suspicious about Axel Marley, Hudson Ellis, and everyone involved. It's the same place Tracy Marley was killed, where Lisa Marley was kidnapped. Olivia Madison also attended the AA group, as does Ben Cassidy, whose son Theo has been taken. It seems an obvious avenue to pursue, and, by looking at our results, the only one.
There's an AA meeting tomorrow. I spoke with Hudson Ellis, asking for members' details, but he said he wouldn't share anything with me because it was confidential. I'm going there tomorrow with Stacy to gather some DNA samples from them to see if we can find any matches with the blood in Olivia Madison's kitchen. The DCI nodded firmly, as if he were closing the meeting and preparing to depart. He turned back to Simmer, running a hand through his blonde hair. There's a press conference tonight for the Cassidys. Hopefully, it'll get us some results. You want me to do it? Asked Simmer. I've got this one. Thanks, though, Harry. He stepped towards the door. Let's make some headway with this. I can only hold that pressure off for so long. Chapter 48. With another working week drawing to a close,
The last thing Fisher wanted to do was go out for drinks with Ian, the guy she'd met on Tuesday. Usually, she'd leave work and go home, bury her head into her laptop, and continue trying to fathom what had happened to Lisa Marley and Theo Cassidy. With Rick Kirby being uncooperative, it made tracking Lisa's movements impossible. She'd contacted traffic control again to go over the movements of the car he'd used on Monday night, but nothing had come up. It was like it had gone off the grid for 30 minutes. And Theo? Well, Theo's vanishing had also become a mystery. With it being so long since they were taken, she couldn't help but think the worst. But, she reasoned, instead of wallowing in a bubble of frustration, maybe a night out would help take her mind off things, give her a chance to rethink and focus. What if he's the one? Kim had messaged her earlier today and added, with a winking emoji, "You just don't know, April." Once dry after her shower, she stood at her open wardrobe to find something suitable to wear. "It's just a few drinks," she muttered, picking something out and holding it in the window light to check it wasn't too creased or had any marks on. "This'll do?" Her phone beeped, a message from Kim. "Send me a photo of yourself, kiss." Half an hour later she was ready. She'd chosen a tight-fitting red vest top with black jeans and shoes. Her hair was brushed back, with her fringe pinned with clips, the rest of it falling straight to the sides and over her neck and shoulders. She awkwardly snapped a photo of her mirror reflection and sent it to Kim, adding a message. "We'll have a black clutch bag with me too, kiss." Kim's reply came immediately. "Lovely, April. Also love your hair, kicks, 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 kicks." A car horn beeped outside soon after. Ready as she'd ever be, she locked up the house and made her way out to the red BMW waiting in the middle of the road. She knew little about cars, but the dazzling paintwork suggested it was probably quite new and expensive. She couldn't remember his job, nor if he'd mentioned it on Tuesday night, but she'd use it for something to talk about. She got in, smelling traces of clean leather and masculine aftershave she hadn't smelled before. "Hello, April," Ian said gently. She turned to him briefly. "Hi." She put her seatbelt on and peered forward through the windscreen. "Play it cool," she told herself, forgetting the last time she'd been on a date. "Where would Cinderella like to go?" he said in what sounded like a French accent. She frowned. "I thought you had somewhere in mind." "Just playing," he replied, then broke into a short laugh. It was cute, nothing too heavy or forced. "I do know a place." "Well, let's go there then." They set off, taking a right once they reached the end of St. Nicholas Road. "So how's your day been?" "Do you want me to be honest?" "Yes, absolutely." It was shit. Her tone was plain and dull. "Want to talk about it?" He dabbed the brake, slowing the car at the approaching junction. "No, it's the last thing I want to talk about. I thought I'd answer honestly." He offered a swooping nod of approval. "Well, I appreciate that. How was your day? I'm sorry, I don't remember where you work." She felt a little silly, assuming she'd asked on Tuesday. "It's a little awkward. I'm a porn star." She shot him a look. "I'm kidding." He then broke into laughter. "Luckily for you, I didn't mention it on Tuesday. And luckily, you're not a porn star either. I'm a sales rep for a local pharmaceutical company. We're not huge, but growing as the months tick by. Been there a few years now." She turned slightly and studied his side profile. He kept his focus on the road, and she was sure he was unaware of her stealing a look. He was handsome, tanned,
and had thick eyebrows over bright blue eyes. He was slim, too, and sexy in his tight-fitting black jeans, which enhanced the shape of his muscular legs. The top button of his crisp white shirt was undone.
She pushed her lip out, the way people do when they're a little impressed. Nice. Nice? His eyebrows knotted. Yeah, you know, she nodded. Good job. It pays the bills. And the child maintenance, of course, he added cautiously. Ah, there it was, she thought. The fucking catch. Divorced? She asked. He offered a firm nod. Or still married and being a bastard? He smiled. Divorced. I wouldn't be paying child maintenance if I was still married. He guided the car down the A56 into the heart of the city, and the conversation seemed to cool off. How many kids you got? Fisher asked, picking it back up. God, she was interested in him, she realized. 2. A boy and a girl. Max and Anya, 10 and 8. You have kids? She shook her head. No. Any particular reason? She said, then stopped. I'm sorry, I don't mean to pry. It's okay if you don't want to say. I was pregnant early last year. Went 6 months but miscarried. My God, that's awful. I'm so sorry to hear that. Ian took a slow left onto the A5103. The dad? Fisher stiffened a little, contemplating whether to ask him to stop the car and get out. She was finding it hard to breathe. She wasn't ready for this. He turned her way, must have noticed she appeared uncomfortable. I'm sorry, He left me, she blurted out, wanting to fully explain. He said if I couldn't provide him with a child, he'd find someone else. I'm sorry to say this, but he sounds like a fucking asshole. Ian then took a right onto Great Bridgewater Street, and they drove past the Leonardo Hotel on their right. Pedestrians filled either side of the road, and traffic was quite busy, typical for Manchester. They approached a set of lights and slowed on the red. Nearly there, Fisher spied a McDonald's on the right. Treating me to a Big Mac? Like your style? Oh, don't be silly. Where we're going isn't that posh. She liked him, his humor, his manner, and realized she was smiling, Happy to have shared something with him. Play it cool, she reminded herself.
Minutes later, they turned left onto Hall Street and then rounded the rear of a building onto Bale Street. Fisher had never been down here before. Ian parked the car in a single spot in front of a roller door. You okay parking here? Fisher glanced around at the double yellow lines on both sides of the road. Yeah, don't worry. I know the owner. Fisher nodded, admiring his confidence. Not drinking and driving, I hope. There are laws for that. I would never do that in the presence of law enforcement, Sergeant Fisher. He smiled cheekily, showing nice, white, clean teeth. Nor any time for that matter. Fisher didn't know his age, but judging by the faint wrinkles lining the edges of his eyes, she would guess late 30s. I have a meeting close by tomorrow, he went on, so I'll leave it here for the night. They won't mind. Once parked, they walked around the front of the building and were seated in the window of Don Giovanni moments later. It was a popular Italian restaurant in the city centre, a place Fisher wouldn't usually dine at due to the prices. The interior was flashy, clean and modern. Smartly dressed waiters and waitresses seemed to float around the place, effortlessly fitting into their environment like they'd been doing it decades. They ordered drinks, Fisher opting for a rum and coke, while Ian chose a pint of Birra Moretti, and settled into an idle conversation about Manchester and how long they'd lived there. Once starters arrived, they tucked in, silently eating and making light comments about the flashy food Fisher definitely wasn't used to. Like it? He asked. He'd recommended her starter. She nodded at the pâté and small selection of veg on her plate. It's not what I'd usually go for. It's nice to try new things, though. They shared a smile.
So why didn't it work out between you and your ex? He expelled a sudden ball of air from his mouth. Perhaps a conversation for our next date. And how do you know there'll be a second? She said playfully, feeling a rush of something run through her veins. He beamed. I have a good feeling about you. They sat there for another 2 hours, talking about all sorts. At the end of the meal, she stood, feeling a little light-headed from the rum and cokes she'd forgotten to keep count of. They waited for her taxi outside. Where are you going? She was feeling a little flirty, swaying in the gentle Manchester breeze. I need to be up early. See that building?
He pointed and she turned. Got a meeting just over there. As she turned back, she fell under his outstretched arm, which he lowered around her shoulder. Their faces were close, their lips only inches apart. Her heart was beating 10 to the dozen as she stared into his blue eyes and he studied hers, the passing traffic a distant soundtrack to a moment she hadn't experienced in a long time. She wrapped her arms around him and pulled him closer until they kissed. A car went past, beeping its horn, but she was so in the moment she barely heard it. When she pulled away from the kiss, she was upset it had ended. "Looks like this is you, April," Ian said. A taxi had managed to creep up without her realizing and stopped beside them. The driver leaned over and nodded, no doubt eager to get to the next job. "I'll call you, okay?" Ian told her. She leaned in again, kissed him briefly, and let go before climbing into the back of the taxi. She'd had an amazing night, she thought, as the silent driver took her home. Good job, because tomorrow would be a day she'd never forget. Chapter 49. Saturday morning arrived quicker than Fisher had hoped. She'd volunteered for overtime and was annoyed she'd woken late, her head pounding again. Pulling open her bedside drawer,
She downed a couple of ibuprofen with some water. After a quick shower to freshen up, she got dressed and headed out. She arrived at the station, parked, and tiredly waded through its rear entrance. "I'm so sorry," she said, opening the door to the meeting room she was late for. Most of the team was in, with overtime being on the table for everyone. She sat next to D.S. Phillips, who watched her settle in, no doubt itching to ask how her date with Ian had gone. "Afternoon?" Phillips mused, nudging her playfully with his elbow. "Not today, Matt." "Thanks for joining us, D.S. Fisher," D.I. Simmer said from the front of the room. "Glad you made it." His smile was so fake that she didn't even give him the satisfaction of acknowledging his words. "So, as I was saying," he went on, "I've spoken to Jessica Hamden, Rose's daughter, and she said her mother is on the mend." "Unbelievable," noted D.C. Peterson. "How could a man do that?" Fisher took a slow breath, fighting the sudden urge to be sick. She raised a clenched fist to her mouth and gulped. "You all right?" whispered Phillips. Not really. Despite how she was feeling, she'd enjoyed herself with Ian, certainly relished the kiss with him. It had been so long. Visions of it had filled her spinning head moments before she fell asleep last night, and traces remained on her awakening. "So, D.S. Fisher is going to the AA meeting this evening," the DI continued, "to obtain some DNA from the members, see if we can—" The door opened. P.C. Barn poked her head in. "Sorry to interrupt, boss." Barnes' cheeks flushed pink as she searched the room and quickly settled on Fisher. "April, you need to come with me." "What's happened?" "There's a 7-year-old boy in reception. Says his name is Theo Cassidy." 10 minutes later, D.S. Fisher and P.C. Barn were seated in one of the interview rooms along the corridor. It was the type of room CID used for informal chats rather than deep interrogation with hardened Manchester criminals. Something about the room's layout and natural light gave those inside a sense of comfort, along with the fact there wasn't a mirror on one of the walls, which everyone knew by watching any police film in the last 20 years was a one-way mirror. "How are you doing, Theo?" Fisher asked him softly, trying to contain her delight at seeing him. Where on earth had he been for all this time? What a relief to CID to see him alive and well. "I want to go home," he whispered, almost too scared to speak. He was wearing the same clothes as his father Ben had described, the Manchester United away kit. "Your parents are on their way." A small smile appeared on his lips before it widened. "Really?" Fisher acknowledged his sudden happiness with a huge bow of her head. "Yes, they're so excited to see you. Can we get you a drink of anything?" He nodded several times and asked for juice. P.C. Barn stood immediately and left the room. "So, Theo," Fisher said when Barn had gone, "can you tell me what happened and where you've been since the football game?" His eyebrows knotted for a few seconds as he collected his thoughts. "I went to the game with my dad. Man United were playing. When the game was finished, there was a fight in the tunnel bit where everyone was." Fisher knew he meant the concourse under the stands. "I got scared and ran." "Where did you run?" "I ran up the steps back into where the seats were." He shook his head. "There were so many people there, running and shouting." "It's okay, Theo.
Take as long as you need." Fisher smiled in the hope of not stressing him out too much. Barn then returned with a plastic cup of juice and placed it gently on the table before him. "Thank you," he said, his voice so sweet. He cupped the drink with both hands and lifted it to his mouth. How could anyone take this little boy, thought Fisher, his kind manner breaking her heart. "Someone grabbed my hand," he explained, lowering the juice to the table. "Was it a man? A woman?" "A woman. She gave me a coat, told me to put it on, and then walked me out. She said she knew my dad and would take me to him." "But she didn't?" Tears formed in his eyes, and Fisher's heart broke for him. "No." "Can you remember where you went?" "We walked for ages. Then we got into a car. She put a blindfold on me. I couldn't see anything." "Oh, God bless him," thought Fisher, wanting to hug him. "Can you remember what happened next?" "I went to a house. She locked me in a room." Fisher and Barn exchanged a worried glance before focusing back on him. "Theo, I'm sorry for asking you this, but were you harmed in any way? Did the woman hurt you?" He shook his head. "You've been so brave, Theo." Fisher beamed at him, unable to take her eyes off him. She wanted to scream with joy, celebrate the fact he was sitting right there in front of them. "She told me to give you this note." Fisher tilted her head. "What note?" He very slowly dug his hand into his right sock and pulled out some folded paper. Without opening it, he handed it to Fisher, who put on a pair of latex gloves and took it from him. Fisher and Barnes scanned it. It was short and to the point. "I'm sorry, I've made a huge mistake. I hope he finds his way home and I haven't caused too much pain." Fisher's frown deepened as she slowly reread the words, subconsciously studying the handwriting over each letter to see if the writing style was familiar. Settling on the fact it could be one of 500,000 people in Manchester, she set it down on the table in front of her and Barn. "Who gave this to you?" "The woman." "Can you describe her?" His face screwed up in serious thought, but at the same time he looked lost. I think she had dark hair."
But it was kind of too big to be hair. He raised his hands above his head to show them the volume of the woman's hair. "Was it a wig?" asked Fisher. He shrugged. "I don't know." "How did you get to the police station?" "She brought me in the car. She told me to get out, go inside the building, and ask for D.S. April Fisher." Fisher turned to Barn. "Go check on the CCTV from outside. See what you can find, Ash." Barn nodded and left the room quickly. "I want to see my mam." Just at that moment, Theo's parents arrived, bursting into the room. Helen rushed forward, wrapping her arms around him tightly. "Oh, Theo." Pulling away, she studied him with concerned eyes. "Are you okay? Oh, God." She hugged him close again. "Thank you so much," Ben said to Fisher, his hand on Theo's head. "Thank you." "Well done, April," said D.I. Simmer, smiling from behind his desk. "I'd love to take the credit, but as you know, he was hand-delivered," she replied, pulling the chair out on the opposite side of his desk. "Has Barn had any luck with the cameras to find out by who?" A car pulled up, just along from the entrance, a red Vauxhall Astra. Ran the plates. Fake. No sign of who was inside. Simmer sighed. "At least he's safe, but the DCI won't settle until we've made the arrest." Fisher knew that too. "We're halfway there. So we need to find the kidnapper and bring Lisa Marley home now. Maybe we'll get something tonight at the AA meeting. It's the only thing we have left." Chapter 50. 17 years ago, Mandy hadn't spoken much to Axel since she'd found out Tracy was visiting her dad alone at the care home. She wasn't stupid, and it didn't take a genius to see that woman was trying to get Roger to sign his estate over to her and Axel. Axel had told her Tracy had denied visiting Roger, but Mandy knew she was being sneaky. How could Axel believe that girl over her? She shook her head in disgust. The lying, deceitful cow. How dare she swan into Axel's life and think she was entitled to their dad's money? She deserved nothing. Nothing. She pulled up at Sunnyside Care Home, parked in one of the many free spaces, and turned off the engine. The sun was boiling, blazing down on her in volcanic waves, her skin prickling under its intensity. Inside would be worse, just like it was the last time she was here. She sat for a moment,
wondering how Rick was behaving at school. His teacher had spoken to her yesterday about his behavior, telling her that throwing textbooks at a girl's head was something the school didn't condone. She'd spoken to him last night. He'd said he didn't do it. Obviously, his teacher didn't like him and was making up stories about him. Her poor Rick. She got out and trundled over the concrete to the entrance door, each step a battle in the heat. Inside the cramped reception area, the air was surprisingly cool and welcoming. A fan nearly as tall as she was whirred and creaked as it rotated by the desk. As she walked by, two carers, Sarah and Linda, were talking quietly. Whatever they were discussing, she knew it was private by their whispering. "Hey," Mandy said, stopping for a moment. They both froze upon hearing her voice and turned her way, glaring at her with wide eyes. "Mandy!" gasped Sarah. The carers stared silently at her like she had three heads. Mandy got the feeling she was about to hear something she wouldn't like. "Everything okay?" Sarah pressed her lips together tightly. She slowly made her way around the desk and placed a soft hand on Mandy's back. "Mandy, my love, I'm afraid it's bad news." "Bad news? What's happened?" With a hand still on her back, Sarah looked past her and said, "Come sit over here, love. We'll have a chat." With no idea what was going on, Mandy was guided over to a set of chairs tucked up against the reception area wall. "Have a seat, Mandy. It's about your dad." Oh no, thought Mandy.
She had been dreading this day. "I gave him his breakfast earlier. He didn't seem himself."
Mandy nodded. He'd been having more off days the last few months.
"He was talking about Tracy," Sarah said, "saying what a nice girl she was."
"Tracy?" She felt her blood boiling under her skin. Fucking Tracy. Mandy broke eye contact and looked at the faded carpet beneath her feet, her eyes filling and her hands shaking at the loss of her father. Tracy came to visit mid-morning to check on him. Mandy gritted her teeth and clamped her eyes closed, her shaking now more due to anger than the loss of her dad. She'd warned that woman to stay away. "When did Tracy visit?" "About an hour ago, love. Tracy left and I checked on Roger 10 minutes ago. I'm sorry, he's gone, I'm afraid. We've got a doctor on the way to confirm his passing." What the hell had Tracy done? "Can I see him?" Sarah smiled. "Would you like to?" She nodded and stood. They both pensively went through the corridor and down to his room. As before, the fire exit was propped open with a fire extinguisher, which allowed warm air to seep in. Mandy stopped at Roger's door. "Take your time, dear." Sarah placed a caring hand on her back. Roger's room was hot, the air unbreathable. Out of respect, the curtains had been closed, but the bright light edging past them gave the room enough light to allow Mandy to see Roger on the bed, his body sunk into the mattress, his head settled on the pillow. His eyes were open and glassy, but the life in them was long gone. "Oh, Dad," Mandy muttered, shuffling over to him with both hands pressed against her open mouth. Reaching his side, she grabbed his nearest hand and squeezed it gently. "I love you, Dad." "Hello," a gentle voice said. Then the door opened wider to reveal a man in his 40s, dressed smartly in a white shirt and brown trousers. "This is the doctor," Sarah told Mandy.
"He's just going to check over your dad." Mandy understood and stepped back, allowing him to shift past her to see Roger. "I need to call Axel. I need to tell my brother." She went out of the room, putting her phone to her ear. She couldn't help but think that Tracy had something to do with all of this. Chapter 51. 6 months ago, Mandy needed some shopping. It was not a weekly shop, just a few bits to get her and Rick through the week. Usually, she went to Aldi on a Saturday and stocked the cupboards. He did, however, have his own place, a small terraced house not too far from her, but he came and went as he pleased, more often than not eating at hers, which, being the loving mother she was, she didn't mind at all. If anything, she enjoyed his company and loved seeing him. Rick had landed a job as a laborer on a building site. She didn't know where he was this week, often moving depending on where the work was. Nature of the beast, he'd said to her, but it was good he was earning his own money. She worried about him, the friends he had, the people he associated with. Soon, he'd find himself on the wrong side of the law, if he hadn't already. He had his secrets, she knew,
But she didn't ask because she'd rather not know, would rather see her Rick as the innocent little boy she'd always believed him to be. She was eyeing the products in the first aisle of Poundland, needing some kitchen sprays and toilet rolls. "Mandy?" said a voice behind her. She turned, seeing a familiar face but unable to remember the name. The woman was short and slim, her dark hair in a bob. "Hi," Mandy said, waiting for the name to come to her mind. "You don't remember me?" Mandy smiled widely. You look familiar, but I can't remember your name." "I'm Linda. I worked at the care home your dad was in." Like a flash, it came flooding back. Of course. God, she looked different. Shorter hair, much slimmer, her face a little drawn.
She looked well, but had aged more than the 17 years since she'd last seen her. Linda took a step closer. "How have you been?" Mandy nodded several times. "Okay, just doing life. Are you still at the care home?" "No, the day your dad died was my last day. I had to look after my brother who fell ill. He needed full-time care." "Sorry to hear that. How is he now?" Mandy asked, but knew by her words what she'd say next. "He passed away a year later." Linda offered a forced smile and fought the tears. "I'm sorry." "After that, I couldn't go back into care. It was too much. I tried, but every day reminded me of my brother and how he struggled in his last few months." She fell silent. "Listen, what is it?" Mandy frowned. "I wanted to tell you something on the day your dad died, but I never got a chance. By the time the doctor had been in and you'd called your brother, I looked for you, but you'd gone. I wanted your number so I could call you, but the care home wouldn't allow me to as I was leaving." Mandy waited. "From what I gathered, you had a feeling your sister-in-law Tracy was to blame for his will. You thought she was trying to get your dad to leave everything to Axel so she could benefit from it." Mandy nodded, listening. "It isn't the truth. Axel came to see your dad a few days before he died. I was out in the corridor just to see one of the patients. I shouldn't have, but I could hear Axel and your dad talking." She shook her head, embarrassed with herself. I'm sure I heard Axel tell your dad that you didn't need the money, that you didn't want it, that he should leave everything to him." Mandy couldn't believe it. No, he wouldn't do that. It was Tracy, I'm sure of it. She was the one who was trying to keep the money for herself. That's why they've been on all these holidays over the years. I think they have most of it hidden away. Axel told me it was nowhere near as much as he'd thought, and when he'd received it from my dad's will, he gave me some, but it was not as much as it should have been. Listen, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have mentioned anything. It's none of my business." As the silence grew between them, Mandy thought about how much his house was worth and the Spanish villa. Had Axel lied to her all this time? "I remember something else from the morning your dad died too," Linda said quietly. "What?" I don't know if I should say." "Tell me." Chapter 52, Present Day. Fisher arrived at Abraham Moss Library and Leisure Centre 15 minutes before the AA session started. The car park was half full. Fisher wondered how many cars belonged to people attending AA. She got out, closed her doors, tucked her hair behind her ears, and approached the glass entrance, feeling the warmth of the falling sun on her face. "Detective Fisher," said a voice from her left. Stacey Coors approached with her usual smile. In her hand was a small forensics case. "Sorry if I'm late." "If anything, you're early." She admired Stacey. Hard-working, intelligent, intuitive. She had absolutely no doubt she'd go far in forensics, especially under Pam's wing. They both made their way to the doors. "You know what's going on with the case, don't you?" said Fisher. Stacey bowed her head. "Yes, Pamela filled me in." The double-glass doors parted with the familiar vroom, the same sound they'd made 5 nights ago when they'd worked the Tracy Marley murder. Tonight was a different vibe, a sense of normalcy. They heard talking through the open arch on the right, where the AA meetings were held. A sign on the wall directed those who hadn't been before. Fisher and Stacey wandered casually into the library area. A low-level coffee table surrounded by 4 two-seater sofas was before them, along with a stack of single chairs if the sofas didn't provide enough seating. Fisher counted 4 people so far, 2 women and 2 men.
One of the men was Hudson Ellis.
his hair messier than the last time she'd seen him. Seeing them, he stood and came over.
"I didn't think you'd actually come." He appeared annoyed. "We're in the middle of a serious murder investigation, Mr. Hudson. Told you we'd be here." He nodded, unimpressed with them, like they'd invaded his personal space without his consent. "Our sessions usually last around 2 hours, depending on what's to be discussed. If you'd like to come back at the end, I'm sure as a matter of police business, I'd prefer not to waste anyone's time and hinder the progress of our investigation. Time is truly of the essence here, Mr. Hudson." The remaining 2 women and the man seated had stopped talking and were watching them. Behind Fisher, more people filtered in, slowly passing them, studying Hudson's face, wondering what was happening. Hudson sighed heavily. "Is this really necessary? We wouldn't be here if it wasn't." "Fine," he snapped. "How long will it take?" "Not long. How many usually attend?" "Usually around 8 or 9. He looked around at the group. "A few are missing. I don't see Ben here either." Fisher filled him in on the latest news about Theo Cassidy, her words loud enough for the rest of the group to hear, pleasantly followed by grateful gasps and murmurs of happiness, showing a real sense of a close-knit community. "Oh, that's amazing Theo's been found," Hudson said, nodding. Fisher then motioned towards Stacy. "My colleague here, Stacy, is from our forensics team. She'll take a sample of everyone's DNA through a simple saliva swab. I'd like to remind you of why we're here, and that if people aren't happy with giving their DNA, then that's fine. But in that case, we'll be wondering why you're not willing to help aid our investigation. It will only arouse our suspicions and may lead to further questioning down at the station." Hudson considered her words and looked down at his watch. "Okay, let's get on with it. We're here to help people,
Not use this time for DNA swabbing. He addressed the group, explaining why the police were there and what would happen, and he said that he'd appreciate their cooperation regarding the matter. After a short silence, one of the men volunteered to go first. "What do you need me to do?" "Come over here." Stacy went to a table over to the left and placed her small black box down. Opening it, she removed a clean swab and a plastic bag, then turned to George. "If you can open your mouth, I'm going to rub this on the inside of both cheeks." Once done, she bagged it securely, took a pen, and scribbled his information on the outside of the bag. When Stacy had collected 6 samples and securely bagged them, she said, "Your turn, Mr. Ellis." "I'm sorry, you want my DNA too?" Fisher frowned. "Yes, you are a part of this group, aren't you?" "Well, yes. Is that going to be a problem?" She noticed a layer of sweat on his forehead, reflecting under the library's lighting. "No, I just didn't think you'd need to, that's all." Stacy removed another clean swab and raised it towards his face. "Open wide." Reluctantly, he did so, allowing her to get a sample, eyeing her curiously as she bagged it. Fisher checked her watch. 7:10 p.m. "Is there anyone missing from the usual group?" Hudson scanned the room. "Yeah, a couple." "Who?" "I've said this before. I'm not sharing people's details with you. If you want to arrest me because of that, go ahead." He placed his fists together and offered himself to Fisher to be handcuffed. "Have you mentioned to anyone about me coming here tonight? Given them a heads up that I'd be here?" Hudson lowered his hands and shook his head. "No." Fisher couldn't force him and knew the nature of the group. She thanked him and told Stacy that was enough for now. "We'll be in touch if we need to," she said, addressing the whole group. On their way out, they approached a well-dressed woman walking down the corridor. "Hey," she said, nodding towards the library. "Welcome to the group." "Oh, we're from the police," said Fisher. "Oh." The woman stopped and held out her hand. "I'm Helen Crawley, manager here. She shook her head and laughed. "This is so strange. I was going to get in touch with you, actually." That piqued Fisher's interest. "Oh?" "I've just read the reports from when Tracy Marley was found from the other day, and it said some of the footage from here was missing." "Yes, that's right," said Fisher. "I checked it myself." "It doesn't make sense. We had issues a few weeks ago, but all of the cameras work now. A company came out last week and commissioned them."
We were told a few of them weren't functioning. I'm not sure who told you that, but I can assure you they're all fine. It seems someone may have deleted some of the footage because they didn't want the police to find it. Fisher nodded, taking it in. Axel Marley had been the one that told police of the CCTV issues, and if everything was okay, according to the manager, then he's obviously lying about it. Just thought you should know. Appreciate that. Fisher smiled, and her and Stacy made their way for the exit as Helen Crawley headed down the corridor. There had been suspicions about Axel ever since the police found out he was Rick Kirby's uncle. "What's the plan?" asked Stacy. "We need to go see Axel Marley immediately." Chapter 53. 6 months ago. "Please, Linda, you must tell me." Linda winced at Mandy, wishing she hadn't said anything. "Please, you need to tell me. I need to know." As you know, Tracy came in to see Roger on the morning he died. Mandy nodded, nervous about what she was about to be told. "I spoke to Tracy that morning when she arrived. She was upset about something to do with Axel, I think. They'd argued. She told me that he wasn't listening and said what he was doing wasn't fair, and she was there to make things right." "I don't understand." Mandy scowled, and they both shifted further to one side to allow a woman in a motorized scooter to pass. "Make what things right?" Linda sighed heavily and looked around as if checking the people within earshot. "I don't know if you were aware, but Axel came to see your dad more than you know, more than sometimes even we knew." "What do you mean?" "He used to visit but not sign in, often coming through the fire exit instead of through reception. I mentioned it to him once when I'd seen him. He told me he'd forgotten and would try to remember to sign in." "Okay." Mandy was no further forward here. "I think what Tracy was trying to do was to be fair with you," Linda said, "to make the will fair. She kept saying that morning that Axel was greedy. I haven't said anything to anyone because I don't know if what I saw was right, but after Tracy left, she signed out and said to me that everything was fair now, and then she said that everyone would get what they deserved. And it wasn't in a malicious way. She seemed genuine." Linda glanced up and down the aisle again, as if scared someone might hear her. "Between Tracy going and you coming, I was in one of the patients' rooms near your dad, and I heard Roger shouting about something." She smiled and lifted her gaze. "He often did, though, watching the TV, so I thought it was that." Her face went serious again. "But there was anger in his words. Something was bothering him. But then it went quiet. So I finished with the patient I was seeing, and as I went out into the corridor, I heard a door close, which sounded like your dad's, and saw someone leave through the fire exit. It was a man. I caught the back of him as he disappeared around the corner. I shouted after him, but he was moving too quickly. I followed him to the car park, but no one was there." "So, are you thinking someone came to see my dad after Tracy had been?" "Like I said, I'm not 100%, but I have a gut feeling that someone did."
"Yes."
"And not long after that you found my dad dead?"
Linda nodded vacantly.
Chapter 54. 17 years ago, Axel was sick of arguing with Tracy about it. Since day one, Rick and Mandy had hated her, so why was she defending them? "Fuck them," he'd said, justifying his reasoning for persuading his dad to sign everything over to him. "Mandy will only waste it and give it to Rick. They don't deserve any of it." "Axel, it isn't fair," she'd complained. "They deserve half." "Life isn't fair." "I'm not letting you do it," she told him. "You don't have a choice." Tracy was being a nuisance. Everything was settled with only his name on the will, but he'd been silly enough to tell Tracy about it, telling her in excitement they'd have all of his father's money once he passed, and how good their lives would be when he died. That morning, he'd told her to keep her nose out and stop interfering with everything, and that his father's business had nothing to do with her. They'd argued and she'd stormed out. He'd followed her, having a good idea of where she was going, and he was right. 20 minutes later, she indicated left for Sunnyside Care Home. "Tracy, just fucking leave it," he whispered, watching her turn into the car park. He pulled over to the curb and waited, watching from the road, knowing what she'd do. She disappeared and was back out within 5 minutes.
"Tracy, for fuck's sake!" he shouted, marching over to her car, blocking her driver's door before she reached it. "Where have you been?" "I've told your dad to put Mandy back in his will. It isn't fair what you're doing. Why can't you just let this go?" "Because it's wrong, Axel. What you're doing is wrong. And despite how much of a little shit Rick is, or how much Mandy hates me, I can't let you do this. It isn't fair on them." Axel sighed heavily. He's going to contact his solicitor and get the will changed back. With that, Tracy left, giving him the cold shoulder. He looked around to see if anyone had seen or heard their conversation. It seemed no one had, so he headed towards the care home. Not wanting to be seen, he paused on his approach and angled left to avoid the usual entrance. Rounding the corner of the building, he saw the fire door propped open again with the fire extinguisher. He peered inside, seeing no one, and went to his father's room. Roger was on the bed, and at first hadn't noticed him enter, his focus only settling on Axel when he was halfway across the room. "Hello, Axel," his dad said, his voice croaky. "Hello, Dad." Roger nodded and smiled at him. "It's nice to see you. I've just seen Tracy a little while ago. She said you would come." Axel frowned. "Who said I'd come?" "Tracy. She told me what you're trying to do." His father tilted his head. "You told me that Mandy didn't want any of my money when I die, but I've just learned that you've been making all this up." "That she hasn't said that?" Axel scowled and gritted his teeth. How could Tracy do this? "Well, I'm not going to let that happen, Axel. I shouldn't have been naive enough to believe you. You and Mandy will get 50-50 of everything. I'll contact my solicitor and get it changed." "No, Dad, just leave things how they are." Roger pointed at him. "You listen to me, son. Don't you dare come in here and—" Axel quickly grabbed a pillow from the chair beside his dad's bed and jumped over him, forcing the pillow onto his face. Roger mumbled under Axel's strength. "Shh, Dad. Just go to sleep." Slurred Roger. Axel held firm for what felt like forever. He knew if anyone entered the room now, he'd have some explaining to do. "Quiet now, Dad," he whispered. Moments later, Roger stopped moving, and the sounds faded to nothing. Axel placed the pillow back on the chair beside his bed before leaving the room and running out of the fire exit. He was sure he heard a door open somewhere behind him,
but he wasn't waiting to find out if he'd been seen.
Chapter 55. Present Day. Axel wanted answers from Rick, but he was playing hardball, telling him that once the money from Tracy's life insurance had been paid to his account, he would tell him where Lisa was being held. But when would that happen? Axel had filed for the death certificate, the item he needed to claim for her life insurance, but it could take up to 14 days. And then how long would it take for the insurance to pay out? He had no idea. He should have known Rick would con him. He'd been troubled all his life, and Axel had always bloody known it. Mandy had been watching Lee while Axel had been to see Rick. He hadn't told his sister about the visit because she'd only wonder why he wanted to see her son. Of course, she knew nothing about the deal that he and Rick had made. Rick would kill Tracy in exchange for half of her life insurance money. Tracy had brought it on herself, making a fool out of him for years. He also knew there was no love lost between Rick and Tracy. They'd never got along since the first time she'd seen him in the spare room when he was only 11 years old, looking through boxes, no doubt for something to steal. Axel knew he'd take the task on. If only he'd known he'd take Lisa in the process to make sure he was paid. "Bastard," muttered Axel, feeling outsmarted. Axel had told Mandy he'd needed to go see a friend about something, and was happy when she hadn't asked who. He knew she wasn't talking to Rick anyway, because she was disgusted by what he'd done, and had told Axel if she ever saw Rick again, it would be a day too soon. It was almost 7:30 p.m. when Axel pulled into a tranquil street. No kids were out playing Kirby, no one kicking footballs causing a racket, no one walking their dogs down the paths. He frowned, switching off his engine and releasing his seatbelt. He closed his door, walked through his gate, and briefly studied the house.
The living room curtains were closed, which he found strange as it was still light outside. He unlocked the door and closed the door behind him. The house was dead silent, quieter than he'd ever heard it. "Mandy?"
He looked down the hall into the empty kitchen. "Lee?" He peered into the living room. The TV was on, but no one was on the sofas. Frowning, he went to the kitchen. Something pleasant lingered in the air, a sign Mandy had been cooking something. "Mandy, you in here?" He looked around to see if the back door was open because he could feel a draft from somewhere. The kitchen was bare. He was in mid-turn to leave when something caught his eye, something red on the tiled floor near the sink. He went over, scrutinizing it with narrowed eyes. Mandy must have been cooking pasta and used some kind of sauce, although he couldn't remember having pasta sauce or passata in the cupboards. He knelt down and dabbed it with his fingertip, then studied it. It was too dark to be pasta sauce, too smooth, and too thin in texture. Blood. Maybe Mandy had cut herself with a peeler or something. "Mandy!" he shouted. "Lee?" No response. Where the fuck are they? He left the kitchen and went to the stairs. "You up there?" A strange scent tickled his nose, something sweet. Perfume, maybe, not what Mandy usually wore. He started to climb them and noticed the landing at the top was darker than usual, as if the bedroom doors were closed. Usually, light from the bathroom window lit the space. "Mandy, are you up here?" He was quiet, apprehensive about disturbing the harrowing serenity of his family home. All of the doors were shut. They were never shut. He tried Lee's room first, pressing down the handle and edging it open. "Lee?" Inside, his eyes widened. Mandy and Lee were sitting on the carpet with their backs against his single bed. Their feet were tied, their wrists bound together, and tape covered their mouths. Mandy made a loud mumble.
"What the fuck?" he whispered. Mandy's eyes shot wide. Lee shouted something under the tape stuck to his mouth. Axel felt his body shift slightly in a split second as the floorboard dipped beneath his feet, reacting to added weight nearby. Someone was behind him. As he turned, a flash of something black hit him in the face, stunning him. His legs gave way and he passed out in the doorway of Lee's bedroom. Chapter 56. Axel's head was pounding when he woke. His eyes flickered a dozen times, but he couldn't open them. He was at a zoo in a crowd of hundreds of people. Children were screaming and running, desperate to escape the animal attacks. Monkeys were causing chaos. He turned to flee, but one of the monkeys appeared in the tree above him, jumping onto his chest and wrapping its feet and hands around his neck. The monkey bit him, but the sound from its mouth was unlike anything he'd ever heard at a zoo. It didn't make sense. He soon realized the sound was happening here and now, coming from a different room. Where was he? He recognized the side of his bed next to him. He attempted to move, but he didn't get far. His hands were tied behind his back, and his ankles were pinned together securely by some kind of rope. Trying to open his mouth, a sharp pain erupted from his lips as the masking tape caught his upper lip. He mumbled, wriggling like a maniac to free himself of his constraints. The shouting and screaming continued nearby. Lifting his head from his bedroom carpet, he glared out to the empty landing. Were Mandy and Lee still in Lee's room? He clenched his fists, trying to force his hands apart, but the tight rope wouldn't allow any movement, and the more he fought it, the more it cut into his skin. He banged his heels off the stud wall, the thumping echoing through the frame of the house. The screaming suddenly stopped, and loud footsteps followed until a figure appeared in his bedroom doorway. It was Elaine, a knife nestled in her hand. "Well, hello, Axel. It's nice of you to finally join us." Axel focused on the knife, frantic to know who she intended to use it on. She noticed him looking. Don't worry about this. Lee is safe, for now." He mumbled something and she laughed, disappearing from his view and back into Lee's room. The screaming started again, and he recognized it as Mandy's cry. Thuds and screaming filled the house. Axel awkwardly turned onto his front, bringing his pinned feet up behind his bum, and tried rocking back onto his knees. His age certainly didn't make it easy, but the desperation in the next room urged him on. "Dad, help us!" Lee suddenly screamed. Banging filled the landing outside the bedroom door. Awkward, random thuds battered the floorboards until a door slammed, dulling the shouting. "Be quiet!" Elaine scolded. "I'm coming," Axel said, managing to get to his knees. The pain in his head was so strong that it almost toppled him over. He bunny-hopped to face the door and saw Elaine watching him from the doorway.
"And where are you going, Axel?" In her hand was a black frying pan, probably the same thing she'd used to hit him with before. He remembered he'd sorted the attic out and had a box full of things he needed to put away, and the pan was in there, just inside Lee's room. Screams filled the bathroom, their fear emanating through the closed door. Determined, he hopped forward, but the woman waited for him, raised the pan above her head, and walloped him in the forehead. He collapsed back onto the carpet, seeing a flash of stars. His head pounded from the impact. He was back to square one. Axel opened his eyes. There was blood on his face. His bedroom felt like a spinning waltzer, a ride he so desperately wanted to get off, but didn't know how to make it stop. "Wakey, wakey!" Elaine's voice was close, teasing him. The shouting from Lee and Mandy had stopped, and the house was now silent.
"Elaine," he whispered, realizing the tape had been removed from his lips. A knife had replaced the pan she had held before. "Where are they?" She didn't answer. Axel screamed and wriggled and fought against the rope, which was still keeping him immobile. "Why are you doing this?" "Axel, don't think I don't know." She paused for a few moments. "Tracy's death was no accident. It was your idea. Oh God, how stupid I've been. Feeling sorry for you over this past week. Coming over and checking on you." He started laughing. "Oh, funny, is it? I found your phone," she explained. "You orchestrated this whole thing with Rick. How could you do that to Tracy? How could you leave your Lee and Lisa without a mother?" She turned away. "All this time I've been blaming those fuckers at the AA group for this, for leaving the door open that allowed them in." She looked down in disgust. "I've been so angry with them. I've done awful things." "Was it you that killed that woman?" he asked. "Olivia?" "Yes." She smiled. "All this time I thought they'd caused this and didn't care. We're in a WhatsApp group, you know, there for support and that, and the messages and jokes started up right away. They showed no remorse about it. One of them had even joked the library was haunted because of Tracy being killed there. At first I didn't have a plan. I didn't know what I was going to do." Her face screwed up in anger for a second. "Then I knew I had to do something. Why should people move on so freely after something so hideous?" She let the question hang before moving on. Ben Cassidy joked about it in the WhatsApp group. He said that losing people is just part of life. So fuck him, I thought. He was one of the smokers. Every meeting I'd seen him going in and out of the fire exit. I knew I couldn't let him get away with it. I'd heard him talking to Hudson about going to the football game on Tuesday, even telling him which seats he and Theo would sit in, as Hudson was a United fan and knew the stadium. The fight in the concourse made my life easier, and when it all kicked off and Theo ran, I grabbed him, telling him I'd get him to safety. "What did you do with him?" "I kept him at home, locked away in a bedroom." Axel made a show of shaking his head in disgust. "Don't you fucking dare look at me like that, Axel." She raised the knife and stabbed an area of the bed near him, causing him to jerk away. "After what you've fucking done." She jabbed a finger at him. "When I found your phone and read the messages between you and Rick, I realized it had nothing to do with the AA group. It was you all this time. I can't believe you've done this. You've ruined your family." He laughed theatrically. "Oh, that is rich coming from you, Elaine." "Rich? What is?" She scowled at him. "Tracy ruined this family." Her scowl deepened. "And so did you." Axel smiled. "Do you think I didn't know?" "Know what?" Axel broke into more laughter. "Please don't play games with me. At least give me that much. How long has it gone on for?" "Axel, He rocked forward suddenly. "How long have you been in love with Tracy?" Chapter 57. Fisher approached and knocked on Axel's door, stood back and waited. Stacy was by her side, holding the small forensics kit. The falling sun was fading in the sky, casting a huge shadow on the row of houses in front of them. She shifted across and looked through the living room window. No sign of anyone. "Think he's in?" Stacy asked quietly. His car was on the drive. "Unless he's gone walking, but Lee's leg is bad, so they won't have gone far." Fisher waited, but after there was no answer, decided to ring him. The call went unanswered. She tried again
and heard a faint ringtone from somewhere close. Peering up, she saw one of the windows was open. She ended the call and put her phone away. "Axel," she called. Silence. "Come on, we'll try around the back."
There must be a way in.
Well? Axel glared at Elaine sitting beside him. "I need to know how long you and Tracy have been in love." She took a long, labored breath. "For me, it was the day I met her. For her, years later." "When?" he asked. "I don't know, it's just kind of happened." He shuffled against the rope, bounding him immobile. There, he thought, fiddling with one of the knots with his fingertips. One of them was looser than before. "How convenient for you both." Elaine shrugged. "We were close. We used to go on holiday, went on nights out. She was always round mine." "You were always here," Axel added, wide-eyed, "around our kids, rubbing it in our faces." Behind his back, he continued digging his fingertips into the knots, freeing them a bit at a time. "I just can't believe it was you all this time, Elaine. I knew she was seeing someone, the way she'd become distant from me. She didn't need me like she used to. She spent most of her time with the kids or out with you. And I tell you what," he screwed his face up, "I can't believe you did it in this house." Elaine considered his words carefully. "Well, we can't help how we feel, can we?" "No, we—" A sudden bang at the rear of the house stopped him. Was it Mandy or Lee in the bathroom? Had they undone the ropes around their wrists? He had to do something quick. Once she killed him, she'd no doubt go for Mandy next. After all, Mandy's son had killed Elaine's lover. "What the fuck's that?" Elaine moved off the bed and went to the bedroom door to look out onto the landing. She listened for a few seconds and turned to him. "You just wait here. I am certainly not fucking finished with you. You'll pay for what you've done to my Tracy." Chapter 58. Fisher tried the side gate, but it was locked, so she moved back, raised her right foot, and booted it as hard as she could. The gate cracked and swung open, hitting the house's brickwork with a dull thud. "Good job," whispered Stacy.
They went in, Fisher going first. The back door was on their left, half PVC, half glass. They approached it, passing a window that looked into the kitchen. Fisher peered inside with cupped hands over the glass to see better. It was empty. There was no sign of anyone. Up above, they heard shouting, "Help!" Fisher pulled her phone out and called it in before they reached the back door. She slipped her phone into her trousers and tried the back door. It was open. "Stay behind me," she said to Stacy. Elaine left Axel in his bedroom and stood on the landing to listen. She wasn't sure if the distant thud had been Mandy or Lee in the bathroom, or something else. She opened the bathroom door. Mandy and Lee looked up at her, their faces screwed up as they cowered into each other for comfort. "What are you two doing in here?" They stared innocently at her and shook their heads. "Keep quiet." She slammed the door and went into Lee's room to look out the window to see if it was anything in the garden or neighboring houses. Nothing unusual. She reached up and opened the window. "Yeah, we're going in," someone said. Elaine frowned. "Stay behind me," she heard. The back door opened. She hadn't thought of a plan before she got there. Only to kill Axel. And Mandy. Since she couldn't get to Rick in prison, his mother would have to do. The woman had done her best to make Tracy's life hell anyway. Then she'd get away as far as she could. In hindsight, she should have considered Lee being here, who she loved like her own. She didn't know where Lisa was, and judging by the time she'd been missing, there was a good chance she'd never see her again. Tiptoeing onto the landing, she turned her head. There was definitely someone down there. "Shit," she whispered, no idea who it was or how she was going to handle it. Something moved behind her. Knife raised, she swiveled to face Axel's bedroom doorway, but it all happened so quickly. Something black collided with her face, causing an explosive white flash. She staggered, trying to stay upright, but she fell to the carpet, landing on her side, and the knife slipped from her hand. "You bitch!" shouted Axel, dropping the pan and straddling Elaine. He grabbed her throat and squeezed it as tight as he could. Mandy assumed Axel was tied up somewhere, probably his bedroom, held at knife point, the same way she and Lee had been, not long after she had opened the door to Elaine. By now she'd loosened the rope around her wrists and untied her feet. She ripped the tape from her mouth, helped Lee free himself,
and waited as she listened through the closed door. From inside the bathroom, she heard Axel and Elaine talking, but their words were muffled. There was a bang from somewhere underneath them. "What's that?" muttered Lee. "Shit," she said. "Elaine will think it's us. Put the tape back over your mouth and your hands behind your back. Come on, sit back over here." Thuds reverberated across the landing as they scampered back to where they had been sitting and put the tape back over their mouths. A second later, the bathroom door swung open. "What are you two doing in here?" Elaine asked, glowering at them. They shook their heads. "Keep quiet. I'll deal with you two next." Elaine closed the door, and they groaned in relief as her steps faded. "Can we go?" whispered Lee, removing his tape again. "Shh. I think she's still on the landing." There was a loud bang just outside the door, then a series of thuds. "Dad?" Lee ran to the door. "Wait!" Mandy grabbed him before he reached it. "Wait! Dad might need my help." Lee wriggled, but Mandy's grip was firm. "You bitch!" Axel shouted from the landing. Mandy pulled the door open to look out. Axel had Elaine pinned to the carpet, his hands around her throat like a vice. Her face was turning red. "Axel!" shouted Mandy, willing him to stop.
"She deserves to die," Axel shouted through gritted teeth, squeezing harder. "Dad!" "Stay in there, Lee." Mandy shoved Lee back so she could close the door to shield him from the violence. She turned back, holding the handle to prevent Lee from opening it. "Axel, let her go." There was no letting up. The rage on his face was frightening, an expression she'd rarely seen before. "Axel!" Elaine's face was turning purple. Mandy had to intervene before it was too late. A frying pan lay in the doorway of Lee's room. Mandy had no idea why, but she bent over and grabbed the handle. "Axel!" He wasn't listening, his focus solely on killing Elaine. Mandy raised the pan high above her head and brought it down on Axel's head with such force that the sound echoed through the house. Axel toppled forward on top of Elaine. Mandy, looking down at her feet, spotted a knife. Bending down, she picked it up, studying the blade carefully. Elaine was trying to shove Axel's dead weight off, and it looked like she was going to succeed. Mandy came to a decision. She lunged forward and stabbed the blade 3 inches deep into her brother's back. Elaine stopped screaming and froze. "Mandy, please," begged Elaine, shaking her head with tears in her eyes. Mandy picked up the frying pan and hit Elaine with it, knocking her unconscious. She turned and pushed the bathroom door open. "Come on, Lee, we need to go." She grabbed his hand and pulled him onto the landing. "Let's go." "Dad!" he shouted, pulling against Mandy. "Lee, we need to go." They ran down the stairs away from Elaine and Axel. Just as they reached the bottom, they heard someone shout from the kitchen doorway. "Police, don't move." Chapter 59. 3 months ago, Mandy was almost home when her phone rang. Leaning over, keeping an eye on the road ahead and one hand on the wheel, she reached into her black bag resting on the passenger seat, grabbed it, and answered with a swipe of her thumb. "Yes." "Rick?" "Ma'am, lend me some money for tonight, please." She sighed. This was becoming familiar. Rick ringing and asking for money, which she knew he wasn't short of. "Not got your own?" He grunted through the phone. "I don't get paid until next week. I've spent what I had." She sighed, but did so without Rick hearing. How could she say no? "I'll transfer you some, all right?" "Thanks, ma'am. See you later." He hung up quickly, without any shame. Minutes later, she watched a familiar car slow and pull over. Wincing, trying to see the registration, as it pulled out from somewhere near her house, she was sure it belonged to Tracy. What's she doing here? Ever since the first incident when she caught Tracy grabbing hold of Rick all those years ago, they'd always been on rocky ground. Whether at family events or just at Axel's house, words between them had always been minimal. That's just the way it was. Axel knew it. He'd tried his best to get them on better terms, but Mandy couldn't shake her bitter thoughts toward Tracy, no matter what she did. But at the end of the day, she'd made her brother happy and had given him 2 beautiful children. She pulled into the space the suspicious car had left and removed her seatbelt, trying to remember Tracy's registration, but she couldn't. She had never been good at recalling those kinds of things. She unlocked her door
and went inside. Ah, there was an envelope on the doormat with her name on it. Not her full name with an address, but just Mandy. Tracy must have delivered it here just now. Mandy had ignored all her recent calls, not interested in what she had to say. She'd asked Axel why Tracy had kept calling her, but he'd had no idea what she was talking about. After asking Tracy why she'd been phoning her, Tracy had denied it. Mandy was confused by it all. She bent down and picked it up. On a slow amble to the kitchen, she peeled back the flap and removed a sheet of folded paper. She scanned the first few lines,
Slow dropped into a seat at the kitchen table and continued reading the rest, line by line. No. She raised a hand to her open mouth, not believing what it said. She reread the letter. Mandy, we haven't seen eye to eye over the years, and I'm sorry about that. Trust me when I say I'm not a vindictive, vicious person, and all the stuff with Rick on the day we met was blown completely out of proportion. Despite our differences, there's something you need to know. I've been holding this in for a while, but I can't any longer, and need to be honest with you. When it came out that your father had given everything he owned to Axel, I know you were upset. You felt like you'd been pushed aside, and your dad favored Axel. But that's not true. Not in your dad's eyes, anyway. I know you saw me visiting your dad a few times, hence our fight years ago outside of our house. And I can understand why you did that, because seeing me visiting him certainly would have aroused suspicion. But it wasn't the case at all. The truth is, Axel did you over. He wanted all the money for himself. I don't know why, but he did. Axel told me he'd persuaded your dad to change the will. He'd told Roger you wanted your name out of the will. I couldn't believe it. So I visited your dad and told him Axel had lied and that it was unfair of him to do that. It was unfortunate he passed before he had a chance to change it back. Also, another secret Axel has kept from you. God, I shouldn't be saying this. But when Axel received the money, he said because of your father's debt, he was only left with 60 grand and said he gave you half. But the truth is, he got much more than that. Axel received over 400 grand and has it hidden in an online account until his retirement. I wanted to tell you at the time, but he wouldn't let me access it and said if I told you, he'd only deny it and knew you'd believe him over me. I want you to know that I found his login details to access his account and have taken half of it without him knowing and set up a bank account in your name. I will send the details of that account in a separate letter. As of writing this letter, Axel doesn't know what I've done, and I'm sure when he finds out, he won't be happy. But you have a right to know, and I feel what I've done is fair, so you and Rick can enjoy the money you deserve. I wish things were different between us. Tracy. Chapter 60. Present Day. Fisher and Stacy crept across the kitchen towards the hallway, their focus on the clattering coming from upstairs. Stacy stayed just behind Fisher, obviously feeling nervous about what they'd walked into and what was going on above them. Fisher could understand and led the way. "Wait here," Fisher whispered, stopping at the kitchen doorway, trying to see down the hallway, but all she could see was the front door. Backup was coming. Should she stay where she was or run upstairs? After all, she was unarmed and didn't know if whoever was upstairs was armed. She edged into the hallway. Footsteps pounded down the stairs. A woman and young boy appeared, heading straight for the front door. Fisher recognized Lee, then suddenly realized it was Mandy, Axel's sister. What had been going on upstairs? "Police! Don't move!" she shouted. Chapter 61. Fisher galloped towards the open front door. She jumped over the threshold and rushed towards the gate. They'd taken a left, Mandy pulling Lee as he struggled with his injured leg along the path. "Police! Stop!" Fisher screamed. "My leg!" shouted Lee. The boy looked to be in agony. Fisher had almost caught them up when Mandy let go of Lee and dashed to her car. Lee dropped to the ground clutching at his leg, and Fisher almost ran into him. Where the hell was backup? Fisher dodged past Lee and skidded up to Mandy's car just as the engine rumbled to life.
The reverse light came on, and the car shot back, knocking into Fisher's shoulder. A desperate mechanical grinding echoed from the gearbox as Mandy shifted into first. "Police, stop!" Fisher begged, feeling an excruciating burn at the top of her arm. She had no idea what had happened in the house, but judging by Mandy's desperation to escape, it must have been something big. Mandy's car sped forward into the road, tires screeching. "Fuck!" Fisher screamed, slapping her knee in frustration. She sprinted back to her car and jumped in. Within seconds, she pulled out in pursuit and called dispatch, telling the operator she was pursuing a dark grey Peugeot 308. She gave the registration plate, which she'd memorized as it sped away. "Copy that, DS Fisher. Sending all available units. We'll notify traffic control." She ended the call and phoned Stacy, who picked up after 2 rings. "Stacy, I'm chasing a car. I can see them up ahead on Dovely's Road. Backup units are coming. What's happened at the house?" "Axel has been stabbed. He's bleeding heavily. There's a woman up here too, but she's unconscious, lying under him. She's stirring, though. She's waking up, I think." "Has backup arrived yet?" asked Fisher, hearing sirens nearby. "I've left Axel's son Lee on the ground near the house. I wanted to help him but didn't want to lose Mandy. Sounds like backup's outside now. Go help Lee and keep me updated." Fisher ended the call and focused on the road. She had to keep up with Mandy. Mandy took a right onto Bolton Road, heading southbound steadily, probably unaware Fisher was trailing her. She called dispatch to update them. "Copy that," the familiar dispatcher replied. At the small roundabout ahead, Mandy took a right onto Langworthy Road. Fisher frowned. She made a call. "Boss?" answered DC Jess Gallagher. "Jess, you busy?" "I'm painting my toenails." "You want to put your socks on? I'm in pursuit of a suspect." "Who is it?" "Axel Marley's sister, Mandy."
You got your socks on yet? Gallagher said quickly.
Yep, I'm doing it now. Leaving in 2 minutes. Where am I going?" "Eccles New Road, looks like," said Fisher, as the Peugeot turned ahead of her. "I'll have to update you exactly where." "Okay, I'm leaving. Be there in 5 minutes." Fisher smiled, admiring her eagerness to help. Minutes later, as Fisher predicted, the Peugeot pulled into Eccles New Road. They turned again, this time into Kirkham Street, and the Peugeot pulled into a spot halfway down on the left-hand side. Fisher eyed the street for gaps and pulled in on the left, roughly 40 meters back. She jumped out of the car and kept low to the ground, peering around the side of a car to watch out for Mandy. Seconds later, she appeared, quickly shifting across the path to a house with a red door. Fisher called Gallagher to update her on the location, then moved towards the house, hoping Mandy hadn't seen her. Chapter 62. 1 month ago, Mandy was in the living room when there was a knock at the door. She got up, went to the door, and unlocked it. "Ma'am, stop leaving the key in the bloody door." Rick shoved past her, putting his keys in his black tracksuit bottoms pocket. "Well, hello to you too." Rick entered the living room, which Mandy found unusual because he normally headed straight to the kitchen to make a brew, so she followed him in. "You got that money you owe me?" she asked him, already knowing the answer. Slumped on the sofa like he was paying the mortgage, he sighed lightly, and his shoulders dropped, a familiar expression she'd seen throughout his life. Ma'am, I'll have to give you it next week. There's a job coming in soon." His words carried the usual empty weight of the promises he always made. Mandy, shaking her head at the news that didn't come as a shock, padded past him and dropped into her usual chair. Some holiday show was on television, a blonde-haired presenter speaking on the edge of a beach,
the sun high in the sky behind her.
"Ma'am, I need to talk to you about something."
"What is it?"
"I went to see Axel last night. He texted me, asking me to meet him after work." Her eyes narrowed. "What for?" "He knows Tracy is cheating on him, found messages on her phone, dating back ages." "Good God. What? Who with?" "He didn't say." "I don't understand. Why does he want to meet?" "He has a plan, and he needs my help with it." She sat up straighter. "What plan?" "Abraham Moss is collecting some charity money at the end of the month. Axel reckons it'll be around 30 grand. She frowned, but listened. "He asked me if he told me all the details, would I stage a robbery and kill Tracy in the process?"
Rick, what the fuck? He patted the air in front of him. Listen though, that's not all. He said because of what she's done and who she's done it with, he can't let her get away with it. He said she has life insurance, and he'll give half of her life insurance to me for doing it. How much? 250 grand, plus the charity money. Ma'am, we're talking a decent amount here. Rick, she said, shaking her head, it isn't worth it. It's not worth going to prison for. Should she tell him about the money that Tracy had transferred to a secret account for her? No. He'd only take it from her and mess his life up doing drugs or whatever else he lied about. He smiled. But I have an idea. I'll get some goons to do it with me, Henry and Jim. They'll be daft enough to do it. As far as they know, they'll think we're just going for the money. I'll stage it so it looks like they're the ones taking it. I'll even leave at a different time if you can pick me up. And how will you get Tracy to be there? Axel said he'll think of a way. She looked away, her focus on the world through the window. She knew that whatever her thoughts on it were, if Rick had his mind set on something, it wouldn't matter what she said. What if you're caught, though?
It isn't a fucking game, this. Ma'am, don't worry about it. Like I said, I'll get some lads to do it with me. I'll frame them. Fuck them. Mandy thought about it carefully, weighing up what Rick had told her. Tracy, in the end, wasn't all that bad and really didn't deserve this. But Mandy hated Axel for what he'd done with their father's will, so maybe she could turn it around somehow. What is it, ma'am? How do you know that Axel will give you the money? What if he lies to you, keeps it for himself? Rick shrugged. I guess I don't have any assurances. I have an idea, Rick. Chapter 63. Present Day. Fisher approached the house she'd seen Mandy go in, keeping low. She scanned for any sign of her, but the windows showed empty rooms. She stepped up the short path and slowly pressed down the handle as silently as she could. The door edged open with a slight creak of the hinges. The hallway was dark, and she could hear shouting and brash thuds upstairs. A door slammed quickly, the sound echoing through the house. Then there was a sharp ping of a bolt being slid into place. What on earth was she doing? Fisher took a few steps into the dimly lit hallway, keeping her eyes on the stairs ahead, waiting to see someone appear. A door closed. Had Mandy gone into the bathroom? She waited a moment at the base of the stairs, listening. Crying came from one of the rooms. Fisher squinted, unsure of what she was hearing. Step by step she went up, light on her feet, trying not to make Mandy aware she was there. At the top of the stairs, Fisher looked around. There was a closed door on the left, which Fisher assumed was the bathroom. The door beside it was also closed, and a bolt halfway up was slid across to stop it from being opened from the other side. Who was in there? Wasting no time, she slid the bolt across and opened the door. She entered the small bedroom and couldn't believe her eyes. Lisa was sitting in the corner, tears streaming down her face. The room reeked so badly of feces that Fisher cupped her mouth with a gasp. "Lisa," she muttered, "I'm with the police. I'm here to help you." Lisa broke out into almost inaudible sobs, her little body heaving as she did so. Fisher reached for her phone, found the number she needed, and put it to her ear. "Yes, it's DS Fisher. I'm at—" Someone grabbed hold of her hair and yanked her back onto the landing. The pain in her scalp was excruciating as she dropped the phone and threw her hands back to fight off whatever it was. She couldn't help it, but she was losing balance, each step bringing her lower to her knees, her head being pulled backward. In desperation, she tried grabbing the edge of nearby door frames, but all she felt was air. Before she realized it, she was toppling down, colliding with the wall and stairs, which felt like a sledgehammer to her head, shoulders and ribs as she somersaulted towards the bottom. From above, she heard someone shout, along with a high-pitched scream. Landing with a hefty thud at the bottom, her forearm felt like it had come away from the elbow. It had all happened so fast it felt surreal. Somewhere outside, sirens were getting close, the sound distorted, and then the front door was thrown open, followed by manic footsteps around her. "Police, police, police," someone said, their voice robotic. She couldn't do anything but close her eyes as the world around her faded into nothing.
Chapter 64. Fisher sluggishly opened her eyes, and a bright light blinded her. Her skin felt warm, like she'd been on a sunbed for a while. Her surroundings were unfamiliar, the ceiling above patterned with textured tiles. The harsh light was coming from her left, so she turned. The simple task of doing so was painful, sending a ripple of discomfort down her whole body. "Ah," she moaned. "There she is." At first, she didn't recognize the voice and couldn't locate where it was coming from.
"How did you sleep?" D.S. Phillips sat on a chair to her left, dressed casually in a t-shirt and black jeans. His hands were interlocked, his elbows on his knees. He smiled thinly. "How you doing?" "Where am I?" "You're in hospital." He smiled and leaned forward to gently tap her forearm. Manchester Royal Infirmary, to be exact. Peering around the room, she saw 3 beds in addition to hers. She was in the corner, near the window. A woman was propped up in the bed opposite, with a similar-aged woman sitting beside her, holding her hand. The other 2 beds closest to the door were empty. Her whole body didn't feel right, like it had been run over by a bus. She could feel something different about her right arm, like it weighed heavier than usual, and noticed it had a pot on it. Fisher's eyes narrowed. She remembered Lisa cowering in the corner of a small bedroom. "Mandy," she whispered. "Don't worry about her, she's under arrest," assured D.S. Phillips. "I feel so sore. My arm." She tried to move it but felt a sudden jolt of agony in her shoulder and winced. "Just take it easy. Doctor should be here in a sec to talk to you," Phillips explained. "You did well, April. Both Lisa and Lee are safe." "Mandy pushed me," she said, feeling hotter than before, anger under her skin. "Down the stairs. Where is she?" "She's at the station. We interviewed her last night." Fisher frowned. "It's Sunday morning." Phillips checked his watch. "Well, it's almost Sunday afternoon." She hadn't slept that long in years, suddenly feeling guilty for doing so. But she realized that being thrown down the stairs was as good an excuse as any. Whose house was it? "A house Mandy cleans. The owners are out of the country for a few months, but she has a key to go round every so often." Fisher groaned. "We should have looked at her closer." "We interviewed Mandy and Elaine last night." Her eyes narrowed. "Elaine?" "Elaine Thurston, Tracy Marley's best friend." "She was at Axel's house when you got there. She attacked Mandy and tied her and Lee up in his bedroom. When Axel got home, he found them, and Elaine hit him with a frying pan and knocked him unconscious." "Why? I don't understand." "She found messages on one of Axel's spare phones, messages that prove he'd hired Rick to murder Tracy. He'd found out she was cheating on him and told Rick if he killed her and made it look like a robbery gone wrong, he'd give him half of her life insurance money." "How much was that?" $250,000. Phillips tilted his head, plus the money from the library robbery. Fisher absorbed his words in silence, mulling it over. "So the whole thing at Abraham Moss was a setup?" Phillips nodded. "That's what Elaine said, yes." "Have you spoken with Axel?" "No, not yet. He's in hospital. Mandy stabbed him in the back before she ran out of the house." "What?" She sat up further, unable to believe what he was saying. Why the hell would Axel's sister do that to him? Phillips sighed. "I have a lot to tell you, April." Once Phillips had filled her in on all the twists and turns, Elaine's warped attempts to take revenge on the blameless AA group for her lover's death, the family feud over an old man's fortune, Mandy's vendetta against Tracy, Fisher groaned again. "When are you talking to Axel Marley?" "Later today. This afternoon. He's here, in this hospital. Won't be out for a few days, according to what his doctor has said. The stab wound is pretty bad." "I want to be there." Phillips shook his head. "No chance, April. The doctor said you'll be here for at least 2 nights, and that means staying right where you are to rest. They want to keep you in for monitoring after that knock on the head." "Might have knocked a bit of sense into me, eh?" "No chance of that," Phillips laughed. Chapter 65. D.S. Phillips left Fisher at the hospital, thinking how much of a shame it was for her to be missing the interview with Axel Marley,
considering she'd been a huge part of the case over the past week. If she hadn't had her suspicions about Axel, then they wouldn't have discovered Mandy and Elaine or rescued Lisa. He grabbed a Subway sandwich and nipped home to check up on Janice and Dom, who were enjoying the afternoon sun in the garden. Watching them from the back door, he smiled and waved, then told her he needed to return to the hospital, but wouldn't be long. "Okay, see you when you get home," Janice said. Something in her voice told him she wasn't impressed he was working on another Sunday. He was used to her expression of disapproval, but she'd known from day one what it would be like being with a detective and the demanding nature of the role. He met DC Jess Gallagher in the hospital car park. She was wearing her usual suit and looked tidy and professional for a casual overtime Sunday shift. "Good afternoon. Been here long?" Phillips checked his watch. "Not long," Gallagher grinned. "Just pulled up." "You ready?" "After you." She held her hand out towards the entrance, indicating that he should go in first. They slipped through several parked cars and ambled across the road. On their approach, the door slid open and a man pushed a frail elderly woman out, hunched over, with barely the strength to hold an oxygen mask to her mouth. They went up to the second floor and entered the ward where Axel Marley was being kept. His left hand was handcuffed to one of the bed rails to stop him from going anywhere. APC was sitting by his bed, but Axel was facing the door, lying on his side. He watched them enter and trailed their movements until they reached him. "Mr. Marley," said Phillips, smiling widely. "Hope you're not in too much discomfort." "Oh, it's like the Ritz in here. How are you doing on this fine Sunday?" Phillips peered over the top of Axel and nodded at the PC sitting on the chair.
"Everything okay?" "Yes," he replied. "You can go on a break if you like." Without hesitation, the PC stood and left. "Won't be long." "Haven't seen him before," noted Gallagher. "He's new." Phillips noticed a few unused chairs nearby. "Jess, grab one of those." She dragged one over, the metallic legs scraping the lino as she did so. "Thanks." Phillips set it closest to Axel, a few feet from his face, while Jess took the chair the PC had vacated. "So, Mr. Marley, we interviewed Elaine Thurston late last night." Axel nodded. "And she brought to our attention that you were the person who'd orchestrated the murder of your wife, Tracy Marley." "Did she now?" Axel frowned, eyeing him curiously. "And why on earth would I do that?" "We're hoping you'll fill us in on that one, Mr. Marley." Axel took a long breath, switching his focus between Gallagher and Phillips. "Just so you know, we've interviewed both Elaine and your sister Mandy, so we know everything." They'd been honest and forthcoming with information, as far as the police were aware. "How's your back? How do you think it is?" Judging by his position, he was in a lot of pain. "I think it's probably quite sore, considering you've suffered a stab wound." He glanced towards Gallagher to ensure she had a notepad and pen in her hand, which she did, before turning back. "So, we'll start with Elaine and why she was at your house. If you've spoken to her, then you'll know why she was there. Because she found your spare phone." Axel remained silent. "And found the messages you'd sent to your nephew Rick, planning to kill Tracy because she was having an affair." Axel silently screwed his face up. "And you'd give him half of her insurance money if he did?" Axel closed his eyes, as if doing so would help him evade the question. "Why, Axel?" Phillips leaned forward. "How could you do that to your kids? To leave them without a mother?" He opened his eyes. "I couldn't take it anymore. Couldn't stand the idea of her and Elaine being together. Doing it under my own roof. Fucking hell. I'd watched them, but didn't have the balls to say anything. I just let it go, let it play out." He looked away in shame. "I'm embarrassed." "So, instead of confronting her about it, you thought it would be better to have her killed, to take her away from your kids?" He stayed silent. "So, why Rick?" Phillips raised a finger and pushed his glasses higher on his nose. "He didn't like Tracy. If you've spoken to Mandy and she's told you what she knows, then you'll know why." "Did you think he'd do it?" Axel nodded. "I know him," without hesitation. He winced in pain. "Who stabbed me?" "Mandy, your sister." "Why would she do that?" "Maybe because you'd lied to her. She told us her side of the story, about all the trouble with your father's will all those years ago, how Tracy wanted to make it right, but you kept persuading your father to change it,
so you'd get everything, and Mandy would get nothing. It's not how it seems. Phillips bobbed his head quickly. I think it's exactly how it seems. We have proof that your father left you more than you told your sister, because Mandy showed us a copy of the bank account that Tracy had set up for her with half of that inheritance money. Axel's face was red hot, and he tried to straighten up, but wailed in pain. I'd stay right there if I was you, Axel. He lowered himself onto the mattress, the pain easing from his face. When you said you thought Rick wouldn't hesitate, why was that? Seems like a big risk for not that much money. He's the type to do something like that. No, I think it's because he'd spoken to Mandy about it. He told me he wouldn't say anything. But he did. He told his mother. And I think because Mandy knew the truth about what you'd done and how you screwed her over,
It was her idea to take Lisa during the robbery and keep her hidden until you gave Rick his half of Tracy's life insurance money.
Axel's eyes widened. Mandy had Lisa?
She did.
Oh my God. I need to see her. I need to know she's okay.
He tried to sit up, moaning as he did so. Just stay there, Mr. Marley, Gallagher said. You're not going anywhere. We'll have her and Lee visit you this afternoon, but they're currently at the station. Who are they with? Someone from social services is watching your children as we speak. He pressed his hands against his face in relief. Thank God. It's just a shame you'll be spending some time inside and will miss a good few years of their childhood. What's going to happen now? He asked. We'll see what happens in court. Let's hope the judge really sees the pain you've caused here because, unfortunately, it's not only you who's hurt. Lisa and Lee, for the rest of their lives, will suffer the most. Chapter 66. 2 weeks later, Fisher waited on a bench in King Street, in the busy city centre of Manchester. She was wearing a long, thin green dress that reached her knees and black high heels she wasn't quite used to. She'd need to get used to wearing nicer clothing and shoes with heels if she was to spend more nights getting dressed up and going out. It was something different, something she didn't realize how much she'd missed. She waited, smiling to herself, despite her arm still being in a pot. She hadn't been made aware of the plan, only that she had to be sitting on that exact bench at that exact time. The last 2 weeks had been busy. She had returned to work 4 days after being thrown down the stairs. Despite both D.I. Simmer and D.C.I. James asking her to take some well-deserved time off, she felt she had done the right thing. Waiting on the bench, she watched people go by, grinning as she listened to their conversations. A small boy she guessed to be around 3 years old staggered along, holding an Iron Man figurine in his tiny hand, small zapping sounds and red flashing lights coming from it. A couple walked behind him, smiling and watching him walk, proud at what they'd created. Would it make her happy in the future to share a moment like that with someone? She checked her watch. Well, don't you look beautiful? A voice said to her right. Ian walked confidently towards her, wearing a dark blue two-piece suit over the top of a salmon-coloured shirt. On his feet were brown, faded shoes. He looked so vibrant and sexy. Fisher tried to play it cool and hide her smile, but realized she couldn't, and thought how out of place she must have looked with a pot on her arm. I like your bracelet, he smiled, nodding to her pot. She laughed, feeling silly, but at ease he was there. You look beautiful. You're not so bad yourself, Ian. She stood, and he leaned in, kissing her cheek softly. Where are we going? A prince never tells his secrets until the time is right. Who said you were a prince? He wrapped his arm around her and squeezed. Then they dawdled together, leaning into each other, chatting about their day. Fisher was enjoying the unusual moment of calm in what had been a chaotic few weeks. Here it is, Ian said, pointing at El Gato Negro tapas restaurant just ahead on King Street. Minutes later, they were seated at a table near the window. Over the next few hours, they stuffed their faces with Spanish food and drank wine until their cheeks were warm, aching from laughter and heads a little lighter. Fisher was having a great time. He really made her feel good. She took a moment to study him under the restaurant's dim lighting, blocking out the conversations around her. Her eyes zoned in on his face like a camera lens, blurring out everything behind him. He stared back,
and a mischievous smile formed on his face. "Want to come back to mine?" she asked him. He made a show of considering the question,
But they both knew the answer the moment the question left her red lips. They'd been getting on so well, and neither could deny the attraction and sexual tension. He nodded, looked to the waiter, and motioned his hand for the bill. Less than half an hour later, they were dropped off at St. Nicholas Road, and the taxi sped off for its next fare. Before she opened her front door, she turned and kissed him passionately, pulling at his suit, eager to get his body closer to hers. Once inside, she dragged him to her bedroom and pushed him onto the bed. "You don't mess around, do you?" he joked. He sat up and studied her body as she undressed and gently dropped her clothing onto the carpet. Fisher, in only her underwear and bra, climbed onto him, nibbling his neck and loosening the buttons on his shirt. The next hour was the most memorable and enjoyable hour she'd ever had. Epilogue. 3 months later, Fisher had been on countless dates with Ian, which had been a massive change to her life. Using her weekends for fun and not stuck to her laptop, going over cases the team worked on during the week, she found herself happier and more content. She'd also started running regularly, getting out 2 or 3 times a week, her distance now up to a comfortable 5K without stopping, making use of her new running trainers. She felt much fitter and more confident. Perhaps she wouldn't be giving DC Gallagher a run for her money just yet, but she was making progress. Last week, Ian had suggested moving into his place, save them driving to each other's houses, but Fisher had been honest with him, saying she needed the space and wanted to take things slow because she'd been hurt in the past. He'd understood and told her to take her time. Her parents had been badgering her to introduce them to Ian. She'd been putting it off as long as she could, but knew she'd soon have to get it over with. Despite the embarrassing start to their relationship, D.I. Harry Simmer had sparked something with Fisher's best friend Kim. He'd taken her out for a few dates, including a double date with Fisher and Ian. She was glad she'd seen a different side to Simmer outside of work, and pleased he was making Kim happy. D.S. Phillips had moved out of his home, telling Fisher he was unable to take Janice's moods anymore. For Dominic's sake, he'd tried to make things work, but he didn't want their son to grow up surrounded by constant bickering and arguments. A tough decision, but maybe it was the right one for them. Fisher had been at work since 8 a.m. and had already been to the toilet to be sick. She'd been out with Ian last night to the cinema, somewhere she hadn't been in years, and they'd been for a meal afterward. Leaving, she'd mentioned feeling a little queasy, and he'd texted her this morning to ask if she was feeling better. She replied, telling him she'd call him later. She returned to the office and found PC Barn at her desk, typing away at her computer. Fisher pulled up a chair and wheeled close to her. "April, you look terrible," Barn said, frowning. "What's up?" "Got the worst nausea ever," Fisher winced. "Can't seem to keep anything down." "How's the running going? You're probably doing too much." "Haven't been out in a few days. I haven't felt up to it." Barn nodded. "Something you've eaten?" Fisher stared at her, and the silence grew between them. Barn frowned in confusion, unsure why Fisher wasn't answering. Then her eyes widened when Fisher pulled out the pregnancy test from her pocket. "You're not," hissed Barn. Fisher showed her the 2 lines. "Ash, I'm having a baby." The end.